Drop the beat.
I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I never liked him. I'm a never Trump guy. 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 I never liked him. I never liked him. I never liked racism. I'm a never Trump guy. Xenophobia. I'm a never Trump guy. Racism. I'm a never Trump guy. Xenophobia. I'm a never Trump guy. I never liked him. I never liked him. I'm a never Trump guy. 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 I never liked him. I'm a never Trump guy. 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 I never liked it.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Eben says, first in Grilshala. Dang. Anonymous Chatter says, I never liked him. Justin says, good morning. Randy Cheng says, good morning, nerds. Looks like good content. Grilshala. Eben, late and gay. Indeed, I was late and gay today. My apologies. However, I was thinking something, and I kind of want to pick your brains before we get into the content. But, of course, first of all, like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. I was thinking about this. I was watching an Andrew Wilson segment, and I know you guys are, half of you are going to be like, oh, but Andrew Wilson was talking about, everybody's lying about me. And he talked about how he started the Crucible. He obviously had a vision for a debate platform that was rooted in Christian apologetics and Christian ethics. He went into the red pill debate scene, but to hear it told in his own story, and actually he did bring clips from several years ago, he did not identify as a red pill bro. And the reason why he didn't identify as a red pill bro was because he actually didn't advocate for you to sex traffic women to Romania so you could get a Bugatti and you could take your profits and then use that to date Instagram e-whores and then never have children and call them digital prostitutes. That's actually not what he advocates for. So he doesn't advocate for what Myron Gaines advocates for. He doesn't advocate for what Andrew Tate advocates for. He's actually a little bit different. Now, he might still bully women, but he bullies women for what he believes is a just cause, which is effectively that feminism and liberalism have destroyed social hierarchies and social values. And so he kind of wanted to become a rhetorician, a philosophical warrior in the name of like Christian ethics. At least that's the narrative that he went with during that video. So I guess my point with that is he seemed to have like a narrative and philosophical through line that he drew. And then Destiny obviously has had that as well. He's kind of been a warrior for liberalism the entire time. Yeah, he might have been a little bit more progressive sometimes. Yeah, he might have been a little bit more conservative or chuddy sometimes. But all the way through, he was fighting for liberalism. And obviously, I think I've been a pretty staunch advocate for Burkean conservatism, but it's just not as sexy, right? Saying like being an incrementalist is, in evaluating all sides as with as much nuance as possible. It's not very sexy. It's like not a very sexy, it's not a very sexy line of argumentation. And so I'm just kind of wondering to myself, like, we've already fulfilled a certain level of purpose of what I wanted to achieve with our small but rich, personally and financially, apparently, but our small but rich community, which is effectively just like creating a good place for cool people to hang out. That's already achieved. But then I'm kind of like asking myself, it's like, obviously I want the money. Obviously I want more viewers. Obviously I want this. Obviously I want that. Obviously I want to take the money that I generate and turn it into something more socially productive than what's currently available in the space. But I don't know if I really have like a spiritual narrative through line or a political narrative through line. And I think that might be part of the challenge. So I'm wondering what you guys think about that, because it's something that I need to think about, because I think part of the reason why Destiny is so successful, in my opinion, is he formalized debate structure the way he formalizes playing a video game. As far as I know, when it comes to, because I was actually in the car with him and one of my childhood friends, and they were talking about Warcraft. And they were talking about like micros and macros and attack lanes and units and spamming and this, that, the other. He kind of formalized the way that he plays in RTS. Whereas the way that I played RTSs was I built all the cool units and I sent them that way. That's what I did. Like when I was playing StarCraft, when I was playing Command and Conquer, I just built cool units and sent them that way. And they blew up like I built up a hardcore defense. And then I built cool units and I sent them that way. And then they blew up everything in that direction. And that's how I played RTSs. So I'm kind of wondering if I'm in like first or second rhetorical gear due to a lack of intention. Whereas my competition, and by the way, like I think most streamers suck. Most streamers they're intellectual toddlers. But at the same time, I'm wondering if a lack of formalized rhetorical structure and a lack of specific mission, I wonder if that's holding me back a little bit. So anyways, I kind of wanted to just throw that out there, that it's something that occurred to me while I was listening to Andrew Wilson talk. It seems like he had a formalized mission and formalized rhetoric almost the entire time. But I'm going to read your guys' chats and just engage with you before we get started. Jen Winkler says, late and gay and a Democrat voter. True. Sun Patriarch says, Grill Shala and good morning, y'all. Had the most people on my YouTube stream ever last night. 7. Good. Remind me, Sun Patriarch, towards the end of stream, and I'll plug you again. Not like that. Like I'll plug your stream. I won't put a butt plug in your butt. I'll just say, hey, Sun Patriarch is streaming. Go check out his channel. Timothy Douglas says, Andrew Wilson is so pathetic to watch, lol. If you don't back your ethics in God, then you don't have grounding to attack my hypocrisy. I don't know if that's the way that it's going to be. Apparently, Brian Shapiro and him debate Ashley Babbitt. So I'm actually really interested to see how that works out. World-renowned GeoHound says, Connor! And I say, hi, world-renowned GeoHound. Conservatism says there's lots of red pill people who came before tape. True. Like Rollo Tomasi. Yep. Big Papa Fascist wanted to be a philosophical warrior, eh? I think that was like supposed to be a triggering marketing technique, because even when I was talking to him when he was like in his baby steps of his digital media career, he was saying like, I'm not a fascist. I just picked Big Papa Fascist because it was like a big scary name to get people interested in me. And it worked, at least for me. Well, QC John says, good morning, Grill Hottest. May your grill stay hot. May your beer stay cold. And may you keep all your fingers while blowing them up. Amen. Thank you, Chaplain John. I appreciate you coming in and saying our morning benediction. Christian Lara says, you going to put Destiny visiting Yale on the list? Yeah. Actually, let me change Pierce Morgan to Yale. Destiny Yale debates. And I'm indifferent. So Yale debates. I'll tell you how it works. Okay, let me tell you how it works with my stream right now. And obviously, I need to work on my marketing. And I need to stop talking about working on my marketing. And I just need to do it. I think the main thing with my marketing is creating short form content and posting it to TikTok. And then also doing TikTok lives and doing debates. Apparently, that was really good for I'm really importance growth. And no offense to IRI, but that dude's dry as fuck. So if IRI can blow up and get a few hundred or a few thousand viewers based off of breaking in TikTok, then obviously I just need to do it myself. But I'm going to tell you how it works. The way that it works is, since 60% of my audience is probably liberals and 40% are conservatarians, libertarians, and red pillars or neo-reactionaries, what happens is I start out between 50 and, if we're talking about drama, I could get easily break into 150. If I know you guys hate the Destiny Dick watching camera, but if I Destiny Dick watch, we could just bump up to 150 real quick. Matter of fact, I think I could probably put the Ethan Klein Casey-tron drama and just watch Casey-tron cry over how hard Ethan Klein bullied her into submitting an apology, and we could probably bump these numbers up real quick. But what happens is, in the morning in particular, because liberals and progressives are lazy, except for Pisco, I have a command of the liberal, centrist, center-right streamer sphere until a liberal goes live. So if Lonerbox goes live, if Hutch goes live, if Pisco goes live, they cut into my audience a little bit. No offense, it's fine. You hurt my feelings a little bit every time you leave, but that's okay. So I probably lose half of my liberals to another liberal. But what I would say, though, is if I watch Destiny, Well, Destiny's so interesting. Everybody loves Destiny. Everybody loves, they either love Destiny or they love to hate Destiny, you know, one way or the other. So I got people in my chat who are like, God, fuck this guy. I hate him. He's such a piece of shit, blah, 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 blah. And I got people who are like, he's the best thing ever. He's the best thing since sliced bread. He's the best debater ever. And so that bumps the numbers up another 20 to 30%. But then as the afternoon wears on, I lose those people. So realistically, if I was smart, and I'm not saying I'm smart, I'm probably not smart. If I was smart, I would do Destiny/lib content in the morning. And then once I lose my libs, then I should go into Chud content in the afternoon. But I'm not smart. Sometimes I just like doing what I'm doing. And I like doing what I'm doing anyways, because I want to keep my community. I want my community to stick with me through thick and thin. I want them to go, oh yeah, Loner Box is cool, but sometimes he takes a long time to warm up. I'm going to hang out with Connor for another hour, and then I'll jump over to Loner Box. That's what I want my liberals to say. Conservative liberalism says, wait, did you just say Big Papa Fascist was fighting for liberalism? I'm going to go slam my other hand in my car door. No. And if I said that, that's a misspeak. Destiny was fighting for liberalism the entire time. My apologies if I misspoke. Charlie November says, yeah, coffee with counterpoints. Let's go. Let's go. Sultan Al Fahim says, Gucci Max just made a music video of Destiny. It's called It's Hard to Be a Black Woman. What do you think, Connor? I mean, could be funny, could be cute. Isn't Gucci Max or whatever just like an AI hip-hop artist or something? I don't know if I care. Sun Patriarch says, you're not going to get laid by advocating for incrementalism, but you will for being an extremist. I mean, that's how I feel about it. It's like, so you come crawling back to me, you cheap piece of shit. For those of you who don't know, Frank Reynolds, he has this Frank Reynolds from It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia. It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia, I think, is an excellent comedy series that it's effectively following the characters are incredibly stupid and self-destructive, but the writing is through the roof as far as like comedic beats and comedic timing and intelligence. I actually think the writing is incredible. And so there's this thing where Frank is negotiating for a luau pig, and he's playing two pig dealers against each other. And the way that he talks to these guys is fucking crazy. And one of the things that he says is like, oh, so you come crawling back to me, you cheap piece of shit. And yeah, that's how I feel about my liberals. AKA Batu Sai says, Destiny gained my liking when he focused on Steelman and the opponent's arguments. True. I do think that's when he was at his best. Morning to all my fellow wrenches and non-wrenches. Hi, Beef. Christian Lara says, that's interesting, Connor, but have you considered attacking your political ops, starting beefs, dunking on them hoes equals viewership plus? I have considered that. Too late, you said it. It's on the roster. All right, good. Hello, says Patriarch. Hello, Patriarch. Bass Guitar, good to see you again. I nerded out yesterday and actually made a weighted spreadsheet for your presidential preferences thing. Thanks, Bass Guitar. So I think Patriarch DMs me a new Excel spreadsheet. I haven't opened it, but we should probably amend it and make it better. Conservative liberalism says mission and structure. I think you have a mission, but the structure should be to meet people where they're at before taking them where you want them to go. That conversation you had with Pisco, man. Tell me more, conservative liberalism. Tell me more. Because, for instance, the first conversation that we had a couple of days ago, I think was all over the place. We didn't have anything productive to say whatsoever. We did not, basically we just jumped from 20 different personalities and why we thought they were good or bad. And it did feel like a schizophrenic Goldilocks. However, formalizing that into an Excel spreadsheet and then kind of discussing our instincts on different stats and what we thought, what was good, what we thought was bad, that's the kind of like thoughtfulness that I think can point to something great. But so that's where conservative liberalism, I kind of want to hear what you mean by that conversation you had with Pisco the other day, ... man. I want to know what you mean by that, even if it hurts my feelings. Timothy Douglas says, I only checked out a 10-minute clip, but it seemed that everything came back to, well, Brian, your ethics is based on your own opinion, so fuck off. Yeah, that's horrible. We'll see if it's that bad. I want to find the Ashley Babbitt section. The Ashley Babbitt section looked interesting. AKA Batusai says, Destiny also did fun content when he would get into multiple feuds with fun to hate characters. Check out his StarCraft matches against Combat X as a fun example. That's interesting. I do know what you're saying, but also I don't know if this applies in your thought process. Lavloon and Mr. Girl was probably the peak of the orbiter sphere because everybody loved to hate them. So there was a healthy chunk of people who genuinely thought that Max Carson was an interesting, intelligent, thought-provoking weirdo. And then half of the audience thought that he was a pedophile hiding his power level and that he deserved to be burned at the stake. And then Lavloon was very similar, where half of the people thought that Lavloon was an insightful Jewish American princess who, despite not being good at debate, had like interesting insights to offer and was at least entertaining to hate. And then half of the audience just straight up hated her guts and thought she was like the worst thing ever. So yeah, it's kind of interesting how it's kind of like Batman, right? Like Batman has like a coterie of supervillains. Have you guys ever seen that Peacemaker clip? I fucking love Peacemaker, by the way. It's by James Gunn. Peacemaker keeps going to his dad's house, and the neighbor keeps arguing with him and talking shit about how he's not that great of a superhero. And he's like, "You're no Batman. You're no hero. You don't have a coterie of supervillains." And then Peacemaker is like, "You know why I don't have a coterie of supervillains? Because they're 6 feet under the fucking ground." I thought that was awesome. He's like, Batman's a fucking candy ass pussy who refuses to kill his villains. It's like, damn, that's awesome. It's awesome to like have a character in the DC universe talking shit about Batman. Grassroots says, I'm vaguely on time and gay, and good morning, my Grillas. What's up, Grilla? How you doing? Excuse me. Eben says, I believe that's a fairly good self-analysis, but my perspective is to ground out past views you have baked in from past media consumption. Thinks it's more helpful than grounding out philosophy. Cringe. True. Good morning to all my fellow Palo Altis. Good to see you, Sean Kaplan. And thank you for the super chat the other day. Eben says, don't you ever talk bad about my other content dad. IRI is goated. IRI is a homie. IRI is based. Oh, damn. I didn't know I had so many IRI fans. Whoops. My bad. That's funny. The Casey Tron stuff was great memes. See, I'm actually, weirdly enough, I'm more of the Chud Logic mentality of it, okay? Listen, it's funny that Casey Tron and Twitch people have been stealing content for years, where because Twitch doesn't have a content ID system, they've been lazily reacting to other people's content for years and effectively stealing it by actually not doing any transformative commentary. And that's been bad. That's been bad philosophically. It's been bad for the culture. It's probably bad for the streaming space. And so as a result, I'm actually with like the criticism of these people that it's bad, right? However, I'm kind of with Chud Logic in the fact that he's like, you're effectively watching a multi-millionaire streamer / YouTuber podcaster in Ethan Klein beat up on Casey Tron, who is a stoner R-slur who can barely string a sentence together. So is it really that fun to watch like a relatively normal guy who's rich beat the shit out of an R-slur? It's not as fun as when you watch an R-slur who deserves it step on a rake and smash their whole digital career. It's not as fun as when it's organic. Anyways, Fellrunner says, deploy the likers, go. Like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. I'm parasocially love you, and I appreciate you for being here. Christian Blair says, Connor likes watching drama but hates streaming drama. Lol. I know. I love watching drama, but I feel, I don't know if it's beneath our channel. I don't think it's technically beneath our channel. I just think there needs to be like a political angle if I'm going to watch drama. If I wanted to watch C-SPAN, I'd watch it myself. True. Put that shit on a loop. True. Grassroots says, actually, let's only watch Casey trying to weep from 9:30 to 2 p.m. every day forever. Nah, that's Nicholas Diorio's job. Justin says, build a cult of personality, Connor. I'm here even when the content is trash. Well, thanks, Justin. I appreciate you. Grassroots says, I know in my house, I'm having Casey Tron crying streams every Christmas from now until the end of my life. Oh, my God. Justin says, that's where real power comes from. Yeah, but am I a Sith Lord? Just because I think the Jedi are a bunch of Jedophiles, do I become a Sith Lord? That's what Justin's saying. Justin is saying, okay, so you think the Jedi are cringe for like kidnapping children and ignoring slavery and being puppets of the Senate and this, that, the other. Go be a Sith. And I'm just thinking to myself, do I need to be a Sith, or could I be like a Mandalorian, or could I be a bounty hunter, or could I be something else? I don't know if I want to. I don't know if I want to go full Sith. Going full Sith is the opposite problem of the Jedi. I'll be gone at 11 a.m. because Crowder is interviewing Nick live. I'll be back when it's done. Shit, maybe we'll check that out. I don't know, man. It's good to have good content. But also, Justin, maybe we could use your professional feedback once it's done. Because my frustration with Nick content right now is because he got blown up by Tucker. He's done a lot of interviews with people, but a lot of it's been biographical where it's like, how did you get started? What was your first big debate? What's your interactions with Cassie Dillon in Daily Wire? And I've already heard it. I've already heard it 3 or 4 times. What I want is, what's your real political prescriptions? How would you dispossess the Jews of political power? What would you do with black folk and Hispanic folk inside the United States who are already citizens? Those are the questions that I want answered. So I don't want to watch the Nick Fuentes autobiography for the 50th time. Phil Runner says, don't forget the demographic of liberals that fucking hate liberals for being cucks to Republicans and allowing the fall of the Republic and are looking for the sane centrist to fix the party. Yeah. I think you guys aren't as numerous, but they exist for sure. Sun Patriarch says yesterday's convo was a lot better. Yeah. Guys, that's the other thing about, you have to understand too. There's debating to understand or talking to understand, and there's talking to win. So not every conversation and not every debate I have is going to be like, yeah, that's my streamer. He kicked that guy's ass. Fuck him. And I know you guys are used to that. But sometimes it's going to be, well, I'm figuring this thing out. So maybe the other person is more prepared for the combo, and maybe rhetorically or philosophically, I get my dick kicked in. But then as a result of getting my dick kicked in, I formalize my arguments and I become better. So you have to understand, it's, I could, if you guys wanted to, I could just, come up with my politics from when I was 15, and then I could come up with what do you call that? A dialogue tree. I could come up with a dialogue tree about my politics, and then I could just hit the dialogue tree every conversation, like every other political streamer. No offense to political streamers. And then I could just be a dialogue tree centrist. And anytime it looks like I'm about to get blown out, I could just run away to my dialogue tree. Or I could go out on a limb. I could say what I think. Sometimes it'll be formalized and intelligent, and sometimes it'll be dumb and it'll be cringe. I like the latter form of having a conversation because I think it's an honest conversation. I think Justin saying build a cult of personality, I would have to formalize a dialogue tree and a personality, and then just be like, I cannot move off of these talking points for the next 30 years. I'm not interested in that. That sounds boring as fuck. That sounds like a really boring way to live a life. Silver says, morning, chuckle fucks and cucks. Good morning, Silver, my gorilla giant friend. The Orbiter Wars. I know, those were fun. They were fun. They were terrible. Terrible for your soul. Terrible for the space. Hilarious content. Randy says, I hated the lav arc. You either hated it or you loved it, one way or the other. Eben says, the painter sheets was absolutely content. I want a screenshot of it to build into my gay Excel spreadsheet and debate how the last 3 Dem presidents are more conservative than any current Republican. Based. A.K. Batusai says, I just can't stand IRI's voice and pondering politics voice alone without other people talking. Sure. I love Josiah too, but I do find that his he does kind of have like the wine mom nephew voice and cadence, where like I'm imagining a girl named Karen or whatever, or like an actual Karen with like the short pixie haircut and like wine, being like, oh, you should check out my nephew Josiah. He has a YouTube channel. And then Josiah's like, hi guys, welcome to another episode of Pondering Politics. If you like what I say today, like the video, share it with your friends, comment for the comment gods, and super chats and chats if you got them. He's got, no offense to Josiah, but sometimes he has NPR voice. Christian Blair says, I've been told to watch it, but I just don't like John Cena. It'll make you like John Cena. John Cena is actually like a brilliant comedic actor. He's not in Peacemaker, the TV show, he's not self-serious. It's actually quite like self-deprecating. It's really funny. Lav had no through line. She argued to argue. True. Snyder Superman is greater than Gunn Superman. I haven't seen Gunn Superman yet. I don't know if I agree. Batman is a bitch, but he's less of a bitch than the rest of the DC soups. True. I mean, he is really important. Which one? AKA Batu Sai says, Connor, do you have a usual start time or does it vary from morning to morning? 9:30-ish. Sometimes I'm 5 to 10 minutes late, and that's my bad because I'm drinking tea or helping take care of the kids or talking to the wife or taking a shower or something like that. But, you know, realistically, it should be 9:30. It should be 9:30. And honestly, I should probably start earlier. That's another thing. I was thinking of the fact that probably a lot of you guys, not trying to be too stereotypical or whatever, but a lot of you guys probably have 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. days. And so I'm starting 30 minutes after a lot of you guys start your work day. So if I started at 8, not that I can right now because I got to take the kid to school at 8:30. But if I started at 9 or 8:45 or even 8:30, maybe if I took the kid to school a little bit early or something, I'd probably get an extra hour of hanging out with you guys all to myself. So, I mean, that might be smart in the long term, but I'm also a bum. So we'll see. Christian Lair says, Jen and Grass stacking up mods, the effing Pokemon. Stacking up mods like Pokemon. I don't know what that means, but that's okay. Conservatism says the convo yesterday had great potential and was going places, but then you guys circled hard on what words are, etc. There was a lot of talking past each other and circling, creating understanding. Isn't always easy, but you were trying to force understanding instead of understanding his POV and guiding him to where your perspective was valid. I'm with you there, but I do feel like Pisco does get into debate pedantry. So for instance, like I feel like the conversation around what was he saying, like utility or usage, I feel like we could have resolved that in 30 seconds, but he wanted to be a dick about it. Like I know he probably feels the same way, but that's exactly how I feel. We could have resolved that conversation in 30 seconds. He could have said, hey, the way that I like to use definitions has to do with usage, where I prefer lay definitions and common definitions because that's what most people use. And then I could have said, okay, well, I like technical and historical definitions because I like what the smartest people who have studied the topic have to say, typically over what the average person says, because I think the average person is an idiot. And then he could say, okay, I don't like that, but we can continue the conversation knowing that you prefer technical and historical definitions and I prefer lay definitions. Now let's talk about the concept. I just summarized 30 minutes of our conversation yesterday. I really did. And it's because he was being, in my opinion, obstinate about the lay definition being more correct than technical definitions, or the lay definition being arbitrarily as valuable as a technical or historical definition. It's like, who gives a shit? Like, my definition's better according to me. I also just think it's better to like go to what the experts think and what historians think rather than the layperson who's a fucking idiot. Whereas he's like, no. The layperson definition is just as valid. And I'm like, no, but let's continue the conversation. It really could have been that simple, but he has little brother energy. And when little brothers start throwing tantrums, I have to smack it down. Mr. Phoenix says, I'm pretty sure Jen is a mod in every channel. Well, she's funny. What do you want? Fell Runner says, that's not true. She read the entire apology without stumbling words. True. Good morning, Sultan. Making it. How are you? Silver says, nah, it's infinitely better that she has to sacrifice a smidge of her grift because it's met the real world. Sure. And if you think that's funny, that's fine. I just think it's kind of sad. Conservatism says every conversation should be an opportunity to build something, especially when your interlocutor is a respected peer. You guys unproductively locked horns more than you needed to. That's all. I mean, I'm with you there. But once again, little brother energy throws me for a loop. Sun Patriarch says, Connor and I are the same. It's fun as fuck to wallow in the shit, but like also I'm a little bit above it. There you go. I'm also a Nick Diorio mod. True. Jen Winkler kicking us off with 5 gifted Valor Media Network memberships. Thank you, Queen. Jim Baker, my favorite FBI employee, says, I enjoyed the Peace Go bickering yesterday. Have a great day, Connor. Thank you, Jim Baker, my favorite FBI employee. Jedophiles, I mean, lol. Yes, Jedophiles. Sean says, Casey Tron is kind of lame, but Denims would be 1,000% Keno. It might be, but she might win her case. She doubled the runtime through her reaction. So I think that the chances of her actually successfully being, and she also has money to defend herself. So I think the chances of her getting sued successfully are actually infinitely less than Casey Tron. Christian Blair says, Casey Tron crying is good memes, but I like Destiny insulting her in front of Dan while he hides his face in his fucking Crocodile Dundee hat. I haven't seen that content, but I do imagine that was Keno. Justin says, for $10, you don't have to change, just remain authentic. Well, thank you. And thank you for the super chat to incentivize me to remain authentic. Mr. Feeney says, oh, you mean it's stuff that just kind of humanizes him? I don't know who we're talking about. Can you guys use proper nouns, especially the veterans? You guys always do this thing. Not you guys, not all of you, but some of you. You guys always do this thing where it's like, I like that over there. He did something cool. She is a bitch. And then I have to remember what I was talking about 10 minutes ago in order to remember the context of what the hell you're talking about. So please use proper nouns. Please say, Casey Tron sucks. Please say, Destiny had sex with a BPTE girl. Please say, I like that alligator that is crossing the street. Please use nouns. Be descriptive in your comments. Patriarch, 10 gifted Valor Media Network memberships. What a king. Thank you for the oil. Thank you, Jen Wink, for the oil. Thank you, Justin, for the oil. Thank you, Patriarch, for the oil. I promise we'll start content soon, which means we got about another 20 minutes of me talking to chat before we get into the content. Lol. Sacred Snow says, I absolutely love watching debates to understand, even if they're painful at times, there's a reason behind it other than my seals are clapping. Yes. Yes. And I hate to say it, Sacred Snow, but I feel like a lot of successful creators, they do just like create a political personality and archetypical personality, and then they just never change over the course of decades. And it's cringe. You'll never catch me with your subs. We will. Conserve says, honestly, I see Destiny as a dialogue tree debater, and it's why I find him insanely boring. Well, I mean, but you can't argue with the success, right? I go live, I get 100 to 150 live viewers. Destiny goes live, he gets, 5,000 to 15,000. Andrew Wilson goes live, he gets 5 to 15,000. It's because he formalized his personality and he formalized his argumentation. Beef Supreme says, I like debates when no one involved has watched or is a fan of Andrew Wilson. The debates are just more productive. Andrew, his class is single-handedly ruining online debate. I need to take his class so I can disrupt his debate style. That's Andrew for you. True. Techlock says, I'm sorry your politics at 15 only had one debate and one debate only, left hand or right hand. It's an important debate. I'm a versatile myself. Batu Sai says, I think it's funny that I'm a member everywhere else, but my account must hate this channel. It's all good. Bong and stuff says the centrist becomes it isn't and is. You just use the term to declare either your ego or your lack of will to decide. I don't agree with that. I think ideal centrism is actually like an evaluation of the facts and then coming up with like a technocratic explanation for why a certain perspective is good. So, for instance, I'll just say it. Republicans are not right 100% of the time. Democrats are not right 100% of the time. And so as a result, it would actually, as a reasonable human being, you should disagree with your political tribe a healthy chunk of the time. Same thing with libertarians, fascists, whatever. There should be some, like, you as an individual participating within a political tribe should have some level of disagreement with your political tribe because you think they're incorrect because you've evaluated whatever their prescription is and you think there's flaws in their prescription. That's how a smart person should operate. So actually having being a centrist shouldn't be, the meme is that you take left-wing perspective A and right-wing perspective B, you find the middle ground between the two perspectives, and then you adopt the middle ground. That's the centrist stereotype or the centrist meme. However, actual centrism should be evaluating descriptions and prescriptions, kind of resonating on what's true, and then saying what you think is correct. That should be true centrism. Grassroots says, I will convince Connor CIS are the good guys in Star Wars. I cry onto a General Grievous poster every day. You can convince me. So just as an example, I'll do a brief Star Wars lore thing. You can convince me that the Republic is corrupt and abusive. You can convince me that the Republic and the Jedi allowed stagnation and corruption to pervert the ideals of the Republic so bad that ultimately rebellion was the right move in the Confederacy's self-interest. You can convince me of that. However, you cannot convince me that the banking clan Mun, the Nemoidian worm people, the Geonosian bug people, the droid armies that butchered entire cities, including men, women, and children. You cannot convince me that those were moral actions. Nor can you convince me the same thing with the Empire. I kind of like the Empire. I love the Empire's aesthetics. I like Star Destroyers. I like Stormtroopers. I like specialized infantry. I like hardcore intel services. Can you tell I'm a War on Terror veteran? I like the ISB scenes. I've watched the ISB clips for Andor. I thought that was the coolest thing ever. I thought a intel operative hit squad wearing partial stormtrooper armor with flashbangs and blasters going in to effectively doing a SWAT raid against rebels. I thought that was one of the coolest moments in Star Wars history. And I've only seen clips. I haven't even broken down Star Wars yet. So the fact that I love the security apparatus of the Empire. I think it's really interesting. I think it's really cool. And the truth is the Republic had a lot of those security apparatuses. They just called them things that were more benign. But the whole point is that the Empire is quite evil. Like blowing up a whole planet for a few terrorists being on the planet is probably not a great move morally. But if you knew in the future that the Yuzong Vong were coming and they were going to murder the entire galaxy, and so you needed to militarize and centralize power before the Yuzong Vong arrive, that way you can fight off a greater threat, well, then that morality becomes a little bit less dubious. Because if you do something terrible, but then the entire human species / galactic civilization gets wiped out, then of what use was your morality? Whereas if you do some immoral, authoritarian, murderous things, but then you save the entire galaxy, maybe it was worth those murderous, morally dubious things. I need water. I need water bad. Oh. Fellrunner says, soy Connor. You're not Connor. I'm Connor. Mr. Feeney says, I hate that you have pointed this out. I'll never be able to unhear it. Sorry. Evan says, John Cena and John Hamm from Mad Men are some of the funniest non-comedic actors. I agree. John Hamm in 30 Rock was brilliant. Mr. Feeney says, how do people in this chat feel about R. Pat Bateman? Batman? I don't know. By 9:30, Connor means 9:40 to 9:50. True. New Superman was beyond dope. Snyder's Superman was just what if a superhero movie looked like a painting. True. True. I even saw the Snyder cut of the Justice League, and it was better than the Whedon cut of the Justice League. It was still incredibly mid. 80% family obligations, 20% good old lazy. True. True. My workday is 10 to 6. I love not having to be in until 10. Me too. Conservative liberalism says, I'll never understand the 9 to 5 workday meme. Are people really not showing up to work at 8? Is that just a Midwestern thing? Yeah. The East Coast is 9 to 5, bro. Evan says 9:30 is the perfect time for me. My morning meetings end like right as you start, based. Most of my days start around 6ish. At least that's when the phone calls start. Dude, that's what I'm saying. Like, well, QC John is awake for 3 hours before we start stream. Now, if I started streaming at 6, it would just be me and Weld QC John and a few delivery drivers, but we would still have like an extra 2 or 3 hours to hang out. Yeah, and Christian Valera says 6 to 4 for me. See, if I showed up at 8, we would have an extra 90 minutes to hang out. But, you know, I don't want to do that. All right, I'm going to start the content momentarily just because I need to get some water and get it going. Rob with the W says, yeah, he wanted to have an argument about which definition should be preferred. Okay. The average, this is the calculation for me, okay? Lay definitions. The average person is an idiot, okay? Technical and historical definitions, rooted in actual research and understanding. Technical and historical definitions are superior to lay definitions. It's just that simple. The lay person, the average person, shouldn't be trusted with anything sharper than a butter knife, let alone political power. Now, I love America. I love freedom. So I love handing assault weapons to people with 80 IQ. I think it's funny. But that doesn't mean that they have the intelligence or responsibility to wield said assault weapons well. Okay. So hand stupid people political power and weapons because it's funny. Don't do it because it's good. And what I think Pisco says is that actually, because he's a Democrat, right? He actually believes in the power of the people. He actually believes in the power of the common man. I think that's what he argues. So he's like, no. The average person is a noble savage. And it's like, no, the average person's a tool. Sorry. Cel Cesaro says, many people stopped / don't believe expertise exists. It's a real problem. Yeah, I know. And most of those people are tools. Evan says, wait, did you see the Irish meme picture someone took with Hassan? I saw someone walk up to Hassan and scream, free Kayla. And I think Grassroots sent me a clip of that, by the way. It's funny, but I don't care, man. Listen, I'm just going to be real. My dog, Belgie, whom I love, she was basically a cat. She was the 30-pound skipper key. I'm going to show you guys a skipper key now, okay? You triggered something in me. Well, let me move you guys over here. I'm going to show you guys a skipper key. And then I'm going to respond to another few chats. And then we're going to get cracking. So let me show you my dumbass cat skipper key. Okay. And by the way, I used to pronounce this Shiperka. Okay. Because that's how it's written. But Americans, because we don't know how to pronounce anything, they pronounce it skipper key. So skipper keys are Belgian rat dogs. And what I mean by that is they took a wolf and they bred it to be small and black with a curly tail. And the puppies are insane. Look at that puppy. Good God, look at that puppy. And then look at this adult, okay? They're fast. They're funny. They have the personalities of cats. They typically get fat and turn a little watermelon-y in older age. Some people dock their tails. I think we docked our dog's tail. I didn't have a choice. I was very young at the time. I would have kept the tail if I could. But the whole point of a skipper key is you bring them onto boats and then they hunt and kill the rats that get on boats. So anyways, the skipper key that I had growing up, she had an electric fence. And you know what happened if we didn't have an electric fence? She ran away. Okay? She ran away. She loved adventures. She loved going wherever the hell she was going. She didn't give a shit about humans. She would have gotten hit by a car. So we got an electric fence. She got shocked once or twice, and she stopped doing it. So the electric fence, the shock collar is not what bugs me. What bugs me is expecting a dog to sit in the same place for 8 hours. That's what bugs me. Peter says, fun morning fact. Ghislaine's father, Robert Maxwell, bought American school textbooks, publisher McGraw-Hill, 1988. Robert met Trump, 87, 2 years after Trump visited Russia. Yeah. Robert Maxwell is shady as fuck. Peter says, Epstein followed Ghislaine's father's blackmail tactics. I believe it. Mr. Feeney says, I'm sorry, Connor. I sent that message 30 minutes ago. Lol. No, that's what happens. Because I'm waiting for my cable. I have 2 HDMI ports for monitors. I have one HDMI display port, and I have 3 display. Do they call them display port cables? I don't know. But the point is that like HDMI, USB, HDMI, and DisplayPort cables can all run displays. But there was this weird time 5 years ago where everybody was running HDMI DisplayPort hybrid cables. And it looks like HDMI beat out DisplayPort. So I have a bunch of DisplayPort outlets on the back of my computer. And so I needed an HDMI to DisplayPort cable. And I ordered it off of Amazon. It was supposed to show up yesterday. It didn't show up yesterday. And so as a result, I'm waiting on another cable so I can have 3 monitors. Avi says, I like that thing. She was a bitch. Avi with the perfect comment. Good God. Somebody feed this Marinas crayons. He's getting grouchy. I know, but that's part of the entertainment. Jen Winkler says in law school exams, we had to use names and nouns, never pronouns, so there was no confusion. Exactly. Silver says, lol, sometimes we just be talking to other chatters. I know. But I think part of the reason why you guys oil the shit out of the stream is because I engage with chat disproportionately compared to other streamers. Sacred Snow says, man, I keep fat fingering the enter button today. No problem. Pete says, Nick Fuentes is being blackmailed to lead Candace Owens' audience voters, previously TPUSA Kirk, following into the America First movement, which is simply the same MAGA GOP. Although he talks shit about Trump, he talks shit about MAGA GOP reps, so I'm not sure if that's true. Rob with the W says, Pisco was trying to get you to see Wittgenstein's view that Wittgenstein? Really? We're having a conversation in 2025 and we have to talk about Wittgenstein? That the meaning of words is how they're used by people, and there's no greater meaning absent people, which is why he wants the common usage. Yeah, that's dumb. Wittgenstein can go fuck himself, all right? If Wittgenstein was here, I would slap him, all right? Because I would have Wittgenstein walk with me, okay? Walk with me for a second. I would have Wittgenstein talk to an astrophysicist about the world, in the cosmos, in the universe, and the planar concept of the galaxy, and the ecliptic plane, and solar systems, and moons, and asteroids, and the compositional elements of various space objects. And then I would go talk to the average person about space. And we would just do this all day until Wittgenstein committed suicide. And that's how I would resolve Wittgenstein's view that the definition of words or how people use them. And so since words have no meaning absent people, we should use their common usage. Fuck the average person and fuck Wittgenstein. All right? I'll literally just make him talk to the average person until he blows his German brains out. Sacred Snow says, why does Peter type like a chat version of the Zodiac Killer's newspaper clippings? Because he has schizophrenia. But it's okay. We tolerate him because he jumps in and he's like, I think Charlie Kirk faked his own death. And that's funny. Georgism is based. Fuck you, Chipingro. Based. Best way I ever heard it put was, you should vote for whoever is advocating for policies that help you, not team sports. Yes and no. I would say you should vote for what helps the country, even if it comes at a little bit of your expense. 3 million was enough. Centrism is bad. So I think this is a Holocaust reference for Grassroots Hegemon. And my favorite Holocaust meme on the internet is like a Nazi. Like I forget, it's like a green text. And it's like a Nazi sees a cute Jewish girl and he's like, I think it was 12 million. I forget the setup, but it's pretty funny. Hosmar says, Shapiro doesn't understand that if Andrew had the same ethical system, you disagree with him. Andrew tries to explain that murder is the same thing he values most, but Shapiro doesn't hear it. That's all right. We'll figure it out. I'll watch it momentarily. I conceptualize centrists as holding strong views on both sides. Sure. Christian Blair says, I stand blue and on just to piss off confused right. How do you like them apples? Bitch. True. Those women and children know what they did, all right? I know. One of those little bug children was putting ball bearings in an IED. That's what I said. That's what I said, man. That's what I said. Dude, wiping out Geonosians, like, no offense, they're actual bug creatures. Their queen bursts 1 million of them. They're led by an archduke. There's like a dozen queens on Geonosis. They are sentient. They are sapient. But they also just like work their worker bug race to death. And then the worker bugs have to fight in coliseums for the right to grow wings and what do you call that? Exo armor. They have to fight for the right to become a warrior. And so like how morally bad should I feel for flamethrowing Geonosians? Like, can you answer that question for me? Because I don't feel that bad. As a matter of fact, I'm going to be watching. So I'm going to get through all of the main Star Wars content, but I am going to go back and do the 3D animation Clone Wars. And I have to say, I'm particularly looking forward to watching Kati Mundi, or whatever his name is, flamethrowing Geonosians. That's going to be my favorite episode. You haven't started Andor yet? Have you, Connor? Nope. Not till I break it down chronologically. So we all pretend the new trilogy doesn't exist and that it was a collective fever dream, right? Maybe. I might break it down. We'll see. I might break it down and criticize it and hate on it. Did we just do an Alderaan equals Gaza thing? No, but you can go that way if you want. Feeney says, oh man, have you guys played Star Wars Jedi games? Definitely one of the better recent pieces of Star Wars media. I love Respawn, so I trust Respawn with my life. I'll play it and break it down eventually. Randy Chang says, has legit comedy chops, has done tons of improv stuff. Maybe. Techlock says, well, this was what bugged me about the sequels. It should have focused more on Admiral Thrawn era because the dude was basically Space Hitler, not because he wanted to, but because he had to be. Yep. Thrawn, anybody who talks about the EU, and by the extended universe, and by the way, I'm not like a huge EU guy. I haven't read any of the books, but they all say Thrawn is one of the most interesting villains in Star Wars canon because he's competent, he's intelligent, and he actually does bad things for the right reasons. Grasser says, you had me at 5 a.m., but I'd be fucking pissed. Yeah. Hosbar says, is it true that they made Superman weaker and more irrational and made his parents effectively R-slurred? That's what I heard, but I haven't watched any of it. The scoring sounds nice, though. I don't know. Go watch it. Connor doesn't want to miss his favelas. I don't know what we're talking about. Christian Blair says, what time do you go to bed? I assume you don't stay up late, given that you're a family man. No, I went to bed at 1:30 a.m. last night because I was scripting the Warhammer. We got a fire Warhammer episode this week, by the way, because some random Korean guy made an awesome fan film. It's really good. Valor Media Network, it would also be me. I work 6 a.m. to 2 p.m. as a true designer. See? That's what I'm saying. The early birds are here super early. So maybe I should stream earlier. I won't, but I'll say I will. Sorry, real quick. Techlax says, lol, I've got you all losers beat. I work 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. Got that hospital grind level. Nice. Nice. Are you a physician's assistant, a nurse, or a doctor? Connor, technical definitions appeal to a valid form of authority, so I don't see any issue with that preference. Thank you, Rob. And fuck Wittgenstein. Beef Supreme says, I reject your framing and simply revert to Pisco's argument. How a word is used is just as important as its definition. No. How about that? No. Peter says, the blackmail. Destiny and Nick pursue. Some are on the younger side on video. Destiny gave Nick the bubba and denounce it. Peter, I hate to say it. You have schizophrenia. You need to get medicated. Just being real. Sapien Green for 100 DKK. Have you or do you know of anyone who made a timeline overview of Trump's questionable political moves that the Republicans should be held accountable, e.g. January 6 USAID and tariffs? No, but maybe I should become a video essayist. And I did give Destiny shit because he was like, oh, maybe I'll start streaming 5 days a week and I'll use the 2 extra days to edit the January 6th video, the one that he promised you guys 3 years ago. Hosbar says the problem Connor is having with Pisco is the same kind that problem Andrew and Jim Bob have with Conquer. Semantic clarity is super important when it comes to a lot of concepts. True. And it's not always pedantry. I know. I just think calling somebody a pedant, it's etymologically, which I'm probably using the word wrong, but that's okay. It's etymologically similar to pedophile. So when somebody is being a pedant and they're fighting over words, but they're obviously intelligent enough to understand what I'm saying and why, I like to call them a pedant because I think, number one, it's frustrating for the other person. Number two, I think it's rhetorically reminiscent to pedophile. So I'm subconsciously calling my opponent a pedophile. There's my debate tactic. All right, let me shift my camera, lock it in, start the content. I'll still be responding to chat, obviously. Like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them. Jen Winkler, thank you for the 5 gifted. Justin, thank you for the 10. Patriarch for the 10 gifted. You are an oiling king, and I parasocially love you for it. Sapien Green, thank you for the 100 DKK, which is the equivalent of $10. Like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them. I'm going to try to lock this camera. This camera keeps like shifting. It like swivels. So I'm going to move it over here. I'm going to loosen the button. I'm going to re-tighten the button, so hopefully it sticks at a 3/4 angle, and then it's already not sticking. So maybe I can tighten this thing on the bottom. Tighten this. Oh, I think I got it. Let me do that, and then let me tighten this. And it didn't do anything. I made it worse. That's awesome. I love making things worse. That's cool. Don't you guys love technology? Don't you love hardware and software smashing together to make my life slightly more miserable. I love it. I hope you love it too. Anyways, let's move you guys over here. Let's expand the chat. Display ports. Yes. Here we go. Let's bring up Brian Shapiro. Let's rewind it a second because I think they say something funny in the very beginning. We can always go down that path. That's a great way to start a conversation, by the way. All right. Let me look at the camera. Hi, guys. Welcome to Counterpoints. My name's Connor. I'm a science fiction, politics, and philosophy nerd, a Marine Corps and law enforcement veteran, and I got a little debate treat for you. Okay? We're going to be watching Brian Shapiro, a member of Unfudge America, a liberal, and somebody who has not done well in debates, going up against a right-wing Christian nationalist debate lord. And we're going to see how it goes. Let's go ahead and start the content and break it down.
Always go down that route, but I have a feeling it won't go down that route today. And we have a moderator who I'd like to introduce, and this is going to be a lot of fun. We're going to be debating Andrew Wilson today. Today we were on Pierce Morgan.
That's not me, by the way. That's lag.
Breaking up for you, Jake.
Yeah, breaking up big time.
All right, I'm gonna fast forward a little bit so we can get past their technical problems.
Last week, and on their platforms, and we want to be on our platforms. So that's kind of what we're doing now. Jake, are you there?
Yes, I am. You guys can hear me okay?
Yeah, we are live on our end, and I just want to introduce you as the moderator, so just people have a little bit of background on who you are, and then take it away.
All right, cool. So yeah, Jake, Rattlesnake TV on YouTube. You guys can find me there, and I'll be hosting and moderating the debate today. So the way that the debate's going to go is that we're going to do 5 minutes each of opening statements. The prompt for the debate is it ethical to support Donald Trump? You guys can really take that wherever you choose to take it, whatever topics that you guys want to go down. Brian, if you want to introduce yourself as well for the audience watching.
Excellent.
Are you getting a lag as well, Andrew?
Did I lose Andrew there for a second?
I think we
Damn, what is this, a counterpoint stream?
just keep getting a bit of a lag on your end there, Brian, I think.
Oh, there you go. There you go. I got you.
Yep. So if you're back, do you want to introduce yourself?
Okay. Yeah, sure. So for those of you that have not heard of me before, that are on Andrew's side of things, my name is Brian Shapiro. I've been doing political talk radio for about 8 years, been doing radio for 22 years total. I am not a liberal. I am not a Democrat. Not that there is anything wrong with that.
Uh-oh.
But I am a registered independent that is extremely anti-Donald Trump. I certainly lean to the left on social issues. And I love good debates. Anything from doing Pierce Morgan a couple times a month. I've been doing his show for a while now. And Tim Pool, I do his show. And, I love interviewing all different types of people. I think like Andrew, I would rather talk with people that I disagree with than just have a love fest and talk with people that I agree with on everything. Yeah, I mean, I think Donald Trump is a threat to democracy. I think he's a despicable human being. And I think he's an embarrassment to this country. And I'm sure we will get into that. But I also thank Andrew for willing to sit down and have this sort of debate. I think it's great. And I appreciate him doing that. And I think we need to do more of this stuff. I think there's too many people on both sides of the aisle, quite frankly, that are afraid to have these kinds of debates. So I'll leave it to Andrew.
Yeah, my name is Andrew.
Have I read Wittgenstein? No. But based off of your guys' interpretation of Wittgenstein, I would force him to talk to the average person until he kills himself.
Wilson. I'm the host of The Crucible. I'm what you would consider a far right-winger and Christian ethicist, and you would consider me a Christian populist or a Christian nationalist. I debate worldviews with people all over the world, and I'm here to stomp out Brian's guts today in this debate because I'm really good at doing that.
Okay, well, with that, gentlemen, we're going to get into the opening statements.
Listen, I'm just going to say it because, let's do some transformative commentary. Don't say what you're going to do. Just do what you're going to do, right? Whenever the Andrew Wilson debate, bros, no offense, like I understand it's like a rhetorical trick, But when they're like, yeah, I just owned you. I just made such a good point. You conceded. Oh. Like, I have to assume that your audience is made of like 80 IQ midwits. I have to assume that your audience is dumb as fuck, because anybody who has a high enough IQ should be able to track the conversation themselves in order to evaluate what is true, what's real, who's winning, who's controlling the flow of the conversation, all that kind of stuff. If you have to say you're winning, you're kind of a pussy in my mind.
Is it ethical to support Donald Trump? Andrew will be arguing for the affirmative. So, Andrew, do you want to go first?
I can, sure. First and foremost, since this debate is about the ethics, that's the key word, ethics of supporting the Trump presidency, and my opponent's job is to build a case that to support Trump's presidency, it is unethical. My job is to build one that it is. We both need to go into what our ethical standards are so we can build our arguments around our ethical framework. I fully expect my opponent, having reviewed his debate style many times, to revert to shotgunning talking points as though that matters to the ethical standards that he sets forward.
This is true. I think that the other guy, Shapiro, I think Shapiro's a talking points machine. Once you dig into the talking points, he actually doesn't have a strong command of the facts.
To give my position, I'm a Christian ethicist, and I attack these views through that position. The first ethical standard I will uphold is life. While Trump may have many personal failings, and I don't dispute that he does, it's essentially trivial in regards to his governance of a nation. If it comes to the choice of 600,000 dead babies per year or Trump's personal moral failings, this debate should be over in the intro. Kamala Harris wanted to expand abortion and abortion rights. Trump put judges in place who overturned Roe versus Wade. I can't imagine from my worldview what else could be more important from the ethical side of the debate. Brian would need to make a case why I should have supported, out of the binary choice available to me, Kamala Harris, where I would be assured to have my ethical stance violated and a possibility of a loaded court where this right actually may have been enshrined. What could be more important than that to a Christian ethicist? I have no idea.
Okay, right there. That's actually, you guys have to understand this. And I'm going to bring up a drawing real quick that we already made. Abortion seems to be, especially when it comes to politics, it seems to be one of the most important things that right wingers bring up. And they had a huge victory under Donald Trump that they're going to credit with him for the rest of their lives. All the incompetent things, all of the dead Africans, all of the cuts to USAID and PEPFAR, all of the international incompetence killing Ukrainians, all that stuff, all of that is water off of a duck's ass compared to the repeal of Roe versus Wade. I'm going to find the abortion picture real quick, and I'm going to scroll through these things because I actually think they're hilarious. I don't have to scroll through all my pictures, but I think that if you guys get flashbanged by some of them, it's actually mad funny. Here we go. So, from a pro-life perspective, from the time that a egg is fertilized, this is a human with separate DNA from the mother, because it's a combination of the father's DNA and the mother's DNA, that is deserving of not just moral consideration, but legal protection, because it's a human the entire time. And so for that's where they would say all of this is deserving of protection. But for pro-choice extremists, I would say, they would say that they value the bodily autonomy of the woman to make the decision on whether or not she's going to have a child. And therefore, they would argue that since women will typically not arbitrarily commit infanticide against their own children, it should be up to them on whether or not they choose an abortion, and doctors and the government should have limited say or feedback in what the woman chooses. Those are pro-choice extremists. I am an abortion centrist, okay? And what I mean by that is I'm actually with the Christians in the fact that I think even a potential human, a healthy fertilized egg, even a fetus that has not developed a central nervous system yet, I think it deserves moral consideration. I think that anybody who has an abortion, I actually view all abortion that isn't related to health reasons as kind of immoral, but I do think that there is a greater thing that needs to be protected, which is effectively like proto-consciousness. So what I mean by that is that we scale living beings on, at least I do, on a graded scale. I don't care about an ant I don't care about a mollusk as much as I care about an ant. I think an ant actually has a more complex central nervous system. I don't care about an ant as much as I care about a dog. I don't care about a dog as much as I care about a human. And so, since I'm willing to scale animals on an IQ EQ basis, where it's a sliding scale, where my moral consideration typically has to do with the intelligence, the actual intelligence, and the emotional intelligence of the animal, I also feel like we could apply that model to a fetus. And what I mean by that is the second that you have proto consciousness, which I would view as like the development of the frontal lobe and also the central nervous system, which has the capacity of pain for pain, I would view that as something that has legal consideration because it's a proto consciousness. It's a human it's a human life that's capable of feeling pain. It's capable of having a conscious experience. Now, does it have memory? Probably not. Does it have the capacity to even understand it's being killed? Maybe, maybe not. But that's my line for where I think we should protect things. However, just to put a little bow on this and then get back into the content. All the dead Africans, all of the incompetence, all of the treachery, all of the torture of immigrants, all of the mass deportations, some of these things they might even see as good. All of that pales in comparison to the repeal of Roe versus Wade, which allowed states to decide how they were going to create their abortion policy. And as a result, right-wing states were able to instantiate extreme limitations on abortion. Because effectively, hardcore Christians viewed all abortion as a version of infanticide. It's just that simple.
Next, I don't believe Brian even has an ethical framework at all, except things he doesn't like. Brian harps on deportation a lot, for instance.
And fuck you, Beef Supreme. I did excellent in English class. I was the only person who understood Shakespeare.
And contradicts himself often due to being a hyperactive spurglord. The truth is, a people has every business, in my worldview, to determine who they want to enter their nation, the means of how they enter the nation, and also to determine the peoples they want removed from that nation if they're violating the law or violating the spirit of the law.
That's a very strong basis of national conservatism.
Brian will also bring up the Epstein files and has claimed many times Trump is involved in a cover-up due to the fact that he is in them. But this has never been established as a fact, and until it is, he's banking on speculation and not facts. Brian will also bring up things like Trump is a rapist, but his standard for evidence there is wild to say the least. Trump has never been convicted for any crime of raping anybody. Rather, he was found liable civilly, which isn't good evidence he committed a crime at all, or did the act at all. Only that the burden of proof for civil liability is much lower, and in such a hostile and politically charged environment, we have good reason to doubt this case based on a lack of compelling evidence. There are many other talking points that Brian uses, and we can get to all of them in due course of the debate. But to start with, I would like to establish the ethical system he uses, as I have demonstrated mine, and can answer his questions about it so that then we can launch into the individual issues. Brian also has a lot to answer for himself due to his rampant dishonesty and outright lies or mischaracterization of Trump's positions or events surrounding him. This is why his audience often refers to him as Lion Brian. From a video.
TechLax, pediatric adult intensive emergency care respiratory therapist. Based. So you teach people how to breathe once their lungs are fucked up. That's cool. That's very cool. Thank you, TechLax. Thank you for sharing.
Video called Brian Shapiro Fact Checks Trump, which you can find on Brian's channel. Brian says Trump says that his greatest strength is building ballrooms. The Trump quote, he then plays the video, and what he actually said is, I've built many ballrooms and many buildings, and that is my greatest strength. And then at 2:01, Brian misquotes him again after watching the video, which is the most insane part. At 3:05, Brian says that a reporter asked for Trump about extending subsidies for people to afford health care. And you can listen to Trump literally say he's not going to do that. And Brian still claims that he's going to. Trump, quote from the video played, I like my plan best. I don't give money to the insurance companies. I give it to the people directly and let them buy their own health care. Reporter asks if subsidies will be extended. Trump's response is, I'd rather not extend them at all. It may be that some kind of extension is necessary to get something else done because the Unaffordable Care Act, referring to the ACA, has been a disaster. At the 5-minute mark, Brian says that Trump wants to cut off health care for 20 million Americans, which is fucking crazy too, right? He also claimed in that same video that I called a debate opponent that I was engaged in a debate with a whore, which is an outright lie. He just outright lied about that. I have no idea why either. And so what are the ethics there? I think he also needs to account for those things. In short, what's his ethical standard and how does Trump violate it? What am I doing incorrect from my ethical view by supporting Trump? This is what needs to be established. Not.
Ooh. I see how this is going. So, sorry, real quick. I think this might be what Hasbar said. So, Brian Shapiro doesn't need to show, not at least according to Andrew's framing, which, again, this is an annoying thing that debate pedants do, debate pedophiles, is they set up the framing for the debate. So the debate could be Donald Trump is bad. And Brian Shapiro could say, okay, well, Donald Trump is bad because he killed a bunch of Africans through incompetence. He backstabbed Ukraine, which fucked them up. He's a philandering child sex trafficker. He fingered a girl without her consent all the way back in the 1980s, and that was proven in a civil liability case. He was shown to have done, I could go on and on and on. There's like a dozen reasons why Trump is bad, right? From Brian's perspective. However, for Andrew's perspective, as a Christian ethicist, number one, he can needle the evidence that I've already listed for the things that I've talked about. But number two, he needs to say, well, even if Donald Trump was one of the most horrific human beings on the planet, I think what's the annual abortions? What isn't it like 500,000 or something? It's something crazy. It actually, like, the amount of abortions in the United States, annual abortions in US is over 1 million annually. And by the way, I think it was like 500,000 like in recent years. But releasing long-term decline that occurred before 2019. So let's take a look at like 2016 or something. Annual abortions in US 2016. See, 600,000 abortions in 2016. So let's take a look at the population real quick, because this is actually like a really stark population of US in 2016. I don't think we've increased that much. 320 million population of US in 2025 is 340. We've only increased our population by 20 million, but we've doubled abortions. Abortions in the US by year graph. Wow, this is a horror show. This is a fucking horror show. US abortion rate ticks up after 3-decade decline. Well, we have to see where it is. The number of clinically provided abortions, it peaked out at 1.6 million. It dropped to 600,000 in the late 10s, I guess. And then it just almost doubled in the past 5 years. That's a fucking horror show. All right. Anyways, I don't want to fall down the abortion rabbit hole. We actually need to give these stats another half decade to decade in order to understand what's going on. But effectively, like from a Christian nationalist perspective, they might not have ended infanticide nationwide, but they ended infanticide in red states. So that's a difficult argument to overcome from a Christian moral perspective.
Not to mention, he also told a series of lies about what happened on Piers Morgan. He claimed that I was running away from him.
Like, Donald Trump could be Hitler, but if he was killing Africans and not killing Americans, and Americans stopped infanticide that saved 250,000 babies every single year in red states, then Andrew Wilson might say it's a wash.
For a debate when I was having technical issues. And I have all of the receipts to demonstrate this for Brian today, if he doesn't want to retract the statement, or he can just say, I was mistaken. And we can leave it at that. The floor is yours, Brian.
Yeah, Beef Supreme asked, did the Wilson clan lose a child? It's my understanding they did. And yeah, that's one of the, I think that's one of the hardest human experiences anybody can endure, is losing a child.
So 5 minutes on the clock, Brian. Also, apparently they can't hear Andrew on your stream. I don't know if Brian's frozen there or looks like he.
Yeah, he's frozen.
Unfortunately, my producer's trying to work on this, but the internet is going in and out, which is extremely difficult to have a debate with somebody when I can't hear everything that you're saying, Andrew. But I think we're good to go now. I did hear probably half of what you said. Let me start off with, because I think at the end there you brought up Pierce Morgan. And can you guys hear me okay, by the way?
Yeah, the two criticisms I brought up was the first
Yeah.
thing you claimed that I called a woman a
Yeah.
whore during a debate, which I did not do. That was a complete fabrication. And then the second thing was that you had brought up that I was running from you in a debate, which I was
Yeah,
definitely not.
let me address that. So let me address that first. For those of you that are unaware, me and Andrew were on the Pierce Morgan show last week. I guess Andrew had some technical difficulties at the time. What I did is I went on Twitter and what I thought was a funny joke. It didn't go very good for Andrew. I think he was, dodging me or something like that. And then I put a smiley face at the end. It was in good humor, and I thought it was funny, and I was laughing while I was tweeting it, and I didn't expect that the response to that would be somebody calling me retarded and getting so
Based.
upset that you would put a paragraph in there and call me a libtard and all this other stuff. And then after you did that, I actually was laughing more because I couldn't believe how triggered you got and how
triggered you got. God, kill me now. Okay, I'm going to bust out a paint and I'm going to lay out the Christian worldview next to a liberal worldview, and I'm going to try to salvage something intelligent out of this conversation. Woof.
upset you got over what I thought was an honest joke. And I was laughing about it. I have no idea what happened, whether you had technical issues, whatever. Okay, fine. I believe that. But I was making a joke about it, and I have a sense of humor, and I thought it was funny. And I thought it was a little strange that you got that upset and responded in the way you did, calling me a word that I don't usually use on or off the air, but calling me that was a little strange. So that's addressing that issue. I don't remember the tweet where you're saying that you called a woman a whore. I don't remember that. I would think I maybe was referring to the video of 2 weeks ago when a woman, which is something, by the way, that I won't do. I'm not interested in talking about your family, and I'm sure you're not interested in talking about my family. But she had mentioned your wife, and I'm not going to get into that. And that's a video that kind of went viral and exploded. I don't remember the exact terminology that I used in describing that.
You told a caller that I called her a whore, which was just not true.
A caller that called into my show?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, in that specific video, I don't think you used that terminology. Then it's quite possible if I did say that. I don't remember saying that.
Also, I don't know where the pearl clutching is coming from. Andrew Wilson, even if he didn't call a woman a whore, I think he told Enemy Charlie or whatever her name is that she licks sniz. Like, because what was it? Enemy Charlie was like, your wife has 3 baby daddies. And he was like, yeah, well, you lick sniz. Like, let's just say that it's not exactly, it's not a respectful thing to tell a woman that you lick sniz.
But if a caller called in, I'm on the air 10 hours a week. Sometimes I would imagine I could mischaracterize things, but I do think that you were extremely triggered. I think even you would agree with that in that specific video. So you made a lot of judgments in about 5 or 6 minutes about me, about what I'm going to say. You brought up Kamala Harris, which to me has absolutely nothing to do with what we're talking about, which is Donald Trump. In this specific situation, his character, his flaws. Yeah, I am going to bring up the Epstein files, but I would ask you this question. Can you give me one logical reason why they have put Maxwell in a Club Med facility, allowed her a puppy, and have given her preferential treatment at the hands of the Donald Trump administration? Can you give me one logical explanation and reasoning behind they did that? Can you also explain to me
Hang on,
why?
one point at a time, Brian.
Okay, why would they do that?
So we're ceding the opening statement time. Let's just get straight into back and forth.
Okay.
Why would they do that, Andrew?
Yeah, so a good logical reason for this would be that they want to get more information out of her as to what's going on between these various cases. That could be one logical reason. Another reason, which is likely a good reason, is that she's going to cut a deal for names. That's another possible reason. So there are logical reasons why this is, but what you can't do, Brian, is you can't take an absence of evidence and then based on an absence of evidence, just fill in the blanks. That's not
Here's
evidence
some
at all. That's
here's
just
some evidence.
speculation. Hang on,
Here's
Brian. Hang on, Brian. Don't spurg out.
Okay.
Just let me finish.
Okay.
An absence of evidence does not make a case for you. You need to actually make an affirmative case for these things. But before we even get into that, can we start with what your ethical system is so that I understand the viewpoint you're debating from?
Sure. And then maybe we can get back to that if that's okay.
That's fine with me. Yeah.
So I believe the president of the United States, the leader of the free world, should set an example for everybody else. I believe if you're the president, you probably shouldn't be attacking POWs and Gold Star families and attacking women on looks. You shouldn't be calling journalists names, and you shouldn't be hurling out second-grade insults. I believe that the president is at a higher standard than you and me.
But this is why people argue that. And by the way, I did put on the wig real quick, so I'm going to take it off though because it's making my scalp sweat. But I started painting while we're talking. So this is why people are calling Brian Shapiro a talking points machine. This might sound great to somebody who's 80 IQ, but effectively, especially within the debate sphere, what typically happens is you go with a topic and you stick with it. So what happened with Epstein? I actually do think it's shady that Ghislaine Maxwell said, oh, well, Trump did nothing wrong. And they're like, oh, cool. You said Trump did nothing wrong. Let's move you to a nicer prison. Let's give you access to a service animal. Let's improve the conditions of your incarceration, despite the fact that you're a convicted sex trafficker of minors. I find that sketchy as hell. I'm actually very much looking forward to the Epstein files being largely released December 18th, although I think we can expect some pretty extreme redactions because allegedly the FBI just spent $1 million on overtime in order to do redactions for the Epstein files. So, regardless of whether or not Donald Trump himself is a sex trafficking, ephebophilic rapist, that actually has like nothing to do with like the ethics of the presidency. Because once again, if you had Kamala Harris, I've written down two things so far that Andrew mentioned in his opening. If you had Kamala Harris perpetuating Roe versus Wade or Hillary Clinton for that matter, if you had liberals and Democrats perpetuating the abortion status quo in reference to Roe versus Wade, then from Andrew's perspective, they legalized infanticide. They borderline culturally encourage infanticide. They say infanticide is morally neutral, when to Andrew, it's a moral horror. And so as a result, Donald Trump getting in, appointing conservative justices, ending Roe versus Wade, pushing it back to the states, letting the blue states be degenerate shitholes, but letting the red states and the right wing largely ban abortion. Most red-wing states or right-wing states and red states, I think they put in as low as a 6-week ban on abortion. And then some of them have exceptions for incest and, horrible defect and threat to the mother's life and all that kind of stuff. Some of them don't. And so effectively, like, you're going to have to overcome that. And when it comes to cutting USAID or cutting PEPFAR, and one of the things that I'm pissed off about is that apparently white babies in the United States, even if they don't have a consciousness, don't have a proto-consciousness, don't have the capacity for pain, saving them is amazing. But spending $36 per taxpayer per year in order to save hundreds of thousands, arguably millions of AIDS babies in Africa, which does give us a soft power perspective in Africa, that is laughably stupid and naive. That's like, I would say, a moral contradiction that frustrates me about the Christian nationalist, isolationist perspective. But, that's something that I'll pick later. So anyways, sorry. So anyways, Brian Shapiro, instead of rattling off 12 topics, excuse me, pick one, stick with one, fight on one.
And every regular, everyday American.
That's not an ethical system, Brian.
Okay,
That's just your opinion.
I'm giving you my opinion of what ethical standards are.
Yeah.
Not
Do you have an ethical? Do you have an ethical system, Brian?
Not taking advantage financially of your
these
position.
Are opinions, Brian.
No, it's not an opinion. No, it's not an opinion.
The ethical system, Brian.
My definition, which I am giving you, of being an ethical being. Okay? I'm sorry. What?
Yeah, somebody correct me if I'm wrong. These things are similar but not the same. And I hate to be a debate pedant after criticizing debate pedants earlier, but morality typically, like within like philosophy, moral is concerned with the principles of right or wrong and behavior of goodness or badness of human character. And so that's morality. But I think ethics oftentimes has a connotation of like broad social prescription. Ethics is the study of moral principles and the values that guide human behavior, distinguishing between right and wrong actions. It provides well-founded standards for how people ought to act, often based on rights, obligations, fairness, or virtues. Now, maybe I'm wrong, and I actually think that it would be great for Andrew to just be like, okay, well, we're talking about morality, not ethics. I think ethics, because even ethics are moral principles that govern a person's behavior or the conducting of an activity, the branch of knowledge that deals with moral principles. Ethics and morality, at least in reference to these terms, seem like pretty close synonyms. I think in philosophy, ethics has a connotation of like broad social prescription. So if you say that Donald Trump is acting in a bad way or he's individually a bad person, somebody in chat, correct me if I'm wrong, but an ethicist, somebody who studies ethics, they would say, okay, that's not an individual. That's not what we're talking about. What we're talking about is broad social prescription. Correct me in chat if I'm wrong, by the way.
Okay, I heard something in the background. I don't know what that was. My definition. You're asking me what my definition of what an ethical system is. What I am doing is I am giving you my definition of what I want ethically from the president of the United States. That's what
So
we're
your
here.
ethics are just whatever Brian thinks is ethical?
No, my ethics, I think, are what most of the population thinks are ethical, which is don't cheat on your wife, don't be, don't be a liable sexual abuser, don't steal money from your position of power, which is exactly what Donald Trump is doing. I think these are very standard things that most
But Brian, let me show you the problem. Let me show you the logical issue here. All you're giving me, you're just reiterating for me the things Brian thinks bad. I get that. Brian doesn't like these things. You're not actually giving me an ethical system from which you're making these judgments. So for me, I'm using Christian ethics. That's informing my ethical judgments. Hang on. That's how I'm able to come to these views. You have some kind of ethical system which allows you to come to these views. What is it?
I would say very basic stuff that you would read actually in the Bible. Don't steal.
So the Bible is your ethical system?
Well, I'm doing it so hopefully you can understand where I'm coming from here. This is very basic stuff, and I'm shocked that
is the Bible your ethical system or isn't it?
I'm not a religious person, Andrew. You are.
What is your ethical system, Brian?
I'm telling you, it's very, very basic.
What?
No. Sorry, libs. I think Brian Shapiro is just going to be a punching bag in the debate scene. No offense. And this is the problem because Andrew's asking a pointed question. Okay. And the pointed question is, what is your ethical system? Now, a lot of people don't have ethical systems. It's all vibes based. They're a product of history. They're a product of their culture. They're a product of their families. They're a product of whatever religious or non-religious upbringing they have. They have like a soup of ethical and moral prescriptions that they do. And what's so funny, I was talking to Corbin Sales about this the other day, or Corbin Joseph, excuse me. Corbin Joseph, we were having like a little mini debate while we were having lunch. And he was like, yeah, I'm an emotivist. So ultimately, whatever I think is good or bad based on my individual perspective. And I think that effectively most people are emotivists. And I'm like, okay, that's fine. Because I do think most people, like, as a matter of fact, let me just go ahead and make sure that I understand emotivism correctly. Because emotivism, I think, is actually just it's a fancy word to say vibes. Emotivism is a meta-ethical theory that argues that moral judgments are not objective statements of fact, but rather expressions of a person's emotions, often with the goal of influencing others. Sure. So it's kind of just saying like, oh, well, I just feel that way subjectively, so I want you to agree with me. But at the same time, you should probably try to root down your ideas logically You should probably try to root them in philosophy, try to root them in Christianity, try to root them in secular humanism, try to root them in liberalism, try to root them in progressivism, try to root them in conservatism, try to root them in Burkean conservatism. Like, you should have some higher ideology that you subscribe to. Otherwise, you're effectively like a child throwing a tantrum in a debate. And that's where Andrew's saying, I root my world in Christian ethics, and Brian Shapiro being asked directly, how do you root your worldview? And he says, well, I'm rootless. That's not a great answer. Although him saying he's an emotivist would be fucking hilarious, actually. All right, let's continue. I'm still drawing. So let's continue for now. Quick shill, like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. My parasocial love you. Thank you for being here.
And a lot of the stuff you would probably read in the Bible. Don't cheat. Don't steal. These are very basic things of anybody, let alone the president of the United
Brian,
States.
those are things you think bad. I'm asking for what makes them bad, other than Brian thinks they're bad.
Too, right?
Yeah,
you've
already rejected biblical ethics and Christian ethics. You already said you don't believe those things. So Brian, what does Brian use to make value assessment, ethical judgments? What is your ethical system?
So I didn't say that. There are some things in the Bible that I do believe. I didn't say that I disagree with everything that's
based on what, though? Based on what? What is the ethical system you're using, bro? What is it?
I'm confused that here I am telling you, because this debate is not about my definition of what my ethics system is.
It's literally about ethics.
Hold on. It's about Donald Trump, why you support him, why I don't, where we disagree. We can talk about ethics. That's fine. I don't think Donald Trump has them. And you could say you disagree with me based on your religion. That's fine.
The debate's literally on ethics, Brian. It's on the ethics of supporting the president of the United States. I need to know what your ethical system is. What is your ethical system?
And I'm giving it to you. And I'm giving you a basic standard of what I expect from somebody that would have basic ethics. That's the president of the United States, which is, as you interrupted me earlier, don't cheat, don't steal, don't lie. Those are the things that Donald Trump has done, and some of those things he continues to do every day. I can't spell it out.
Brian, what I'm asking isn't about what you think that Trump is doing that's bad. I understand you believe Trump is doing bad things. I understand that. My question is, what are you grounding these ethics in? What's the system you ground it in? So, for instance, I'm guessing you believe murder is bad, right?
Well, yeah, the system.
So there has to be, but you have a reason. You have a reason why you think murder is bad. Yeah. What is the reason for that? What is the reasons?
Well, you're talking about breaking the law. That's very different than some of the things that I'm referring to. We could also talk about breaking the law.
Even if murder was lawful, wouldn't you still be against it?
I'm against any innocent person being hurt in any way, shape, or form. That's the way I was
so there's an ethical system here. What is the ethical system?
So if you want to really break it down to my ethical system, which is a little bizarre, but we can go there.
Why is that bizarre? We're having a debate on the ethics of Donald Trump.
Right. And I want to give you specific examples of why I don't believe he's a very ethically sound person.
Okay. But then that's where the broad social prescription stuff kind of applies. I'm going to pull up the paint real quick and just run over this. So what Andrew Wilson has said so far, which I think is interesting, is that Trump, through appointing the justices in the Trump first term, ended infanticide in red states, which is a great moral justice, and saved hundreds of thousands of innocent lives, probably per year, in red states. Now, abortion has jumped up within the past 5 years, effectively doubling, which is kind of crazy. But if you actually look at the stats, it looks like abortion in the 1990s like peaked, then it fell off of a cliff, and then it just jumped up a little bit again. And that kind of correlated with the violence wave as well from COVID in 2020. So I actually have no idea what's going on with abortion. But from a moral perspective, from a Christian ethicist perspective, this is a raw, pure win. From their perspective, they ended infanticide. Now, Trump, through focusing on the border, has reestablished U.S. sovereignty and prevented degenerate masses from swarming the U.S. and degrading what Americans have enjoyed in previous ages. What I would say is that, obviously, Mexicans, South Americans, Central Americans are typically socially conservative. They're typically Christian. They're typically hardworking. They're typically this. They're typically that. But you have to understand from a national conservative perspective, they are teeming, swarthy, thieving masses that disrupt social cohesion, cause rape, murder, drugs, disease, this, that, the other. So while I perceive Mexicans, because I'm a Mexophile, I'm a philo Mexicano. While I view Mexicans as 99% hardworking, honest, decent human beings, some people view them as swarthy, degenerate masses. And they'll actually point to their countries of origin because oftentimes their countries of origin are failed states. They'll point to that as evidence that they're swarthy, degenerate masses. Also, liberals and progressives are typically more accepting of Middle Eastern and North African immigration, like Muslims. And Muslims are a direct competitor to Christians. So I would view that as if a Christian nationalist was hostile to Muslim immigration into the United States, I mean, shit, I think they just say as much on Twitter right now. I think that Donald Trump and his weird ghoul-faced monster, Laura Loomer, and several other people, they just say, oh yeah, Muslims are bad and they're going to destroy us all. And we need to stop importing them into the United States because they're effectively enemies of the United States who are not capable of being integrated into our social project. So I would actually say that's another thing that Donald Trump did that a Christian worldview would say is good. Trump is hostile to Muslim immigration and promotes Christian nationalism on the home front, which is good for Christians. Now, I think it's taking God's name in vain. I think that Christian nationalism is actually quite perverted and perverse, but we would have to have like a theological discussion rather than what a Christian ethicist would believe. Now, that's just the Christian side of the ticket. I'm going to argue from the liberal side of the ticket a little bit just to show you how liberals perceive it, because I think this is the way that I perceive it as well. I understand the Christian nationalist side, but I think because I'm a deist, because I'm a secular person, I understand the liberal one a little bit more. Donald Trump has mismanaged COVID, leading to unnecessary death, probably hundreds of thousands. Donald Trump tried to overthrow the republic through the fake elector scheme. That alone is like disqualifying. Donald Trump lied about election fraud and has failed to prove it either in court or out of court, which reinforces that he tried to overthrow the Republic of the United States. Donald Trump repealed Roe versus Wade, killing women immorally in red states. We could fight about this, but from a liberal perspective, I think this is true. Abortion limitations reinforce patriarchal control of women. We can argue whether or not patriarchy is good, but we can argue from a liberal standpoint that believes in maximal human freedom, and a feminist standpoint, equality of the sexes, that they would view this as bad. Donald Trump, excuse me, through Doge, has disrupted institutions, canceled cancer research, canceled PEPFAR and USAID, leading to millions of unnecessary deaths. So far, hundreds of thousands of deaths are estimated at current time. We'll see if over the next 4 or 5 years it results in millions of unnecessary deaths. Donald Trump backstabbed Ukraine, leading to thousands of unnecessary deaths. So all of this death, destruction, disruption, and all this kind of shit, this is why if Mr. Shapiro was smart enough to say, well, I'm an independent, but I'm a secular humanist, so I root my morality in some Christian precepts, but realistically, I think I advocate for the human species. I advocate for the human race, and I want dignity and quality of life and virtue and all that kind of. He could just say that, and then all of these arguments that I just brought up, even if you eliminate arguments about Donald Trump the man, you can argue about how Trump has been bad for society from a secular lens. So, anyways, let me go ahead and pull it back up, and let's continue with Mr. Shapiro.
I don't understand why you need a definition.
Because
but
you would have to compare why he's not an ethical person with
I was raised
with the grounding belief of what is an ethical. So, for instance, if you say, Andrew, Jesus wouldn't like Donald Trump because A, B, C, and D.
Sure.
Right. I'm deriving my ethical system from Christian ethics. So that's why you can make that criticism, right? I have no fucking idea what you're deriving your ethical system from, though. So can you please, is it just your preferences, like things that you think are bad because they're bad?
The way that I was raised, my family, the way I was taught on what's wrong and what's right, the way I was taught at a very young age to not judge people based on their skin color or sexuality, to treat people the way that you want to be treated.
So your whole ethical system is just Brian's preferences.
I don't think it's just Brian's preferences.
Well,
I would
then
like,
whose other
Well,
preferences are you
I would-
basing it on?
I would like to believe that most people in society, more than 50%, would agree that it's not an ethically standard good thing to do to say and do the things that Donald Trump does on a regular basis. Now,
Okay, so you believe that ethics are derived from the majority.
Not necessarily. I think everybody's different. I think everyone's raised differently. I think everybody comes from a different background, different religion.
So
But
which ethical system? Well, which ethical system are you using then, other than Brian's own ethics? If they don't come from the majority, and they're not, hang on. Let me ask the question. If they don't come from the majority,
Yeah. See, Reggae, I would view as a feminist extremist, by the way. Reggae says men should never get to make choices about decisions of any part of our bodies. The end. Until you have a chance to be pregnant, you don't get a fucking say. Yeah, we do. Yeah, we do. We are a competitive but also a collaborative species. You share political power with men. Men are concerned with the moral considerations of children inside the womb, of fetuses inside the womb. And while there might not be a hard line that you can say, this is a human being worthy of consideration, because I think we all agree that a baby is a creature worthy of moral consideration, right? Legal and moral consideration. Like an infant on the table after it's delivered is worthy of moral and spiritual and legal consideration. So if a baby that's on the table after it's been delivered is worthy of moral consideration, there has to be a line somewhere between the fertilized egg and the baby on the table that it becomes a proto-human worthy of moral and legal consideration. So Reggae, I hate to say it, but you are one of the pro-choice extremists I was discussing earlier.
they don't come from other people. They
So
come from you. How do you make these value judgments? What's the system that you're using to say thing bad, other than because just Brian thinks thing bad?
For argument's sake, so that we could move the conversation.
Real quick, just because this is an important conversation whenever I'm discussing these problems. Asher Genesia says, out of curiosity, where would you have the limit on USAID to Africa? Surely, if we had given more in the past, we could have saved more Africans. Does that mean our selfishness led to their deaths? No. And I've made this point before. I understand that it's frustrating for some people to hear, but I think it's descriptively accurate. I don't care if the United States provides funding. God, my fucking camera. Stay over here, you dumbass. All right, sorry. I don't care if we provide soft power aid to Africa. I don't care. We should serve our national interest. So if we decide that the gold and the lithium and the silica and all that kind of stuff, if we decide that the juice isn't worth the squeeze, we could totally withdraw from Africa, and I wouldn't view that as a moral horror. What I do view as a moral horror is we were providing $6.5 billion to a program called PEPFAR that is credited with saving 25 million human lives over the past few decades. And what we did is, instead of like slowly tapering off the program and handing it off to Africa or handing it off to Europe or handing it off to Asia, what we did is we just cut the program. We just said, oh, you got AIDS? Tough shit. Good luck. We said, oh, you have HIV and you're about to have a kid? Tough shit. Good luck. Right? So what I would do, what I think would be moral and ethical and ideal, would be, let's say Donald Trump actually did think it was a high legislative or executive priority in order to end the PEPFAR program and save that money and put it someplace else, spend it on Americans, as they oftentimes say, then I would say, Donald Trump knows that he's in power for the next 4 years, right? So say we are tapering off the PEPFAR program. Africa and Europe has the next 4 years to start up their own program. We will turn over our logistics network, our employees, our whoever or whatever, to anybody else who is willing to fund this program. And then you would find willing partners, private and public, in order to take over PEPFAR, so you did not cause unnecessary death in the world's most vulnerable population. So Asher, I know that took me a minute to answer, but the problem is not whether or not we help Africans. I don't give a shit if we help Africans. I just want to not cause unnecessary suffering and death. That's it. Let's go.
along because we've now been talking about this for 15 minutes. I will make
that
it easy
matters.
for you. No, the thing that matters is Donald Trump's behavior and how you defend it, and we'll get into it. I will make it very easy for you, Andrew.
Okay.
This is me. You're talking to Brian Shapiro.
Mhm.
Okay. I have certain standards in a certain way that I vote. I'm sure some people agree with me. Some people disagree with me. I would imagine you disagree. I vote, number one, not on policy, on the human being. Are they a decent human
Hey, Beef Supreme. Fuck you. How's that for too many words?
being? By my standards, I'll make it easier for you. I don't want to support somebody who is a bad human being. By my definition, I won't
Okay.
use anybody else's definition.
So your ethics come from you. You're the ultimate arbiter of what is ethical.
I'm not. That's my opinion. Okay, and what I
Well,
think.
then what is the system for ethics here? So if you say all of these things are bad because I think all of them are bad, I can accept that. You saying you're the ultimate arbiter of what is ethical, I can at least accept that. But if you're trying to make an appeal to something else,
Mhm.
and that's what your ethics are grounded
I'm
in,
not
then I
trying to
need
make
to
an
know
appeal.
that.
I'm not trying to make an appeal to something
Then
else.
you are the ultimate arbiter of what is ethical, right?
And if that makes it sufficient for you, Andrew, to continue this conversation, then I'm fine with that. This
Okay,
is
so
me.
do you agree that you're the ultimate arbiter of what's ethical?
These are my opinions on what I think are ethical. You might think
So sorry. I think you guys are dumb as fuck. Okay. Beef Supreme and who is it? Somebody else. Beef and Officer Nasty. You're like, I took 4 years of English at the college level, and we read Wittgenstein, and my professor said that actually the lay understanding of language is the correct one. No. Okay. No. And by the way, I did excellent in English. I understand all kinds of words. Okay. Pusillanimous, for example. You can say that that is most correct because the most amount of the population uses words this way. But if we operated off of that, our society would collapse. There are so many different siloed sectors of knowledge. We could talk about developing malt, developing yeast, developing bread. We could talk about cooking. We could talk about cleaning. We could talk about chemicals. We could talk about any specialized industry within the United States has siloed language, okay, involving technical experts who are aware of what is most accurate within their field. Because if they fuck up something through communication, it could have dire effects on supply chains. It could kill people. It could fuck up the economy. It could do all sorts of disastrous shit. So simply coming in here and saying, I have an English degree, and my professor says that the lay usage of words is the most appropriate. Go fuck yourself. How about that? How about that? And I think you know what I'm saying, both in technical parlance and in lay parlance. In lay parlance, by telling you to go fuck yourself, even though this is a family show, obviously. What I'm saying is, I do not like your opinion. I disregard it. I reject it. And you can take your opinion and you can metaphorically shove it up your ass. That's what I'm saying in a lay understanding. In a technical saying, I'm saying that you can take your wiener and then you can try to shove it into your own butthole. So whichever interpretation you want to go with it.
cheating on a wife and having sex with a porn star 2 weeks after Melania has a baby, there's nothing wrong with that. I think that's
That's
unethical.
not my question, though. We can
Okay,
get to
but I
those
understand.
things. I'm
But-
just asking you, is Brian Shapiro, when you make an ethics claim,
Grassroots 20 says, I don't know. I've been holding this mollusk at gunpoint for a while. Now he seems like he's starting to break. His name is Dale. Based.
it's based solely on Brian Shapiro's opinion. And because it's based on your opinion, that is what is ethical.
I think it's based on a lot of things. And like I said, I am not a religious person. I don't live
I
my
know.
life.
So then your
But-
morality, your
but-
subjective morality comes from your own personal preferences, right?
Okay, but there
But-
are a lot of things that I do believe in that are wrong, that are stated as wrong in the Bible.
You believe. So you
I'm just-
again,
lot of
are the ultimate
Bellrunner says I'm racist against Mon Calamari. And how, dude? I am so racist against the calamari. It's so true.
Arbiter of what is moral or is
A
not
lot of-
moral.
A lot of my beliefs
hmm
are maybe not the same as your beliefs or others. I'm not.
Are you guys good with fast forwarding a little bit? I think we understand what's going on, and it gets a little boring after a while, so I'm going to move it on. I'm going to fast forward 10 minutes and see what's up. What's going on from a summary perspective is Andrew Wilson is approaching this conversation from a Christian ethical viewpoint. He's studied Christian ethics. He feels like he's pretty good on it, both rhetorically, principally, philosophically, etc. We can come up with points of hypocrisy that we want to attack Andrew on, but who gives a shit? That's not even necessarily relevant to this specific conversation. And there's plenty of reasons in which you could morally impugn Donald Trump from a Christian perspective. But he's going to say, well, I don't care about the individual morality. I care about his effect on society, and ending infanticide in the United States is so powerful that all these other things are comparatively small potatoes. Like, he doesn't care that Donald Trump cheated on his wife on an individual level because he still ended infanticide in the United States from his perspective. Now, what he's asking Brian Shapiro to do is to root his beliefs into some kind of overarching moral system so it's predictable in a conversation. And so Brian could say, I'm a centrist secular humanist. I try to evaluate morality off of my own opinions. However, I also try to root it in understanding of like human dignity and virtue along secular human lines. And Andrew could say, that's lame, but he can't say that Brian Shapiro's beliefs aren't rooted. So if they're going to loop on that, I don't really care. It's not that interesting of a conversation. Realistically, the reason why I wanted to review this debate is because I wanted to see them talk about Ashley Babbitt. That's what I really wanted to see, because Ashley Babbitt, for those of you who don't know, was an Air Force veteran who believed Donald Trump when he said that the election was stolen. She helped storm the Capitol. She went through a broken window and got shot and killed by a cop. So I would like to see Brian Shapiro call her a piece of garbage. I would like to see Andrew Wilson try to defend Ashley Babbitt.
Andrew, hang on. Andrew, this isn't Pierce Morgan. Hang on a second. Okay.
Go ahead.
My question had nothing to do with abortion. It was a statement that Donald Trump made. You could either say, I don't have a problem with it, or I do. Then we can talk about the abortion issue.
Ryan, I'm granting all criticisms of Trump that you say are true. I'm granting it, literally granting it for the purpose of the argument. If that's the case, though, and you're saying that it's unethical for me to support his presidency, then he would need to give me a compelling reason past 600,000 aborted fetuses a year, which are human beings. You would have to actually...
There you go.
Hang on, Brian, stop, Brian. Listen. You would actually have to give me a compelling reason that is an overage of that to then make the claim that it would be unethical for me to support his presidency over the alternative. Can you name one of those things or not?
So, first of all, your definition of killing is very different than my definition of killing.
Reggae Cam says, why are men speaking on women's issues? Women should be the only ones that get an input, period. No, you're wrong, Reggae. Sorry. 99% of armed conflict is done by men. Do you not get a vote on war? Not like 96% of workplace fatalities are men. Do you not have broad political say over various industries within the United States? Your appeal to like authority, it doesn't work. It doesn't work. It's quite silly.
Killing. Your opinions on abortion are very different.
That's why I was trying to clarify our ethical systems in the beginning. You remember that?
There are over 60% of people in this country that have been polled, Republicans and Democrats, that think that abortion should be legal across the board.
Yeah,
now,
but you're just appealing to the majority again.
I'm talking about me. My definition of a kill is different than your definition of a kill. For example,
Jesus,
if a 13-year-old girl is raped and her family decide that they do not want to have that baby, I do not consider that abortion to be murder. Now, in most states in this country, abortion is legal. There are some states where it is not. There are a few states where abortion, no exceptions. My definition is different than yours. We can get back to the abortion issue, but going back to and by the way, if you want to talk about your definition of 600,000 kills, well, I could tell you this, Andrew, 20 million people are going to lose their health care coverage, Medicaid. Many of those people rely on that healthcare coverage because they cannot afford healthcare.
Are 600,000 of them going to die, Brian?
Let me finish, Andrew.
Okay, go ahead.
I can tell you that because of Donald Trump's failures during COVID, he is partially responsible for millions of people that died. He did not take the virus seriously. He turned his COVID press conference.
Only 1.1 million people died in the United States, but I appreciate Brian's enthusiasm.
Conferences into campaign rallies. He talked about injecting yourself with disinfectant. A lot of people died, Andrew. And I'm not saying every single person died of COVID because of Donald Trump, but I can tell you a lot of people did die because Donald Trump and many of his stupid supporters did not take the virus seriously. They still don't. I almost died from the virus. And as I was in the ICU for 2 weeks and I almost died of COVID, I had to listen to people on the right talk about how this was a hoax, that it was fake. It wasn't real.
This has nothing to do with any points that are being made, Brian.
It does, because you're talking about people that are being murdered. I would imagine the unborn. Again, my definition of a kill when it comes to abortion is very different than what your definition.
What is it?
Yeah, what is it? That'd be great.
Here's the difference between you and me.
What is the definition then of murder for you?
Especially when it comes to this issue.
Okay.
I don't tell people what to do. I don't want to tell people what to do. If you, Andrew, want to have 100 kids, I wouldn't recommend it, but you're welcome to have 100 kids. I'm not going to tell a woman that she cannot have an abortion. It is a fundamental difference. Now, late-term abortion.
Are you going to tell a serial killer that they can't be serial killers, Brian?
You are comparing, which is beyond asinine with all due respect, a serial killer going out there and killing people in society to abortion. My definition
we consider it murder. My ethical system considers it murder, Brian.
Okay, well, I don't care what your ethical system says.
Yeah, right, but we're having a debate.
Well, you should. That's why we're here to debate it.
Debate on ethics, Brian. We're having a debate on ethics.
We're having a debate on why you support Donald Trump and I don't.
What's the title?
Hasbar. But I just want to point this out as an example early in the conversation, because you're saying that if Enemy Charlie, just to bring this back real quick, we were talking earlier about how Enemy Charlie brought up Andrew Wilson's wife and said, well, I think you're a hypocrite because your wife is a hoe because she has 3 baby daddies. And Andrew kind of freaked out and says, oh, you look sniz, you're a DYKE, you're this, you're that. And he got pretty insulting and pretty invective. It's not whether or not it's predictable. It's absolutely predictable. But Hasbar, you're kind of saying like, okay, well, you're either an adult or you're not. You can throw elbows or you can't. And I agree with you there. However, I would say that earlier in the conversation, one of the things that I thought was quite abrasive of Andrew was they were talking about COVID and Enemy Charlie was saying, oh, well, I have immunocompromised family members, which is why I'm passionate about the topic. And then Andrew Wilson was like, oh, well, are they like fat? Are they disabled? You know, is that why they died or they were at risk of dying was because they were like fat, disabled, layabout pieces of garbage? Now, maybe that's not exact verbiage, but that was very clearly the implication. So if we can expect that Andrew Wilson would get predictably emotional and defensive about his wife if somebody criticized her morality and accused him of hypocrisy, then I think that Andrew Wilson should be able to predict that people might get upset, maybe even use invective against him if he calls their family members that were at risk of dying from COVID disabled layabout arslers, right? We can predict that. Now, you could jump back to the argument of, well, if you're going to debate, then you need to be ready to throw elbows. And I agree with that in principle. Now, going over here, though, yeah, it was disrespectful, but up to the point you had to be respectful and match tone. I think I just addressed that. Beef Supreme says, in church, when the priest would talk about being Christian only in name, I'm convinced he was talking about Andrew. He might believe. He might believe. I would have to talk to him about the Trinity. We actually haven't talked about the Trinity yet. Grassroots gifted 10 Valor Media Network memberships. Thank you for the Oil King. Remember, like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. I'm Parasocial, love you, and thank you for being here.
Of the debate.
Okay, I didn't put the title in. Your producer or moderator did. I didn't make the title of this. In fact, when
we did actually say that the topic of the debate is it ethical to support Donald Trump? So this is why Andrew's trying to hone in on the ethical system, but he did grant it and say that, Brian, your ethical system is like a preference-based ethical system, and then he granted the things you said, so you guys can move on with the different claims.
I would like to do that, but Andrew,
you're muted, I think.
Andrew still didn't answer my very basic debating 101 question. He pivoted to abortion. I asked him, are you, a very basic question that I think anybody would answer, no matter what your answer is, when Donald Trump attacked the service of John McCain. And by the way, I'm not a Ron DeSantis fan. I'm not a J.D. Vance fan. But one
No offense, bro, but I think Brian Shapiro suffers from the same thing that I think a lot of people in media suffer from. This guy's got like a 95 IQ, so he appeals to people with 95 IQ to 80 IQ, which is most of the population. Listen, man, you don't have to caveat all of what you're going to say with, I don't like Ron DeSantis. Just ask the question. The question is, do you think that it was great when Donald Trump attacked John McCain, a war hero to the United States? And by the way, Andrew Wilson might just say, yeah, I think John McCain's a warmonger. I think John McCain is evil. I think John McCain couldn't find a war that he didn't want to engage in. And just because John McCain endured tough things in his service to the military doesn't mean that he should be willing and able to volunteer other Americans to die overseas for wars that don't have any point. So just ask the question. Let him answer it. And if he doesn't answer it, I have no problems with you pressing him on it, but you don't have to caveat your question. Just ask it.
One thing I would never do is crap on their military service, which I respect very much. Donald Trump said he didn't respect John McCain because he was captured. This question has nothing to do with abortion. Are you okay with that? And are you comfortable supporting a man who attacks a POW because he was captured? That question has nothing to do with abortion. I don't care what your system comes.
And what Andrew could say is, yeah, I think that's bad, but on the whole, he ended 500,000 to 600,000 abortion deaths per year. And by the way, like we don't have to agree that this is like accurate. So for instance, I've had some people in chat say, oh, well, actually, the abortions didn't decrease statistically. All they did was they moved to blue states. So people in blue states actually got looser abortion regulation once Roe versus Wade happened, which might be responsible for a partial uptick. And then red state people, they just went to blue states for abortions. So we've actually seen a statistical increase in abortion rather than a decrease. But you have to understand, like, from Andrew's perspective, this would be like banning murder, right? So even if there was a slight increase to the murder rate, you would still credit somebody who legislated banning murder with the attempt to end murder, even if statistically they didn't.
From her, quite frankly, I don't care what your religion is. This is Andrew Wilson versus Brian Shapiro, my opinions versus yours. I'm not okay with anybody, let alone somebody who's running for president of the United States, crapping on somebody's military service and saying you don't respect somebody because they were captured. Oh, yeah, by the way, Donald Trump dodged the military multiple times.
All right, hold on a second. I think Andrew's microphone's having trouble.
I think we're good. You guys can hear me okay.
Yep,
so,
yes.
Brian,
yes.
Do you understand what granting a position means in a debate?
I absolutely do, and I'm not going to be talking.
Nice. Weld says, I want to report that here at week 10 of the 12-week course, I'm officially releasing 17 of my 20 students as newly certified welders into the world. Grill Shala. Very based, King. Very based.
Down to.
So if I'm granting. So
Okay,
if I'm
hold on,
granting,
hold on.
no, Brian, shut up.
Hold on, Brian, you just did a monologue for a while.
Stop
so-
spurging,
You
Brian.
asked me a question.
Brian,
right?
stop spurging, Brian.
You asked
Listen
me
to
a
what-
question.
Stop
Did you-
spurging,
was that
Brian.
rhetorical?
Stop spurging, Brian.
Then don't ask me questions.
Brian, stop spurging out.
Then
Just
don't ask me a
listen,
question.
just listen to what I'm saying to you. You already answered the question. So the thing is like, if it is the case that I'm granting the position, what I would need from you is why it would actually be unethical if I give you this thing, which is the paramount to my ethical system. In this case, it would be abortion, 600,000 lives per year. Even if I granted the COVID thing, let's say that Trump killed 1 million people due to mishandling of COVID-19. Over the long term, there's still going to be way more aborted babies than any death toll Trump had during COVID.
You
So
said
if it's the
600,000.
case, if it's the case, you have to tell me again, Brian, what could possibly trump that for a Christian? What could trump that when I have a choice between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump? She's going to expand these rights for abortion, enshrine them into law,
Yep.
right? Thus killing way more, from my worldview, people, human beings. What would ever trump that? Why would I have voted for her in?
I'm gonna draw this real quick because I don't think that Brian is gonna be able to contend with the argument. And I'm just gonna say, like this is actually a really simple argument, and Brian should be able to deal with it. Let's just say that this is like the scales of justice. Okay. This is the scale of justice. It should be more robust than what I'm going to draw. But what Andrew is saying is down here within the scale of justice is 600,000 saved kids that would have died. And I don't even know if that stat's like accurate, by the way. I don't, that this will outweigh whatever Brian is arguing almost no matter what, unless Brian comes up with a new regiment, like a new argument for why you should tolerate these aborted children. Okay. And I think I could, I don't think I would convince Andrew, but if I said 600,000, let's just grant him the stats. Okay. 600,000 aborted fetuses, which Andrew believes is infanticide. Okay. I'm not saying that's true. I'm saying that that's what Andrew believes is in his moral, ethical calculus. All right. Over here, I think we could argue millions of dead Africans, I'll just say thousands of dead Ukrainians. What else? Cancer or cut cancer research. And maybe Trump is a rapist on a personal level. Okay. So I would try to appeal to the millions of dead Africans, the thousands of dead Ukrainians, the cut cancer research that could kill thousands or tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of people. But infanticide, and by the way, I'm not saying all abortion is infanticide. I'm just saying that from Andrew's perspective, it's infanticide. Infanticide is so visceral. Think about it. Think about it for a second from a Christian perspective, okay? They're not thinking about a clump of cells. They're not thinking about a fertilized egg. What they're thinking of is a 23-week-old viable fetus that, if ejected from the mother, has a chance of surviving. And yet, in some states in the United States, even if it's statistically rare, it is legal for a doctor to enter a woman's uterus or vagina, enter the uterus through the vagina, and then chop that fetus up and withdraw the body parts, effectively killing a viable fetus. Okay? That's what they're thinking. So when you think about how visceral and fucked up that is, to take a proto-consciousness that is capable of feeling pain and slice it up and dice it up and then eject it from the uterus and the vagina, now, is that happening all 600,000 times? No, probably 90%, 95%, maybe even 98% are clumps of cells or fertilized eggs. But does the lateral case happen? Yes, absolutely. And what I would say is, what is it, like 18 weeks? 18 weeks is the development of the central nervous system. That's why I set my proto-consciousness capacity for pain limit at 18 weeks. I think before 18 weeks, it's a moral issue. We should discourage it, but ultimately it is the woman's choice. Once you have proto-consciousness and or the capacity for pain, I think it becomes a legal issue, and we should prohibit that unless there's exceptions like rape, incest, horrible genetic defect, health issues, life of the mother, all those exceptions, right? But this is the argument that Andrew is saying Brian Shapiro is failing to overcome. Let's put Andrew Wilson overcome this argument for why Trump is good on the whole. That's a long title, but I think you guys at least will conceptually understand it.
Instead, why? Can you tell me that or not?
Sure. A lot of different reasons why.
Okay,
I can
why?
go into this and why I think Kamala Harris would have been a far better candidate. First of all, I don't believe we would have been headed towards a recession. I don't believe we would have had to deal with the tariffs. I don't believe Kamala Harris would have rolled
Would
out.
she have expanded abortion rights,
hold on a
Brian?
second.
As a national conservative, he doesn't care about any of those things.
Andrew, it's my turn now,
Would
right?
she have expanded abortion rights?
Andrew, smoke a cigarette.
Can you
calm
answer the
down.
question? Would she have expanded
Andrew?
abortion rights?
Andrew, you don't get to just ask a question.
Would she have expanded abortion rights, Brian?
Okay, so Andrew, you're supposed to be the master debater. That means let me.
I just want you to answer one
Guys,
question.
if we keep on going back and forth like this, we're going to need to do a cross examination. So maybe
Yes.
20 minutes each. Do you guys want to do that? 20 minutes
No,
each of cross examination, or do you want to just answer each other's questions?
I would like to finish answering Andrew's question before he asks me another one. He asked me about Kamala Harris, right, Andrew? You asked me why should I have voted for her over Donald Trump?
No, that's not what I asked you.
He asked you why from his perspective.
Listen very closely to what I asked you so that you understand what I'm saying to you. From my Christian worldview, abortion is murder. It doesn't matter what you think, Brian. It matters in this case what I think. That's my worldview. That's my interpretation of the world. Okay, that's my ethical system. Yours is based on whatever Brian thinks, right? So it's just as valid for me, I guess, to say whatever Andrew thinks.
Sure, fine.
I consider each of these things. I consider each abortion a murder. I consider each abortion a murder. So if that's the case, there's 600,000 murders per year going on inside of this nation. Trump moved to overturn Roe v. Wade, thus moving the goal to cancel the idea of women being able to have abortions. Kamala Harris was going to expand this and enshrine it, meaning that over the long term, over many, many, many years, Kamala Harris, from my worldview, would have killed a drastically higher amount of people than anything you could ever pin on Trump, including COVID. If that's the case, what would be the compelling reason over that from a Christian worldview for why I should have voted?
Josh the Boss says, is an ethics system mandatory? Like, if I have a group of rules to live by that doesn't fall into a neat category, should I be taken less seriously? No, you shouldn't. And that's, I think it's a rhetorical flourish from Andrew Wilson and the Crucible crew that since they typically subscribe to Christian nationalism, Christian morality, all that kind of stuff, they say, oh, well, I have a coherent, codifiable, permanent, semi-objective morality that is rooted in God and the Bible. And since you are a rootless heathen, all you're ultimately arguing is your individual preferences. Well, that itself is a meta-ethical system, as I Googled earlier, emotivism. So emotivism actually says that, moral choices, ethical principles, while we try to root them in logic as a species, ultimately they boil down to preference. And even preferring Christian ethics to arbitrary secular humanist preferences are still a preference in and of themselves. But that's where you're kind of getting into the meta-ethical conversation with Andrew, where instead of talking about the topic, you talk about medical ethical systems. But if you want to move him off of that line of argumentation, which is effectively a dialogue tree, all you got to say is like, yeah, sure, I'm an emotivist. Like I believe what I believe because I feel like it. However, I also think that I can post hoc rationalize what I feel about it in humanist and secular and even biblical principles that most people subscribe to. Now, while I don't think that the masses should dictate morality, I think that what I believe is not that different from what most people believe. And then boom, you can move into the beliefs instead of arguing about a meta-ethical framework. So sorry, Josh, I might have taken a while to answer you, but no, having a meta-ethical framework is not required to debate things.
For a woman who would expand that? That's my question.
So if it's going back to the abortion issue, which obviously we disagree upon, and you move the goalpost, as I said,
Correct, Emmanuel. That you actually said what I just said 10 seconds after I said it. Or, probably you said it 20 minutes ago. But yes, you are correct.
Millions of people died of COVID. And I think in part because of Donald Trump's lack of leadership during COVID. And your response to that was, well, more people would have died in the future from abortions. And you used the term murder. I fundamentally disagree with you on that issue. We've established that, Andrew. I disagree. I don't think abortion is murder. You do. And I don't care.
Can you just steel man my position so I know you know it? What is my position here?
Okay,
what's
Andrew Wilson versus a murder enthusiast? Indeed. I'm going to fast forward another 10 minutes because once again, I'm hoping to, we've been going for 2 hours and change. So I'm probably only going to hang out with this content for a little bit longer before I start moving into the Yale debates. But realistically, I was hoping to bump into the Ashley Babbitt stuff. I was really hoping to bump into Ashley Babbitt. So
that's my ethical system, per year.
Sorry, I'm going to scrub for a minute. So I'm just going to apologize to the VOD viewers and the current live viewers. I'm just going to scrub for a little bit and see if I can bump into the Ashley Babbitt thing, because I think the Ashley Babbitt thing is worth reacting to. Matter of fact, I can skip this. I know where it is. I know where it is. I'm going to go to the Crucible, and I think they have a clip. Where is it? Brian Shapiro is a lying idiot. Ashley Babbitt deserved it. Okay, here we go. Let's go. Bam. I just saved us like a huge headache and 20 minutes of scrubbing. So let me click on here. You guys can see and hear that. Excellent.
And I hope you get deported to Gaza. And I mean that, sir. You are a racist idiot.
Why are you raising your voice?
Yeah, okay. I'm raising my voice because you're a moron. That's why.
I'm tuning in here. I just
what?
don't understand why you're making race an issue, accusing Trump of being a racist. He's not. I mean,
sure.
How is it racist by him cracking down on these major cities? I don't understand.
Sure, I'll answer you, my friend. So first of all, these cities that he has talked about, they all happen to have black mayors. So let me ask you a question then. Why is it that he'd go into D.C. and Chicago when per capita the crime rates are lower than they are in many other cities across the country that have white Republican mayors and white Republican governors? Why is that, sir?
So it appears that Shapiro's argument here is that Trump is a racist because he's trying to send in and bolster law enforcement inside of areas which have black mayors. And so he's only doing this because they have black mayors, not because there's crime issues.
Well, quite frankly, the culture of the inner cities that are ran Chicago, D.C.
The culture?
The culture.
What do you mean by that?
Yeah, the black culture.
Oh, okay.
The black culture.
The black culture. Okay, so let me ask you a question. Was it black culture on January 6th in D.C.? Was that black culture, sir?
I'm sorry. Bruh, once again, I'm just going to say it. Brian probably goes hard for midwits, but he does not go hard for me. Okay? That's like a really silly question. All right? So we're talking about whether or not Donald Trump is racist for sending in cops specifically into cities that have black mayors and disproportionate black populations. And then we're saying that because of January 6th, that is a parallel to the issue of like black criminality. And by the way, if that sounds like a dog whistle for you, it's not. All right. What I would say is that we all know, according to the FBI Uniform Crime Report, that half of homicides are committed by 90% young black men. Okay. But black folk in general are responsible for half of homicides. Now, as a former law enforcement officer, I'll tell you, 95% to 98% of the black community has nothing to do with the homicides. They're not involved in the drug trade. They're working class people. They wake up, they put on their pants, they put on their shirt, they put on their shoes. Maybe they lock their door a little bit more because they're worried about burglary. Maybe they're a little bit sketched out walking to the car because they don't want to get robbed and they don't want to get murdered. But besides that, they go to their jobs, they work their jobs, they come home, they watch Netflix, they eat food. Okay. 95 to 98% of the black community are perfectly normal people who are just doing what they're doing. Okay. Now, the remaining 5%, 2%, 1%, I actually don't have the stats on it. I'm just going off of my experience within the black community. They view crime the way other people view joining the military or becoming a doctor or becoming whatever, right? They're told at age 10 to 12, hey, the family business is crime. Because black people historically were barred from employment, because they were barred from XYZ ABC thing, because they were barred from promotions, whatever reason you want to come up with sociologically, that crime became an acceptable vocation within some working class communities. That's what happened. And so as a result, we have this problem. Okay. Now we should talk about how to address the problem, but rather than acknowledging that the problem exists, in that we should have solutions in order to address this problem. That way, Donald Trump doesn't use the military to deploy it into random American cities. Brian Shapiro engages in what's rhetorically known as about a whataboutism, where somebody is pressing you on a specific point, and instead of addressing the point, you just say, what about? So he's now just done a whataboutism about January 6th, but I'm interested to see where it goes.
So first debate strategy employed here is he's not going to talk about the topic at hand, but he's going to shift to the next topic. What the fuck does January 6th have to do with what they're discussing right this second? Nothing. Has nothing to do with it at all. The black culture have anything to do with J6? What does that have to do with what you're discussing, dude?
What'd you call that?
Patriotism.
No. Oh, patriotism. Oh, okay. So it's black culture when it's crime, but if you beat police officers on January 6th, that's patriotism. Is that what you're saying, sir? Is that what you're saying? Because you sound like okay. Well, then you're an idiot.
This is a very typical tactic that you find leftists doing all the time. And unfortunately, this caller probably can't do anything about it because he's on the mute side of things. But what he's doing here is he's just reframing. Is that what you're saying, huh? Is that what you're saying? So that's what you mean, right?
Hey, stop worrying about my camera. Worry about what I'm saying. My camera is set up to the right side. I need a new camera stand. I'm getting a new... Hey, you guys told me to get more monitors. I'm getting more monitors, okay? I have 2 monitors set up right here. I need to fix the way that they're set up. I need to move the camera over here. I probably need a new camera stand. Don't worry about my camera. Worry about my sultry voice.
Very, very typical. Very low tier for a debater to do, by the way.
Then you're an idiot. Then you're an idiot, okay? Keep them on. Don't hang up on them. Ashley Babbitt was an idiot. She went in on January 6th, broke the law. She deserved it. And for you...
Damn. It's kind of spicy. Andrew's just blinking.
I was not expecting that. This guy wants to debate on ethics? He wants to debate on ethics? Well...
You to call people who beat police officers patriots makes you probably a white supremacist. So my question for you...
She beat a police officer?
You, sir, is what time is your Klan rally tonight?
Again, I'm sure that hits hard if you're a midwit. Tico Suave for 5 says, you're off camera and behind in chat. First is bad, second is expected. True. Thank you for the 5, Tico Suave.
There we go. So he's going to use the you're a racist, homophobic, this and that, and blah, 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 blah.
I'm not
imbecile.
part of the KKK.
Let me ask you. Yeah, you are the KKK. Let me ask you another question, you imbecile racist turd.
So it seems that Shapiro's entire goal here, as irritating as it is
this what I need to do, chat? Is this what I need to do? Do I need to lobotomize myself and then bring on people who are 80 IQ and then just yell at them that they're bad for not believing the things I believe? Is that content, chat? Is that good content? Speaking of which, like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. Thank you for being here. I parasocially love you. What is happening?
Is to virtue signal to leftists. It doesn't seem like he's actually trying to make cogent points for his worldview, but rather that he's really trying to kind of signal out to the leftists who could be a potential audience base for him that I'm on your side and I'm calling these people the names that you want them called and yada, 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 yada. If Shapiro is of, and that is the, come on, man. Keep it TOS friendly.
Let me ask you another question. Since you think beating police officers on January 6th makes you a patriot, what would you say about Black Lives Matter protesters that beat police officers? What would you say about them? Are they patriots too?
They're savages.
Okay, so you're a savage if you're black and you beat a cop, but if you're a white person and you beat a cop on January 6th, you're a patriot. Is that your take, sir?
No, it's not.
No, yes, it is. That's exactly what you said. You said if you beat a cop on January 6th, you're a patriot. And I just asked you, what if you beat a cop during...
I was on Piers Morgan with him. That's true. I had equipment that was overheating because I didn't have AC in the garage. He also went on a rant about how I was making all that up. Where's the receipts? So I'll bring the receipts to the debate and show this.
Death Lily says abortion is normal and has been in the human history for millennia. It's in the Bible. You should have reckless, but should you have reckless sex and get abortions? No. Sure. What's actually interesting is that we checked this out. I think with Steven, I was watching some of his content, and somebody was bringing up actual biblical references to abortion. And I don't think there's any specific prohibitions for abortion. The two passages that got brought up was, number one, it's in the Old Testament. And if two men are fighting and they bump into a woman and they cause a miscarriage, then it's financial restitution. And the inference from pro-abortion, pro-choice advocates is that, well, if the Old Testament says a life for a life, eye for an eye, reciprocity, all that kind of stuff, and you can financially pay someone for a human life that's lost, then clearly the conception of a pregnancy was not that it was like a full human life, that needs eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth. Therefore, it's not a full human life. That's an inference, but I think it's almost logical. Another one that's brought up is that it could just be a description, but somewhere in the Bible, they talk about how if a man believes that his wife has been disloyal or whatever, then they can drink a tea that causes miscarriage. And if it does cause miscarriage, then it's not his and the wife was disloyal. And if it doesn't cause a miscarriage, then the baby is his. I don't know what it is, but basically, like, the inference being that if it's a social prescription to take a tea that causes a miscarriage, then clearly abortion wouldn't be that bad. Now, this is part of the reason why I'm not a biblical literalist, though. Just because the Bible mentions one time that you can drink a tea in order to induce miscarriage, or just because a human life isn't paid for with an eye to an eye because of a miscarriage caused by a domestic dispute, that has no bearing on the way that we should morally evaluate abortion. Human life obviously has moral value. An infant has moral value and legal value. So if an infant has legal and moral value, then there has to be a line at which point a fetus has legal and moral value. And it can't just be viability, because there are all sorts of human beings that we talk about that are not capable of being independent. We have people who are on iron lungs, and yet we treat them with moral and legal value. So we have to come up with what is personhood, what is proto-personhood, and when should we defend it, not just morally, but legally. And that analysis is just a little difficult because it involves thought.
Idiot that he's stupid. He was trying to clout for him and say, "Oh, Andrew ran away, blah, 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 blah." This is all
Black Lives Matter protest, and you called them savages. I caught you because you're a racist. Why don't you at least own it and admit that you're a racist, you white supremacist?
Everybody,
Go ahead. Go ahead.
not everybody beat a cop.
I didn't ask you about everybody, you stupid idiot. Answer my question. I'm going to ask.
If I was carrying this energy, I'd be using the F slur. I guess another thing I need to work on top of lobotomizing myself and arguing with people who have 80 IQ, I also need to learn to not use profanity or slurs. Apparently that's another recipe for success.
Get one more time, you white supremacist doofus moron, you. I didn't say everybody, you jackass. Answer my question. If you beat a cop on January 6th, we know people were charged and convicted, and we've all saw the video. If you beat a cop on January 6th, does that make you a patriot? Because that's what you said.
I mean, you can be a patriot and a criminal at the same time.
What would you call somebody who beats a police officer?
Not a very good guy.
Okay, so I'm going to ask.
Grassroots for $5. Andrew is giving us people who smoke indoors a bad. Grassroots says Andrew is giving people who smoke indoors a bad name. I'm not going to lie, Grassroots. It's pretty trashy to smoke indoors.
Ask you now for a fourth time and answer the question, you white supremacist idiot. If you beat a cop on January 6th, what does that make you?
All right, I'm going to fast forward and see if he mentions Ashley Babbitt again.
By the way, I don't condone that behavior. They're criminals as well. Walking in there and taking a crap on somebody's desk. Cops, you're a patriot. It was a real image. That was an image that was put up, I believe, by CBS.
Hey, it's Zico and Sanchez.
Where he was wearing
Yeah. It's a
when somebody pod down Tucker Carlson and his femme put up an image when you questioned Z. Did I not answer?
All right, I don't see anything about Ashley Babbitt. Just to go over Ashley Babbitt super quick as we're wrapping. Listen, guys, I think you guys know, and it's funny. I'm looking over here because this is where Chad is, but I should be looking over here. If you break into my house and I don't know what you're doing, you're gonna get shot. Okay, like if I don't know you, you're not drunk. You know, there's like a 90% you're gonna get shot. If you're a drunk guy and you mistake your house for my house, or you need a place to crash or something like that, and I can understand you're not a threat through body language, then maybe you won't get shot. But if you break into my house through a window, there's a 90% chance you're going to get shot. So if you're at the head of a riot where there's a riot going on in the Capitol, cops are getting beaten, your radio is covered in people asking for backup, you're behind a barricaded doorway, people smash in a window, and then somebody comes through that window, what should you do to that person? Now, maybe in an ideal world, you would be brave enough to leave cover in order to grab that person, ziplock them, slam them into a wall, and beat the shit out of them, because that's another thing that Ashley Babbitt deserved. However, if you don't want to leave cover because you don't know if there's weapons in the crowd, then maybe you would just shoot them. And if this was any conservative's house, that if Ashley Babbitt wasn't breaking into the Senate or the Congress at the head of a riot, if she was breaking into any conservative's house and you ask what should be done and you don't mention the name Ashley Babbitt, they'll tell you exactly what should be done with somebody crawling through a broken window. They should be shot. But the second it becomes a conservative in service of January 6th, their entire morality flips and they twist themselves into pretzels. That's how you know that they're full of shit. So anyways, in reference to Brian Shapiro, I think he's a bad debater. I don't think he's that good. Even if he's correct, he's not great at arguing his points. I think in reference to Andrew Wilson, he's rooted too much of his argumentation into meta-ethical frameworks. It actually makes the conversations not as entertaining as I want them to be. And frankly, I think that what would make it more interesting, at least for me, is if he steel-manned his opposition. But I do agree with Hosbar and the other guy that if I want to continue to engage with right-wing debate content, and if Andrew Wilson and the Crucible guys are all dominating the right-wing debatosphere, then what I realistically need to do is I need to understand, I might need to take the class, and I just need to understand instrumentality and ethical frameworks and contradictions and P equals not P and all that other crap. And we'll just study that. That way we can go into debates with them and then beat the crap out of them with their own logic. Sound good? All right. So like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them. I'm going to super chats and memberships if you got them. I'm going to go ahead and check the super chats real quick because I think we got a few that I haven't addressed yet. And so I'm going to address those. And I think it's just one, actually. It's from Anonymous Chatter. But so 20 from Anonymous Chatter says, it wasn't Donald Trump that did anything to end abortions. It was the Supreme Court. And if I have something to draw, someone from drawing do, I then get to torture them as long as I don't off them. Doing something good doesn't make bad action not bad. I agree with you. And I think Brian Shapiro could have gotten there if he was a more competent debater. But I do want to thank Anonymous Chatter, Grassroots Hegemon, Tico Suave, Grassroots with the 10 gifted, Grassroots with the 20, Sapien Green with the 100 DKK, which he says should be approximately $15, Patriarch Oiling with the 10 gifted Valor Media Network memberships, Justin with the 10, and Jen Winkler with the 5 gifted. Thank you kindly. I'm going to scroll to the bottom real quick. So if you have something that I didn't address, then go ahead and mention it in the bottom because I'm 30 to 40 minutes behind you guys right now. So I'm going to scroll to the bottom so I can catch up. I'm going to address you guys for a minute, and then we're going to move into the Destiny content. So let's scroll up here and just check in with it. Christian Blair says, so is the Babbitt clip just Andrew reacting to Brian and not defending him? Apparently. I thought that was going to be a part of the Brian Shapiro debate, but I think it was him reacting to Brian Shapiro doing content. Andrew content over? Yes. Sacred Snow says, this whole argument is so funny. Like, what do you call someone who burns down an entire community? A very bad guy. Okay. Would you call General Sherman a patriot? Yes, obviously. Yeah, of course. Well, QC John says, wait, does Brian work for Z? She just randomly appeared there and he turned like he was talking to her next to him. He's a part of UFA. He's a part of Unfudge America. So I don't know. I don't know how he's been doing his 20 years of radio and his 8 years of political commentary. I don't know if he's a clouded up political demon who just happens to have 80 IQ. No offense, Brian. And he seems like a nice guy. Like, I'm not trying to talk that much shit, but at the same time, I don't think I've seen a good debate from him yet. And it's because I think he's used to, number one, being able to mute his opponents. Number two, being able to just like spam talking points. And I think that's how he thinks debates work. You can be a bad person and a patriot. True. How do I zoom this in? Ooh, you guys are huge now. Yeah, get some. Oh my God, I'm so old, but this text is so large. Oh, this is so nice. I'm not straining my eyeballs. You know, I'm getting old when not straining my eyeballs to read your chats. This is what I wanted, by the way. I know it's still a weird angle, but I just zoomed into chat and chat just exploded across the screen. It's huge. Oh, that is nice. All right. Sorry. I'm sorry for getting excited about having a huge chat bar. But yeah. Hasbar says, I'm glad that Connor says that because the meta ethics, it's less entertaining because I agree, but most will say it's bad arguments or obfuscation or whatever the fudge ever. It isn't, just less fun. Less fun for some. I personally like them. Sure. And I'm sure it's fun to see your guy win, right? Like, that's fun. Like watching your guy win, where you have an 80 IQ moron who doesn't understand meta ethics or doesn't understand ethics or doesn't understand argumentation or doesn't understand philosophy. Watching somebody come in and just flail, that's probably fun because you get to watch an idiot flail against your favorite streamer. But my frustration with that is that I'm a relatively smart guy. I think Andrew's a relatively smart guy. I think Pisco's a relatively smart guy. And if we were actually being charitable, we could understand what the other person is saying, and we could try to either come to consensus, or we could try to hone each other's arguments to the point that we don't agree, but his argument is super sharp and my argument is super sharp. And who is correct is a matter of opinion, not a matter of like accuracy, right? Or a matter of sharpness of opinion. Right. So that's more entertaining to me, but maybe I have autism. But, you know, I have 100 other autists who are willing to super chat to me on occasion, so I appreciate it. Grassroots for 20 says, Andrew Wilson thinking he can brick my window and walk out of my house without a half dozen new orifices is hilarious. That's what I'm saying, too. Conservatives, no offense, you guys have a reputation for, if you break into my house, I'm not calling 911. I'm hitting you with the buckshot to your kneecaps, and then I'm going to torture you. Like that. That's what conservatives are known for. So the fact that they're like, oh, actually, cops, when you're breaking into the Senate at the head of a riot, they're supposed to zip tie you and redo your rights. It's like, what? What are you talking about? Sacred Snow says, Connor, if you miss it, scroll up like 5 minutes and read my Normie Blood Sports content idea. It's so funny. Dude, I can't scroll 5 minutes. There's 100 people in chat. You understand that, right? There's probably 300 messages. Just write it out again. Sorry, Sacred Snow. I love you. I love you like a dear parasocial friend. However, I cannot scroll through 500 chats to find a paragraph that you wrote 10 minutes ago. Hosbar for 10 says, nah, Connor, if you learn all this stuff, you'll just start agreeing with Andrew and Jim Bobs and be better in debates. I don't know if that's true, but that's okay. We can give it a shot just for fun. Sun Patriarch says, fuck, he can see us. Let's run away. Nice. Connor needs glasses. I do. Connor didn't say no. In reference to what? Use nouns. My favorite boomer streamer. I know. He can see us. I can see you in astute detail. It's actually beautiful. Other guy says, I haven't taken debate university because I don't want to debate, but I would assume it will be useful to utilize logic, meta ethics, and how to understand how debate works. You'll understand it quickly. Thank you. We'll see. I'm buying the 40 malt liquor tonight. You know what we need to do too? I hate to bring this up. It's kind of depressing, but it's true. Cow Rich died. I might have brought this up in chat before. Cow Rich wasn't a huge personality. As far as I know, I'm not even sure if he streamed. And if he streamed, he probably only got like a half dozen to a dozen viewers. He was a 50-year-old debate coach. He came into Twitch and YouTube politics panels on occasion. He was typically pretty good faith. He had fun like throwing elbows, but I don't think he ever used bad language. And he passed. I think he was in his 50s and he had a heart attack and he passed, which is sad. I kind of want to do... I can't think of any iconic Cow Rich debates. Like there's not really anything huge. Like he didn't have the Lauren Southern Tale of Twin Rabbits debate. He hasn't had anything like that to my knowledge, but I wouldn't mind having a few Twitch and YouTube panel personalities, like maybe Jeb Tan, maybe Tiberius, maybe Prime Kai, maybe a few other people, and just say, rip 07, have a couple of beers, and, honor a fallen soldier. Even if you're not like the craziest debater in this space, you have to understand, I'm probably going to be doing this in 20 or 30 years. So you guys are going to watch me die on stream, and you'll be older as well, and it'll give you an existential crisis. So good luck. Zena says, I finally saw the Jim Bob debate. He's so bad faith that his tactics could only impress an idiot. Then his drunk fans joined the call and made it all made sense. I did not like Dane. I thought Dane was not great. Todd Sullivan says, John Locke stated that those who deny the being of God are not to be tolerated as promises, covenants, and oaths, essential bonds of human society, can have no hold upon an atheist. John Locke was also in England, probably a monarchist, right? So he was probably not for republicanism. Sacred Snow says, normie debates where we pick out people who aren't engaged in online politics and make them do blood sports. I tried to get my friends to do that. My friends were not interested. I was like, hey, we argue about stuff all the time. Let's come on to my Twitch and YouTube political autist debate show, and let's have some fun. I would like my chat to see what a normal person looks like. And they were like, nah. Uncle Fatty says, don't blow parasocial smoke up my parasocial butt, por favor. Lo siento. Lo siento, mi amigo. All right. Oh, I like that dude. Yep. Icon Rich is gone. Sad. Yeah, he was a teacher. Doobie says there's a strong argument that the January 6ers, including Ashley, were patriots. I mean, they are patriots. If you die on stream, I will become a Hassan Oiler. Don't do that. Doobie, if Donald Trump was right that the Democrats stuffed the ballots and created outcome and rigged the voting machines in order to effectuate outcome determinative voter fraud, and as a result, Donald Trump was the rightful winner of the 2020 election, Ashley Babbitt and the January 6th rioters would be heroes. But to my knowledge, Donald Trump has not proven outcome determinative election fraud in court, or more importantly, out of court. Okay. If I was capable, let's say Donald Trump proved it, I would still think he's a piece of shit for 10,000 other reasons. But I actually would not have such a visceral, like you said that I have TDS, or you said some people in chat have TDS. I wouldn't have anywhere near as much TDS. I would still think he's a piece of shit. I would still think he's incompetent. I would still think he fucked up the economy. I would still think he killed hundreds of thousands of people unnecessarily. I probably would not have as much TDS because his attempt to use Mike Pence to overthrow the election in January 6, 2021, while probably still illegal, would potentially be moral. So, yeah. Like, I understand what you're saying, I think. But, yeah. Batu Sai says, Connor going to be hiding in a bunker and still streaming for us while all the cars are on fire. True. Your first on-stream death will be me, and you'll know when you get a $100 super chat that just says everyone should be in jail. All right, well, put me in the will then. Doobie says, TLDR, their crime is trusting the leader of the free world when he said that democracy was being stolen. Yes, correct. If Donald Trump was not lying, they would be patriots. I agree. Fellow Runner says, Connor laying out Dem response to 2028. Yep. Hosbar said, I've said a million times that no January 6er believed they were subverting the will of the American people, regardless of how you view Trump and his motivations and beliefs about the election. Exactly. They are stupid. They are not evil. Doobie says he lied. They trusted the president and fought for their country, and now they're smeared as traitors. Yep. I'm with you. But that's because, in my opinion, they're dumb. Well, QC John says, Connor inadvertently calling January 6ers anti-heroes was not on my Thursday bingo card. I do love to surprise my chat. There was something else that somebody said wasn't in their bingo card. I think it was when I was saying that if something and something and something happened, then I would shove like a dental tool up my urethra. And they were like, wow, that was not on my 2025 bingo card. Eben says proof in court matters more than lying in public, full stop. All his court stuff is notoriously and utterly off any sort of fact base. He's a shameless lying scum, and so publicly it means nothing. I'm with you. I'm with you, Eben. But I would say that even if he proved it, like let's say that we actually had released mined data from the Dominion voting machines. Like that chick in Colorado actually went into Dominion and they had some software tech guy show that 30% of votes that were supposed to go for Donald Trump were randomly flipped to Biden. And they were able to show that multiple, like a Dominion, they didn't install that software. That software, it was a Dominion machine. It was monitored by the election people. The code was modified prior to election day. And on election day, it processed XYZ amount of votes that, if replicated out to a national level, would impact the election. Then at that point, I would be like, oh shit. Like, even if that wasn't in a court of law, but that was verified by the media and that was verified by law enforcement agencies and that was verified by technical experts, then I would totally change my tune. Doobie says, I'm still absorbing the white plurality thing. Wasn't expecting that. Well, I'm happy to surprise people. Once again, for those of you who missed it, while I was having a conversation with Pisco yesterday, he was saying, do you see any credence in national conservatives trying to preserve demographic, like current American demographics? Do you see any political viability in that? And I said, yeah. Number one, I think that national conservatives are dominating the right wing right now. Number two, I'm an integrationist. Okay. I think the United States has a culture. I think our culture is largely based on the Constitution of the United States, liberalism. And once again, like liberalism itself is a culture. It might be an ethereal culture. It might be amorphous, but it is cultural to say that I wake up, I go do my thing, I make money, I pay my bills and I pay my taxes. The government leaves me alone and you leave me alone. We can talk to each other about politics on a voluntary basis. We can talk about everything on a religion on a voluntary basis. But if I don't want to engage with you and you don't want to engage with me, we don't have to engage with each other. That is a culture. And so that culture can be changed through mass immigration. So if Hispanics or Chinese folk or Middle Eastern or North African folk have different cultural expectations about how the government interacts with its citizens, how citizens interact with each other, what you're capable of, when you're capable of imposing force on other people, those are cultural differences that potentially could be a threat to our liberal republic. So while I don't have any racial animus towards any particular group, I do think that European Enlightenment, typically Northern European Enlightenment figures are the philosophers and historical people who established this society, and we need to maintain them in some kind of prominent demographic political block in order to maintain that culture. And so I don't know if you heard this part, Doobie, over 1,000 years, I hope it doesn't matter. I hope over the next 1,000 years, I think you said that you kind of wanted all Americans to be like cappuccino Americans. I hope that's great. If my sons date a Latina, I'm not going to freak out. If my sons date a nice, kind, intelligent, educated Black woman, I'm not going to care. If they date an Asian woman who's kind, nice, intelligent, all that stuff, I'm not going to care. What I do care is that they're American. That's what I care about. And so I'm not a mass immigration advocate. Conservatism says Pisco made him back off on the white plurality thing a bit, at least establish a time window, but I'm with you, Doobie. I think I articulated my ideas further. I don't think that I backed off of it, even if it's a proxy for culture. No, he was pretty explicit about race itself being a factor. I don't think it's inherent. I think it just correlates. Justin says, you're going to like this Crowder versus Fuentes. Can't wait till you cover it. I'll do it tomorrow. Tina Peters hacked the system, improved nothing. If he lies about it, you fall for it. Still traitor of scum. Sure. I would need a lot of really smart people to tell me that it was true. Anonymous Chatter says, Doobie, who went on later to say he meant the Northern European culture, not specifically white people, and admitted the assimilation is possible. I not only said assimilation is possible, I'm saying assimilation and integration is ideal. So, yeah. A.K.A. Batusai says, 1,000-year melting pot instead of a 20-year salad. Yes. Batusai gets it. So a bucket of white groups rather than a specific one. Yeah, I don't care what kind of Northern European it is. And matter of fact, I think Mediterraneans are integrated at this point. Spanish people, Spaniards from Spain, Italians from Italy, Portuguese people from Portugal, Mediterraneans in general are largely integrated into the white sphere. I think what's different though is Central and South America. You have Spaniards and Portuguese integrating themselves with a Native American population and a slave population. And so it's different. It doesn't mean that it can't be integrated. It just means that it can't be integrated. It just means that it might take time to integrate. And Doobie says that's still a form of white nationalism. I don't think so. My nation is not the European bloc of the United States of America. My nation is all Americans. So Black Americans are still Americans. Hispanic Americans are still Americans. Asian Americans are still Americans. Muslim Arab, Muslim Bedouin, Muslim Tuareg, Muslim Pakistani. If they're Americans, they're Americans. And they are a part of my nation. Nation, in my opinion, is synonymous with people. That's actually similar to Nick forms of white nationalism. I don't think so. Nick wants to desegregate. And Nick wants to perpetuate the sub-blocks. He doesn't want the blocks to integrate. I want the blocks to integrate. Sounds like white supremacy to me. Well, if you think that timeliness is white supremacy, then maybe it's white supremacist. If you think that American militarism and constitutionalism is white supremacist, it might be white supremacist. It depends on what you mean by white supremacist. Do you guys remember the Smithsonian document that said that being on time is white supremacy? Do you remember that? That's cringe. But if you think being on time is white supremacy, then I'm white supremacist. I think you should be on time. Those motherfuckers literally have wrong think laws and put people in jail for Facebook posts. Not sure who we're talking about now. Use proper nouns, please. Other guy says, I've never seen a country where mass migration didn't ruin it. Well, I don't think you've ever seen a country with mass migration. It's kind of a recent phenomena. Eurocultures aren't American culture. I agree. I'm talking about European descended, not European. We can keep the Italians, but no French, please. Okay, that's fair enough. We can be racist against French people. That's fine. The American empire is calling down and calling the current admin is selling it off. Oh, and the current admin is selling it off to the lowest bidder, and not one citizen is getting any of that sticky icky. Sad. Doobie wants to increase the size of Mobile, Alabama. Desegregate or resegregate? Resegregate, right? Resegregate? Yeah, Nick supports a mosaic. Connor supports a melting pot. I don't even know if Nick technically supports a mosaic. He wants to limit the people who come in. He also wants to keep a white majority, not a white plurality. I wouldn't call it white supremacist, just a form of race-based nationalism, in my opinion. Sure, but you understand that definitionally, I'm still considering Black Americans, Hispanic Americans, Muslim Americans, Arab Americans, Pakistani Americans, Asian Americans. I'm all considering them a part of my nation. They are a part of my nation. You could say that there's like subcategories. There's tribes under the total tribe, but the total tribe is still part of my tribe. It's like when the Vikings unify and they have like like Game of Thrones, right? You have like the Blackfoots and the Dead Rabbits and the natives. Now I just mixed it up with Gangs of New York. But it's like when you have like 6 different gangs all sign up to be a part of a larger gang, and they might keep their local customs and traditions, but they're still all a part of a macro project. That's kind of what I'm talking about. Zena says, I very strongly agree. Liberalism is a culture, and the more time you spend in non-liberal cultures, the more clear it is. Yes. And I think people who think that liberalism is not a culture, but absence of a culture, I think they haven't spent times in other cultures. Fellrunner says, Connor is getting ready to enhance interrogate. Nah, I'm getting ready for the next content. Zena says, did you see Misfit Patriot misrepresent his brother's death to defend Trump's war crimes? It was insane. Yeah. Misfit Patriot said that his brother died of an overdose. His brother actually did die from an overdose, but he committed suicide. His brother was also convicted of drug dealing, including fentanyl. Insane. Coleman Hughes posted an interesting Fuentes dissection yesterday. I think I saw that pop up on my algorithm. Beef Supreme says, no, I wasn't saying that. It's just that you stated white European culture was supreme over any other culture. Sounded a little white supremacy to me. I gotcha. And by the way, I'm with Doobie said something a couple of chats ago where he said, European culture, Northern European culture, and American culture are not the same. I agree. American culture is a hodgepodge of Northern European cultures mixed together. European cultures, like a French person, would not consider themselves to have the same the same culture as an Englishman, and an Englishman wouldn't understand themselves to have the same culture as Welsh, Irish, or Nederlander or German. They would all consider themselves distinct cultures. So while they might all be Northern European racially, they're actually quite diverse culturally. Whereas American white Northern European culture, I think it's a mix now. The age of anti-Irish and anti-Italian racism, in my opinion, is long dead. Doobie says, "Yeah, I understand what you're saying. I just don't think race is a good proxy for culture." It might not be, but also what happens, Doobie, I'll say, is that Pisco kind of does this like chud take real quick, where like this chud check, where he's like, I want to check how racist Connor actually is. And so he'll throw out like a liberal or progressive prescription that I have to agree with, or I'm a bad person. And then he'll like want me to either agree with him, at which points he wins, or he wants me to disagree with him, at which point I'm a bad person and he wins. And oftentimes I just jump on the bear trap because I don't give a fuck about his liberal and progressive sensibilities. G-Free says, yes, which is why Catholic white Nats are so annoying. Modern Western culture, American, comes from the rejection of monarchy, papacy, and embracing liberal ideas. I agree. Seeing white Christian nationalists who are Catholic is kind of crazy. Like Catholics, number one, two-thirds of our continent is Catholic, and 90% of the Catholic population is in Central and South America. So that's crazy. All right. Anyways, let's I think American culture is superior in many ways. I think there's idiosyncratic European cultural traditions that are based. But I think that whatever Europeans do that is based is oftentimes wrapped in a shitload of cringe. And so, I would steal things from Northern European cultures. I would not try to adopt whole cloth a Northern European culture. But anyways, I think we saw that Destiny did the Yale debates. Was that a live stream last night? Or was it posted as a VOD? Ooh, Attack of the Clones Part 2 was posted 1 hour ago. So I'll go ahead and mute it. I will. Hi guys, welcome to Counterpoints. My name is Connor, and today I will put it on 2 times speed, and I will move it. I'll put it on 4 times speed, and I'll move it to one of my other monitors, and I'll let it run because I love my own content, and you should love it as well. If you're a Star Wars geek, you should check out Counterpoint Star Wars. And then let's do Destiny Yale debate. Zip watched it. Did it get stolen? Or did it get taken down because it was alive? Does he unlist it? Let me show you the screen, I suppose, and you guys can help me. I'm going to scroll to the bottom. Destiny Yale debates. Doesn't he typically unlist his debates? His VODs? Destiny streamer? Doesn't he typically go to VODs? Israel Strikes, Ethan versus Hazan, weekly, anything else? Last night on Destiny, Destiny's Red Pill debates, changed my mind, Rittenhouse, LOL debate, debacles, Destiny debates, 467 episodes. That could be it, but I don't think that's it. Stream VODs. Is this it? Destiny debates Yale students. Here we go. Let's fast forward. Let's max out the volume. Maybe we'll do a booster if we need to. I'll start up the booster. Just in case. Perfect. All right. Then let me remove. Let me do an intro and let's get it cracking. Hi, guys. Welcome to Counterpoints. My name's Connor. I'm a science fiction, politics, and philosophy nerd, a Marine Corps and law enforcement veteran, and I would argue a real Republican. Today, we're going to be watching Destiny, the liberal streamer, debating at Yale. So we should see a bunch of Ivy League kids step up to the plate and smash this Wikipedia warrior. He should be destroyed at the end of this debate. So let's go ahead and take a look, see how he does.
Before we start, a few quick notes. This event is being recorded and live streamed on Steven's channels. Please silence your phones and try not to move around during the rounds. We're here for serious disagreement, not disruption. That means no shouting down speakers and no heckling. You're free to react and applaud, but let the debaters do the debating. In repeated disruptions happen, you will be asked to leave so everyone else can listen. In case of emergency, there is an exit at the front of the hall and 2 exits at the back. Please leave calmly and through the nearest exit and follow instructions from Yale Public Safety. We'll have 4 rounds, each centered on a specific topic, and a Yale student arguing against Steven. Each round will run about 20 minutes with a short opening statement from the student, a response from Steven, and a moderated back and forth. I would like to introduce our moderator for tonight's event, Giuseppe De Massa from the Yale Debate Association. He will be helping facilitate tonight's debate. If time allows.
Oh, an unironic bow tie in 2025. That is a move. That is definitely a move.
There will be an audience or moderator questions at the end of each round. After the 4 rounds, we will take a few questions from the audience. All right, let's begin with round 1. For our first round,
Randy Chang says, what if you think Star Wars is kind of trash? Then you check out Counterpoint Sci-Fi. I should have an episode for you tomorrow. It should be the second part of Predators, the 2010 movie. You can also check out Sci-Fi in general because I have my Unified and Timeline episode along with a bunch of Predator content. We will be moving into The Expanse momentarily. As a matter of fact, I think we're doing Upgrade, the transhuman microchip mixed martial arts violent murder mystery movie that was really, really, really good. I actually loved Upgrade. There's a few plot holes, but it's still pretty good. Or you check out the Predator content if you're into Predator content. And then if you're not into Predator content, just wait till I start releasing Expanse content because I have excellent Expanse content coming out. What else would I say? Or you can check out my 40K content. There's a new fan animation that just got released that only got 50,000 views. That's actually really small compared to how high the quality is. So I'll be posting a breakdown of the fan animation that's actually excellent tomorrow. And I'll have a link to the original in the description. So if you think Star Wars is trash, check out Sci-Fi, check out 40K.
The topic is, the United States should abolish Medicare and Medicaid. Joining Steven for this round is Hassan Kadir, from former chairman of the Party of the Right. Hassan will be defending the claim that Medicare and Medicaid should be abolished and the government should not be involved in the healthcare market. Steven will be opposing this view. Hassan, you have the floor to open this round.
Oh no, Sabri Keller is dying. I'm sorry, Sabri Keller. We will mourn your passing. Just let us know when you're actually dead.
All right. Thank you. We have to speak loud. Thank you, Stephen, for being here, and thank you for Yale Effective Altruism for giving us all this opportunity. I hope we have some very interesting, informative debates. So I guess just to start with my claim, I think we should understand that in the status quo, Medicare and Medicaid combined, and I'll be mainly talking about them combined today, are around $1.9 trillion of annual spending in the federal budget, which accounts for around 20% of the American federal budget and 40% of all of American healthcare spending. It's impossible for us to talk about healthcare spending and healthcare reform without directly addressing Medicare and Medicaid. Yet despite all this spending, we find that the United States has the lowest life expectancy amongst all the developed countries. Why is this? One argument that I'm making is that much of the spending in Medicare and Medicaid, in fact, around 1/3, is estimated to be of absolutely no clinical value. This is because the way that these programs work is they've set prices for 10,000 different procedures, And then they will pay healthcare providers based on how many procedures they perform. However, this incentivizes low quality recurring procedures rather than actually making the patient healthy. We're spending nearly $2 trillion a year, and yet we're getting systematically low quality healthcare for the people that we're
Corbin says, yo, we getting lunch? I got to check in with the wife and text you in a bit, bud.
trying to help.
Thank you for the 2, though.
Not only are we giving them low quality healthcare, but hospitals are incentivized to view them as a captive market because there is no price competition. And beyond that, we should also be thinking about who exactly we're putting in these Medicare Medicaid cohorts. When these programs were invented in the 1960s, there was an impression that senior citizens needed help from the government. But at least today, they are the wealthiest age cohort in all of America. The median wealth of a senior citizen in America is over $400,000. There's no reason that we should be universally subsidizing the healthcare of all of these people who may be owning mansions and may be millionaires, and yet because they're over 65 are part of this program. My alternative then is to
see you, other guy. Have a great night.
Radically move government outside of the healthcare market and to replace Medicare and Medicaid with means-tested health spending vouchers. What this means is rather than having 10,000 different prices set by the government, rather than having multiple organizations passing money from the federal government to hospitals, we instead give each and every low-income, low-asset American, whether they're 65 or 7, a healthcare spending voucher that they can then use as they see fit. This will increase the amount of competition in the market and allow them to choose the procedures and providers that are actually going to improve their lives. On top of this, we can have a universal catastrophic health insurance. So if someone is hit with a single healthcare bill that is more than 10% of their income, it can be covered by the government. This program is very similar to what's used in Singapore and Switzerland. And these countries have some of the highest life expectancies in the world, as well as maintaining relatively low healthcare spending. If we were to follow through with this plan, we'd find that instead of spending around $1.9 trillion a year, we'd cut spending down to $600 billion a year while maintaining high quality of care. And with the $1 trillion we save every year, we could do things such as, for example, building a metro system in every city in America.
Actually, guys, I hate to say it. I don't know if I'm about to fight my chat. One of my frustrations with the welfare state, I don't have a problem with a welfare state per se. Okay, I really don't. Making sure that the poor and the destitute and the disabled and the old and the infirm and children have what they need in order to survive is not a problem of mine. I'm actually perfectly okay with paying taxes. I'm perfectly okay with having those taxes going to taking care of people who need it. Okay. I think my frustration and the frustration of a lot of fiscal conservatives are exactly what this guy is describing, where at least my understanding of Social Security and my understanding of Medicare and Medicaid is that there's no investment vehicle. Effectively, the taxes go straight into these programs and they go straight out to the taxpayer. And so as a result, there's no opportunity for that money to grow in an investment vehicle and then for the disbursements to go because of the way we set up these programs. Not just that, but because exactly what he's saying. Once you hit 65, you have Medicare, right? And my parents are doing okay. They're doing quite well. They just sold their house in South Florida and they bought a house in Texas and they're doing okay. And as a result, they'll be able to retire. And so the thing that I would want to avoid that this guy might be proposing is my parents are, relatively speaking, materially well off. As a matter of fact, they might even be beating the median household value of $400,000. But you would be shocked, maybe you wouldn't be shocked, at how quickly wealth can be wiped out when you're treating a terrible disease like cancer. And so for me, there would need to be some kind of net where the program that this guy is proposing doesn't just become a wealth transfer to doctors and hospitals, where we say, oh, well, you got like $1 million net worth, or you have $500,000 net worth. So do a reverse mortgage on your 401k, or excuse me, not a reverse mortgage. Do a reverse mortgage and also empty your 401k so you can pay for cancer treatment for the next 5 years, and then you're bankrupt and then you die. Like, yeah, 100%. We saved the taxpayers $1 trillion, and that's awesome. And that $1 trillion freed up, not only does it reduce the deficit and the debt, hopefully to the point that we can spend money on other things, but if we bankrupt American retirees in order to achieve this like fiscal soundness, efficiency is not the only measure through which we should evaluate society. We should also have some level of justice. And so oftentimes when you're rich and young and virile and have tons of energy, you're like, yeah, I'll feel like this forever. I'll be able to do everything forever. As you get older, you're like, damn, the world can fuck me up super fast. And I don't want me or my family to be trashed because of cosmic accident. So I hope Stephen explores that a little bit.
All right. Thank you for the opening statement. Stephen? For the format, am I just speaking back to everything, or what's pressure on this?
Yeah, so the idea is to have about a 2-minute
Rebuttal. Okay.
rebuttal, but if you want to go a couple seconds over.
Okay, gotcha. Oftentimes, when people speak about Medicare and Medicaid, people attack kind of American health insurance from a lot of different angles, and I find that some of these angles are very convincing until you start to dig into them, and then they become a little bit less convincing. So, for instance, we kind of want to tie life expectancy, for instance, into healthcare spending or healthcare funding in the United States, and then compare that to spending or life expectancy in other parts of the world. But in the United States, we have issues related to suicidality or violent crime or firearms, for instance, that also directly curb life expectancy, especially by killing some of our youngest people. Last I heard, under the age of from 18 and below, your most likely way of dying is due to firearm violence. I don't know if changing how we spend money on healthcare would necessarily cut into things like that. I'm not really convinced they would. So I'm not sure how much the life expectancy thing would be helped when we look at, allocating resources differently in terms of healthcare. Same thing when it comes to like preventative medicine or preventative healthcare. One of the biggest things that pushes a lot of Americans into an unhealthy place in life, especially as they get older, is obesity. And that's another thing where I'm not fully convinced that simply moving some of our money around with how we spend in the United States on healthcare would actually do anything to alleviate the massive obesity stuff. When it comes to hospitals being incentivized to give, bad healthcare or to do routine treatments, I think that it's kind of hard to speak about hospitals as being like a fully rational market where consumers can price shop and have a ton of different information available to them, typically because at the point of consumption of healthcare, a lot of the time we don't really have the luxury of making those choices for a variety of reasons. In an emergency situation, obviously you don't have time to make phone calls to different hospitals. There might not be any other hospitals around that offer what you in particular need. If a person has like a heart emergency or some kind of stroke, I doubt that somebody's going to be calling around to see who has the best stroke doctor or the best cardiologist or whatever. You're probably just going to whatever's closest. And then those types of specialists are in short supply in general. So I doubt that you have 10 different heart specialized hospitals even in your area, regardless. So I don't know if moving health insurance to a private market or getting rid of Medicare and Medicaid would do much to alleviate or would do much to help us shop for healthcare.
Sorry, real quick. I'm just going to check how long the healthcare is, because honestly, it's not that it's not a good topic. It's a good topic. It's just super dry. It's just super dry. So I want like immigration or racism or murder. I want something sexy. Give me an OnlyFans debate at Yale.
Abundance. Debating this round will be with Stephen is Sherry Huang. Sherry will be arguing that corporate greed undermines any promise of liberal abundance. Stephen will be pushing back on this claim. Sherry?
I'm good with this.
Please begin when you're ready.
Likewise, thank you for coming to Yale and having this wonderful discussion with us. I know you just said you're a big open markets guy and you love arguing with the left. And so my argument is that corporate greed kills abundance liberalism through specifically intentionally protecting scarcity. I have a couple examples. The first one I'd like to talk about is the pharmaceutical industry, which abuses patents to spike prices without innovating by using Me Too drugs, which if you guys aren't familiar, that's just drugs that are very, very similar to previously innovated drugs. And they do this, or they get FDA approved through lobbying the FDA, and they also buy out innovation by buying out smaller competitors, which not only wastes innovation, but also preserves monopolies and hikes prices. And that's why in the status quo, even with some regulations from the government, Americans still pay 3 times as much for prescription drugs than our foreign counterparts. And further deregulation through abundance liberalism would only exacerbate the issue. And it's not just the pharmaceutical industry. For example, there's general lobbying in a lot of sectors like public transit, healthcare, oil, and surveillance companies specifically just gave $40 million to both political candidates from both parties during the 2020 electoral cycle that overall prevents government action from regulating them. And even if on the surface, right now, they look like they're trying to improve, for example, through climate-friendly action, welfare support, etc., it's what a writer, Lucia Holstetter, calls capitalist humanitarianism, which is kind of a litany of tactics, one of which is companies like upcharging for more ethical goods, for example, like renewables, because they're perceived as more valuable, even if they're now cheaper to manufacture. And specifically on the environment, companies are focused on resource extraction rather than preservation, because preservation is not profitable. And even if it's using renewables like battery, corporations will always be focused on garnering more production and thus market power rather than developing energy to actually support the people, which is why rare earth mineral mining right now similarly degrades the environment a lot. So instead, I think we should adopt.
Yeah, Grassroots pointed this out. This is the libertarian case for trust busting. Yeah, and by the way, like Teddy Roosevelt is one of my personal heroes, and I don't know how to square. All right, sorry, this is a complicated topic, and I'll try to be as brief as I can. My understanding is that within a private markets are oftentimes good for innovation because there's a very low barrier to entry. As an example, we have several entrepreneurs in our chat. Well, Kissy John, I don't know if he's an entrepreneur, but he teaches at a welding school. Those people are going to go out. They're either going to work for other people or they're going to create their own businesses. We have people like Grassroots Hegemon, who's an engineer, but he has the capital to start up a business if he wants to. We have people like Doobie, who started a complex business and therefore has generated incredible wealth for himself. And also, I'm technically in an entrepreneurial venture right now because I am creating effectively a digital media company. That's what I'm doing right now. And so for me, what I would say is that this economic activity is typically good for society. Me hiring people, me paying editors, me paying for my own family. Entrepreneurialism is typically good for the individual who owns the company. It's also typically good for the people who end up working for the company because there's economic activity that's happening that otherwise would not happen in a non-free market system. And so I kind of already view entrepreneurialism and institutional creation and creativity as human goods. But then on top of that, it looks like the current flat tax rate on all taxable income for the federal corporations, C-class corporations, is 21%. And then it looks like localities have up to 4% or 5% taxes, meaning that the upper echelon of the rate is 25%, which means that every taxable dollar that you make gets hit at 25%. Now, that being said, business taxes is a little bit wonky, at least as far as I understand it, where you can deduct. Yeah, sure. If you're running a corporation, you can deduct business expenses. So you can deduct lunches with business partners. You can deduct what is it, like transportation costs. You can deduct gasoline. You can deduct office supplies. You can deduct software that you need in order to run your business, subscription expenses, all that kind of stuff. And so as a result, that 21% on taxable income, it's still technically effective, but what you can do is you can reduce your taxable income by using business expenses to exempt those dollars from taxation. And so that's where people are like, oh, well, General Electric or Lockheed Martin, they only paid an effective tax rate of 7% on their revenue or profits because they had so many tax deductions. And so that's what they talk about with like corporate welfare or corporate financial. Yeah, I could deduct Andrew's class as a business expense. Exactly. So anyways, the point is that in reference to these things, I understand that it's easy to castigate corporations as villainous, tax avoiding, parasitic, vampiric douchebags, which to some degree is true. But I don't think that changes that a lot of this economic activity is really fucking good. Like, it's really good for wealth generation. It's really good for job creation. It's really good for a lot of society. And so I think pointing out that our corporate overlords are vampires, I don't know if that changes whether or not like socialism or communism or a command economy. I don't know if you actually solve those problems. The cure might be worse than the disease. So I'm kind of curious as to where this goes. And then effectively with abundance, I do agree with her that oftentimes in reference to deregulation, corporations will maneuver deregulation or regulation to their benefit, right?
A more people-centric regulatory framework, including limits on campaign spending and donations to limit lobbying, and to prevent the most elite candidates from having a large advantage through this, large amount of lobbying and money that's garnered through campaigns. And yeah, that's my argument.
Thank you. Stephen, 2 minutes?
Sorry, guys are making, people in my chat are making Requiem for a Dream references in reference to double-sided dildo. Dude, a lot of people really like the movie Requiem for a Dream, where Jared Leto is a drug addict who steals from his mom and pawns her TV. And then his broke retired mom keeps going to the pawn shop to pay for her own TV. And they just like repeat that cycle over and over again because he's a fucking junkie. And then he has like a pretty hot girlfriend. I forget her name. But she's really pretty. It might be Demi Moore. It might be somebody else. And then what ends up happening is they love each other, but then he kind of pimps her out a couple of times. And then she falls into sex work in order to like pay for their habit. And I think the end of the movie is her, and it's not shown, but it's definitely implied, where she engages in a lesbian sex act with a double-sided dildo with another prostitute at a rich person's party. And it's just depressing. Like, I understand that that woman is attractive. I understand that it's like an erotic sex act that might get people's like juices flowing or whatever. But I was like, this is sad. This is horribly sad. And I actually, I don't know. I really, really did not enjoy it at all. I actually thought it was horrific. So I don't know how you guys feel about that movie, but that movie was a horror show to me.
So when it comes to talking about like scarcity or corporations or government involvement in markets, the thing that I like to focus on the most is that like there's this foundational truth that everybody tries to run away from at different parts in the argument, and that's such that markets are real. So when I say markets are real, what I mean is that there are times when I think even if the government needs to intervene, we have to understand that if the government intervenes in some way, there are going to be all of these extra effects that we have to be
nice, Weld, nice.
Aware of, and we can't just kind of like hope those effects away. Sometimes I feel like when people are identifying different players in markets, people on the left will come down on corporations and say that they're evil and greedy, and people on the right will, build up corporations and say, well, actually, they're altruistic and they're trying to make life better for all of us. But I think that people just forget that different players in the market have different jobs. So a corporation's job is just to make money at the end of the day, and it's going to make money in whatever way they are capable of doing so. So if a corporation can make money at like revolutionizing a product and making something better for us, then they'll do it, and that'll be better for all of society. If a corporation can make money by dumping all of their toxic waste in a river that might feed into a town of 10,000 people that can never hold them legally accountable, then they'll dump the toxic waste because it'll return more value to shareholders. I think that the important thing when it comes to talking about abundance is recognizing like what are the different players in a market, like what can they bring to the market, what are they able to do to the market, and what are their incentives, and then what do we expect them to do in the market. I would never expect a firm to maximize for environmental good unless there was a huge government restriction or a huge government penalty on doing environmental damage. So for systems like cap and trade, or for systems that tax you based on, like how much pollution you emit, I think that these are good systems because it encourages companies to try to incentivize or find ways to produce things that have less environmental damage, because then they can make more money, and their way of returning profit to shareholders is in a way that also aligns with the interests of the public, at large, external of that particular market. So they're not like causing environmental damage just because they want to make a cheaper shoe or something.
Dude, this is why I'm not a libertarian, by the way, or at least I'm not an anarcho-capitalist. This is why I'm a statist, okay? Because I think it's been proven consistently throughout American history that if people can make $1 through doing unethical things, they will do that thing. Just as an example, I know that like muckraking journalism was allegedly exaggerated in the late 19th century, early 20th century, but it was just true that if you worked for, let's say, like a pickling company, okay? Maybe this is an exaggerated story, but since there were no labor laws around kids were employed. Since there was no such thing as unemployment insurance or disability insurance or disability, effectively what happened is if you were injured or killed or hurt on the job, that was it. Maybe you signed some life insurance policy with a company that got you like $5,000, $10,000 or whatever, but that was it. And then your family was SOL. If you die on the job, you were shit out of luck. If you were injured on the job, you were shit out of luck. If you were unemployed, you were shit out of luck. If you were disabled by a job, if you were maimed, if you lost your fingers in the machine, and we were talking about industrial machines, so plenty of people lost fingers and limbs and toes and feet and ankles. Plenty of people get injured or killed on the job, especially during an industrial period. And so as a result, the inhumanity of maiming a worker and then throwing them out onto the street without any way to provide for their family is what spawned the welfare state. That's what spawned disability. That's what so if we were intrinsically beneficent beings who engaged in charity to the extent that our sick, dead, injured, maimed, and disabled were already taken care of, there would be no need for a state. But history has kind of proven that we are competitive as well as cooperative beings, and that our generosity is limited by our self-interest. We will oftentimes, like I try to be pretty generous, but we will only be as generous as the world allows us to be. And when you have an incredibly Darwinian economic system, that means that 90% of the population is simply not generous because they cannot afford to be generous. So, So what Stephen's saying is expect market actors to be market actors. Expect the state to handle the externalities of business. I think this is true.
Something. I do agree that there are things in the United States, and I think that market people have a difficult time admitting this, where only the government can really provide good services. The idea that people are obsessed with things like Waymos or obsessed with Elon Musk's 450th convoluted idea for how to reinvent something that would really just be like a subway system or like basic public transit, I think is really dumb. I think that there are some things that the government can do well, and when it comes to those things, we just need to let them do it well. For the two abundance authors, I think that was their big, for Klein and Thompson, that was their big argument, that like if the government can do it, like let them do it and tear down all the roadblocks because there's no reason. And
wait. Batu Sai, you say, if you want to feel depressed, go watch The Weatherman with Nicolas Cage. Did you finish The Weatherman? Because correct me if I'm wrong, The Weatherman was a movie about a local weatherman who was totally like vapid, narcissistic, hated by his wife, hated by his peers. Nobody in the community respected him, kind of a douchebag. And then he kind of learns to be like, he gets divorced. His wife leaves him. He loses custody of his kid. People like his job isn't going as well, this, that, the other. And he realizes that everybody thinks he's a douchebag. And then over the course of the movie, he becomes less of a douchebag. He reconnects with his kid. Him and his wife reach a relational detente. And then through archery, weirdly enough, if I remember the movie correctly, he kind of gains like a sense of like self-confidence and calm that kind of like allows him to re-enter the world and not be such a douchebag. And then what is it? Like in the beginning, people hated him. And so they like threw like smoothies at him while he was walking to work. But then at the end of the movie, he's like, I don't get hit with smoothies anymore because people are less likely to throw a smoothie at you when you have a bow and arrow on your back. And it shows him in a business suit walking to his job with a bow and arrow. I don't know. I didn't think it was that depressing. I thought it was okay. Maybe I need to watch it again.
The United States, we have so much regulatory framework, even around the government doing stuff. But in places where free markets can provide, solutions, I think that the markets need to provide the solutions, and we can't pretend that the government's going to solve our way out of those problems, mainly because the people that claim that we can solve certain problems using the government are problems that just have never been solved by government. I think housing is a big one that comes up a lot, where we have all of these different like ideas around like rent control or public housing or whatever else. And the reality is it's a very simple math problem of, there are X amount of houses available and X plus N amount of people want to live here. And that's just never going to be workable no matter what you do. From
Anonymous Chatter says, what did you think about the aim of the Green New Deal to price externalities into products for environmental harm if companies weren't willing to take responsibility for cleanup? Yeah, 100%. So Green New Deal, I think where you lost the right wing and market-based people is the New Deal is conceptualized as the birth of the modern welfare state. So a lot of fiscal conservatives really hate it because two-thirds of our federal expenditures are some form of entitlement. So I think it has a marketing issue. I also am sure that if I looked hard enough, I could find stupid, counterproductive, myopic policies that people put in there. But as far as I'm concerned, let's say that gas, let's say that CO2 is actually a real human concern. Let's say that the federal government is actually sitting on paper like, hey, we're actually going to kill tens of millions of people as a result of ignoring climate change. We should do something about this. Well, if that's true, then I think I did this, and Jen Winkler can correct me if I'm wrong, but effectively I did the math on what carbon capture costs per gallon of gasoline. And I think it would make the price of gas go up by $1 for carbon capture. And so obviously that's a shitload of cash. But if I could pay $1 extra for a gallon of gas and never have to hear a fucking climate activist talk about climate change ever again, I would pay that dollar with my whole heart. I don't want to, I do want to save the environment to a degree. I do want to be a steward of the environment to a degree, but realistically, I just want progressives and liberals to stop being so fucking annoying about CO2 emissions. That's what I really want. So if I can pay them $1 per gallon to fuck off, if I can pay them $12 per tank of gas to fuck off, I would happily pay $12 an hour or $12 a tank to tell climate activists to fuck off. That would be my most sincere pleasure of my lifetime. God, I love paying people money to fuck off.
From a government policy standpoint.
Thank you.
Yeah, cool. So on the topic of housing, I want to talk about New York City because that's like a hot topic recently. But there's like, in my mind, there's like infinite people who.
Sorry, real quick. Steven just wrapped up, but then somebody gave me a super chat. Grassroots Retent. Speaking of child labor, maybe we can deport 20 million people and have our pronatalism if we put the babies to work. No maternity leave. Get that baby a job. Sometimes my genius astounds even me. True. True. We'll solve all of the economic problems through universal basic jail and mass deportations coupled with child labor. Doesn't sound like a libertarian hellscape at all.
Who want to live in New York City, right? Because of the economic opportunities, the social opportunities, etc. And right now, the issue with New York housing that we have is that there's more demand than there is supply, which means that these.
Doobie says, have you seen this movie? No, no worries. I'll spoil the entire thing for you. Dude, The Weatherman's like 20 years old. That's not my fault. If you haven't seen a 2010 movie, that's your problem. The Weatherman was released in 2005. I'm sorry that I spoiled a 20-year-old movie. And by the way, this movie has one of the most absurd sex scenes in cinematic history. Okay, The Weatherman Oktoberfest. I don't know if I'm about to show you guys some boobs. Nope. There's this scene where the weatherman, Nick Cage, I think the way that he finds his wife, because he's effectively cucked by life. I think that's what happened. He was like a young weatherman or whatever, and he was kind of popular, and he goes to Oktoberfest in order to cover the event. And then a random blonde chick is like, oh, you're the local weatherman, let's hook up. And I think he gets her pregnant immediately. But there's this absurd scene where they're doing the beast with two backs move. And yeah, I mean, I can't share any more details. This is a family show, but it's graphic. I don't even know if they show like everything, but they show something absurd.
Like landowners and these apartment, I forgot the word for it. Sorry, but like landowners, they're able to hike prices as high as they want because there will always be people who will buy the houses at those super high prices, which just like prices every single like lower income working class person out of those houses. So even if like sure it upsets the market, and there creates like even more demand for an already limited market, at least in that demand, poor or like working class people are similarly competitive as like super elite people.
So I don't necessarily disagree with you there. This is a really hard question because nobody really wants to address it on either side. But the question.
Code says, okay, but why does climate change mean so little to you? Because I'm not Bangladeshi. So for those of you who don't know, sorry, real quick. It's a Yale debate. It's a little dry, so I'm going to distract myself and my chat. So I promise I'll let Steven speak. But this is Bangladesh, okay? And Bangladesh, I think you guys can see it. Bangladesh is a country that is majority Muslim on this side of India. And a majority of the people of Bangladesh get their water from these rivers. And a lot of the cities are coastal. So what's happening as global warming is getting worse is that salt water keeps creeping into Bangladesh, and it makes increasing portions of Bangladesh less able to access clean drinking water. And it's causing migratory pressure where some of the largest cities in Bangladesh, like Kalapara or Nagani or Kapara Banga, are becoming more and more difficult to live in. And so what people are expecting is that if monsoons continue to increase in difficulty, if Bangladesh remains a poor country, if they do not gain desalination and nuclear power technology, which is unlikely considering how poor it is, what's going to happen is the migratory pressure of increasing salt water in this river is going to force the Bangladeshis north. And this is going to exacerbate ethno-religious tensions, water scarcity, food scarcity, agriculture, technology, and all that kind of stuff. And as a result, millions or tens of millions of people will die in Bangladesh. Okay. But here's the problem for why I might be not as concerned. Number one, I'm an American. So I'm on a continent by myself, and this continent is incredibly rich. Well, not by myself, but it's incredibly rich with resources. So if Florida starts turning into 105 degrees with 300% humidity, I could probably still sell my house because I'm 70 feet above sea level. I could probably still sell my house for $1 million and then move to Canada or move to the Great Lakes or move to Massachusetts or move to Maine. I could move to a cooler climate that still had decent access to food, nuclear power, and water. And so while I don't want tens of millions of Bangladeshis to die, while I don't want people in the Philippines or the Spratly Islands or Indonesia to die unnecessarily, ultimately, as a white, cis, straight, heterosexual male living in the Western world, I am not on the chopping block of climate change. Poor brown people living in coastal cities in Southeast Asia are.
And then is like, who deserves to live in a particular area? So one topic that comes up a lot is like rent control. When we talk about rent control doesn't benefit the rich, it doesn't benefit the poor. The rent control benefits whoever's there right now, and that's it. And generally, you can see who's benefited by rent control because they live in a rent controlled unit. You don't see the people that are hurt by rent control.
Doobie says, I was about to watch it.
Because they're people that could never move into the city otherwise because those units aren't available or that it's not being demolished and more stuff is being built because of the restrictions or regulations around that particular unit. I think a question that's like very difficult that people at some point have to be able to grapple with is if you have, 5,000 units available in some area and the prices on those units are high because everyone has to live there, who's to say, 1,000 of these should be dedicated to, low income people versus
I'll watch Blue Velvet on my own time, Doobie.
Is high income people. Like if you want to save up more money and live in some area, is it more fair that a person who won a lottery, got a dedicated housing unit and then you didn't, even if you had more money to pay for it? Like I don't know, why do you think that's necessarily more fair to do it via
Christian Lair says Connor doesn't think Florida is going to be similar to a climate change situation in Bangladesh. It might, but I'm going to have beachfront property. Like I think the projections for like a 15-foot sea level rise is like 2,100 or 2,105 or something like that. They're not even expecting like a half dozen. As a matter of fact, sorry, you guys are distracting me, but it is relevant to the conversation. They're talking about like, how do we control the market and isn't abundance just going to be taken over by corporations? And I think this kind of dovetails into climate science and economic incentives and all that kind of stuff. Predicted sea level rise by 2100 is half a meter, which is about 2 feet. 6 feet. So Miami will be screwed, but I won't. I'll be fine. I'm 70 feet above sea level. And for 2,500, 14 feet up to 25 feet. Bro, I hate to say this, but I am 70 feet above sea level. So the people of Miami might have to move out of Miami, providing that they don't do a dike system like the Netherlands. If they don't do a dike system similar to the Netherlands, Miami might be screwed. But I'm going to have beachfront property that I'm going to be able to sell. So yeah, Florida could be screwed. My family will not be.
Lottery versus income, or?
Well, I do, because like the whole point of lottery systems is that it's more fair, right? And also it is like it gives everyone an equal chance and equal opportunity. And I think a lot of people who are wealthier, especially in the United States, get that either from like generational wealth or from like a lot of billionaires. I personally think like exploit workers a lot. And a lot of lower class or lower income people aren't lower.
Correct. Christian Blair says, and this is the real reason to combat climate change. And so Floridians don't have to move to the Northeast. Yep.
Income because they don't work hard. It's because of structural disadvantages that they've had to face, whether it's because of generational wealth or race, etc. And I think being able to give those a greater opportunity, it also like goes back to the idea of like affirmative action, right? Giving those people like a comparatively more opportunity will only even the playing field rather than giving them a larger opportunity, if that makes sense.
So I don't necessarily disagree in theory. I just think in practice, like rent control, you already have to be there to have the unit. Like I don't think that like if there were minorities or disadvantaged people for whatever reason that didn't have generational wealth or whatever else that wanted to move into New York City, it's not like they could magically swoop in and grab one of these rent controlled units. I don't want to get stuck too much on housing, although I know we have limited time, just because I feel like for housing that the biggest issue you run into is, I guess actually it ties into the argument that I'm having related to firms are incentivized to do what firms do, unions do what unions do, buyers do what buyers do. I think the issue is that when it comes to housing, your most stringent voter block are going to be your people that have the biggest stake in housing, and their stake is to keep housing as unaffordable.
I'm not going to lie. I might fast forward to the third debate. I know that Beef Supreme is like, I love this, but like, I'm not going to lie. I have nothing. Cute Asian girl is smart. They're talking about how to create market incentives. Steven is being good faith and talking about market incentives. Okay, that's cool. So Sacred Snow says, where did you get your news from? That Bangladesh story is incredibly interesting, but I've never heard of it. Maybe I'm just an R slur, but I counter that I'm actually Boromir. So just Google Bangladesh climate change. And if you look at John Hopkins University, Climate Reality Project, Climate Change in Bangladesh on Wikipedia, migration policy. The reason why I heard about it was because of Robert Kaplan. So Robert Kaplan is a geopolitical analyst who works at the U.S. Naval War College. He's written books like The Revenge of Geography, Imperial Grunts, and Hog Bush Pilots or something like that. He's written a whole bunch of he's not a geographic determinist, but he uses geographic determinism to make predictions about history and kind of analyze history. And it's really, really, really good stuff. I actually love it. So even if you're not a geographic determinist, he's still an excellent read. And he just broke down, I think the book that I read was Asia's Cauldron. And Asia's Cauldron was about all of the geopolitical threats and alliances and military and resource concerns of Southeast Asia and China. And I think he talked about how Bangladesh is the most climatologically vulnerable place on the planet. Bangladesh is the most, besides the islands, besides like whatever Caribbean islands that are, or not Caribbean, whatever islands are out in the Pacific that are only 5 feet above like the ocean, the next most vulnerable place is Bangladesh. Let me check with Grassroots Super Chat, because maybe he's going to tell me to keep the video on the cute Asian girl. Grassroots says the cultural sensitive left-wing reason for environmentalism means Cubans will have to paddle their 54 Bel Air Condor another 2 miles to get to Florida. Yeah, there you go. Oh man, that's funny. All right, I'll let the Asian girl cook a little bit more before I skip to the third one. Apparently, the third one is spicy, and I'm sorry to the VOD viewers. I'm not trying to like blue ball you guys content wise, but when I hear, I'm not gonna lie, I'm a Twitch and YouTube politics guy. Okay, so I like good debates between intelligent people, but I also need somebody to like spam either like a racial slur, a sexual slur, a personal attack about somebody's sex life, a call the president a pedophile. Like, I need something like that, like every 5 to 10 minutes, or else my ADD kicks in. And if I have two sane, rational people having a sober, boring conversation, my brain just starts wandering. And then I need to talk about like Bangladesh and Jennifer Connelly using double-headed dildos.
And as exclusive as possible, because anything that you do to make housing more available or affordable is going to necessarily lower the rents or lower the value of the homes of the people that currently live there. So I think the YIMBYism is a big, or the NIMBYism, I should say, is a big issue where people don't.
All right, somebody said skip. Sorry. I'm going to use that as an excuse to skip the Asian girl. She's cute. She's smart. I have no problems with that, but I need some spice. And I'm hoping the ginger brings the spice. Hit me with it, girly. Let's go.
Member of the Yale Debate Association. Hannah will be arguing that Stephen's style of rhetoric makes the political climate much more polarized.
Let's go. Stephen's being a spicy meatball. Let's go.
Stephen, of course, will have a chance to defend and respond to your approach. Hannah, you can start us off.
Azarai says, did I see the new Sodaz breakdown? I haven't watched the last part of it, but I've watched 80% of it and broken down 80% of it. Sodaz is an excellent animator, and I hope he comes back to Warhammer, even though he won't.
Thank you. So, Destiny, you have made statements such as, conservatives need to be afraid of getting killed when they go to their events so that they turn down the temperature.
Based. Osbar says, Connor, how much would it cost me to get you to review a few Just Kojo abortion debates one day? They're usually short. He debated Dean Withers, which could be good content. It's older, though. $5.
You repeatedly refused to condemn the murder of Charlie Kirk. I won't woo over that. And after his murder, you tweeted making fun of his death, saying, I heard when he died, he fed an entire village of vampires because so much blood came out of his neck. Following the assassination attempt on Donald Trump, which killed one of his supporters, you said that you have zero sympathy for anything.
What VOD viewers? Got him. Sheesh. Owned.
That happens to him or to anyone who supports him. You have also said that your only regret is that Trump's assassin didn't spend enough time practicing first. So there are a couple of things wrong with this. First,
well, the main thing is that we're supposed to be morally impugning Destiny for his bad rhetoric, and yet at Yale, like a quarter of the audience is chuckling. That's probably not a great sign for how this debate is going to go.
First, it's hypocritical. You cannot claim that Trump is a threat to democracy while simultaneously calling for political assassinations, which are a threat to democracy. You have also criticized left-wing figures for doing the same thing, like when the streamer Hassan tweeted a picture of a makeshift gun at Senator Tom Cotton. Second, it's immoral. As a public live streamer with millions of viewers, you make it more likely that someone in your audience will take matters into their own hands and start killing off conservatives. Especially as a study by the Center for Strategic and International Studies found that left-wing political violence now outnumbers right-wing political violence. Third, it's bad for the country. Your rhetoric amplifies the extreme left and right. When conservative influencers like Matt Walsh say that the left wants me dead, your statements provide proof to that claim. There's a reason why extreme left-wingers like Hassan retweeted your statements about Trump's assassination. Political polarization destroys politics at the state and national levels when parties are unwilling to work together. And the Journal of Democracy finds a clear link between political polarization and political violence. And fourth, I think it's bad for you personally. You could be much more influential than you are right now if you didn't make extreme and hateful statements like these. You have a history of doing this that exceeds Republican behavior. You were deplatformed from Twitch for inciting violence during the BLM riots. And the mayoral candidate with whom you campaigned with had to cut ties with you for your hateful rhetoric. And since your goal is to help Democrats, I'd say that your rhetoric harms the movement that you claim to support. Ultimately, you are personally responsible for the extreme and divisive political climate that you critique.
Dang. The only way that she could have put a nail in the coffin of this one, I actually love this. This is great. The only way that she could have put a nail in the coffin for this is demonetization off of YouTube. Because I think Stephen, while the $250,000 that he was making off of Twitch annually did sting, I think that he kind of saw migrating to YouTube as like an opportunity that he should have taken on long ago. And so as a result of that migration, he kind of rebuilt his network and all that kind of stuff. The demonetization, I'm not saying this from like a personal level. Steven hasn't told me anything personally. But he's, a 90-day demonetization with no guarantee that you're going to be remonetized. I mean, I've heard him say it in public and I heard him say it in private. If he's not remonetized on YouTube, essentially, he might be considering retirement. And with what I would argue with Steven is that he could live stream on Kick, post VODs to, or his DGG chat. People would, dude, if I'm, I only have, let me take a look. It's late in the afternoon. Let me see how many people I got. I have 106 people. And yet, because I've found 2 or 3 Oilers who are Kings, and I also have a very generous chat, I got Grassroots Hegemon oiling, I got Corbin Joseph donating, Hasbar donating, Grassroots Hegemon again, Anonymous Chatter, Tico Suave, Grassroots Hegemon with gifted membership, Sapien Green, Patriarch with 10 gifted memberships, Justin with $10, Jen Winkler with 5 gifted memberships. You can easily make I hate to say easily because I do think I have a disproportionate oily chat, but there's no way that if I'm getting this much support as a 100 viewer Andy, there's no way that Steven wouldn't get insane amounts of support if he asked for it. If he said, hey, I can't be monetized on YouTube anymore, join my Patreon. Or if he says, hey, I can't be monetized on YouTube anymore, give me kicks. Or I can't be monetized on YouTube anymore, donate through DGG chat. If he did a call to action, he would blow my income out of the fucking water. So yeah, he doesn't have to retire if he doesn't want to retire, and he could just post VODs to Rumble, and he could just post VODs to YouTube. Is it going to be as big as it was before? Absolutely not. But does he need to retire? Also, absolutely not. I totally ignored baby labor. I thought I addressed that. Patriarch says base. Oh God, Connor, why? Because college kids are gay, Connor? What the fuck are you guys talking about? I have no idea what you guys are talking about. This chat is from 132. It's currently 135. I'm not even that far behind in chat. What are you guys talking about? Oh, you guys are saying that because I called Steven's comment based. Steven's comment is not actually based. I just think it's spicy and funny.
Critique. Your rhetoric inflames the American political climate, and I think that you have a net negative impact on the political space.
Based?
Jeez. Okay, so for my response to this is something that I've been stressing to people. There are 2 things that people see, and there's a third thing that people don't see. When it comes time to be civil in a conversation, both sides have to agree to that. One side can't agree and the other side not agree, and one side can't force agreement on that. And this is a thing that conservatives have been relying on liberals not understanding for decades. When one person, comes into an area to start a fight with another person, that other person fighting back is not being hypocritical.
Yeah, Fellrunner just said something that I think is pertinent. Destiny is a glass cannon, not a saint. I think of Destiny very similarly. When Destiny hits, he hits fucking hard. When Destiny gets hit, it, maybe not to him personally, but it can do an incredible amount of damage. And I do think that regardless of whether or not you like him or you hate him, you have to admit that he's just a powerful rhetorician for the liberal cause. It just is what it is. You can hate him. You can resent his position. You can think he's counterproductive. You can think he's garbage. You can think his personal life is garbage. You can think that his professional life is garbage. You can think that the way that he, seeks attention through negative publicity is cringe. You can think all that kind of stuff. It doesn't really change what he is.
Critical, is not being immoral, and is certainly not engaging in the same action as the person who came in to start the fight. So when it comes to speaking about, say, you talk about how I never condemned the murder of Charlie Kirk, or I never said that the murder of Charlie Kirk is bad. It's actually not true. On that Piers episode where I was fighting with all the conservatives about it, I think twice on that show, I said, yeah, nobody should be getting killed for political violence in the United States, but the right will not say this. And that is an unacceptable world where one side of this country has continuously, over and over again, disavowed political violence. I'm talking about like the political leaders. I'm talking about the Joe Bidens, the Barack Obamas. I'm talking about the differences when the assassination attempt was made against Donald Trump. Joe Biden gave a speech. He didn't blame either side. He said that everybody just needed to bring things down. He didn't mention that the shooter was Republican. He didn't blame Trump for his rhetoric. When Donald
I'm going to draw something. I'm going to draw something. It's going to be the tit for tat strategy.
Trump was supposedly being hunted by Iran, Biden increased his Secret Service personnel, even though he had no obligation to. Meanwhile, Donald Trump stripped Secret Service protections from Kamala Harris and other Democrats as soon as he was in office because he, I won't say what his motivations were. I don't even know if
Osbar for 5 says, DMing a link to the Kojo versus Dean Withers debate. Review it someday soon if you want. Just DM me beforehand, please. Hosbar, just giving you a heads up. I'm probably going to do the Nick Fuentes. If Justin says a Nick Fuentes' interview is good, typically he understands all of my criticisms of Nick Fuentes. So I hope it's good. And I'll probably check out the Nick Fuentes, whoever he interviewed with today. That's supposed to be pretty big. I forget who it was, but I'll be checking that out. And then in reference to the abortion debate, I fucking love abortion debates. So let's do that. I'll probably do that soon. Rach KP says, I'm looking to start a casual channel for discussion on emotional intelligence and conflict resolution skills growth for content creators and coaches. A side quest will be exiting the manosphere. Interesting. Rach, my recommendation to you is that if you just make a how-to tutorial on how to be emotionally mature, you're going to get really bad metrics. It's not you. It's not that your content is bad. It's just that people love personalities and people love conflict. So my recommendation, if you're starting that channel, is to use current dramas and current events to describe how your worldview would make the situation better. So that would be my recommendation. Eleanor Roosevelt is quoted as saying, small minds talk about people, average minds talk about events, great minds talk about ideas. My recommendation is take complex ideas, take current events, and root them in the drama of people. And I have found that to be a relatively successful formula.
He knows what his motivations are sometimes. And Donald Trump continues to do one-sided attacks against only one section of the country when it comes to calling for people to stop being violent. He went on Fox and Friends a day or two after Charlie Kirk was dead, and he said that when the left wing does violence, it's because they're evil. When the right wing does violence, it's just because they're just tired of the left wing doing it. When Biden was running for president, he had to disavow all the violence of the BLM protests. When Donald Trump ran for president the second and third time, he did it with the promise of pardoning every single January 6ther and every single person around him that was engaged in seditious conspiracy or a number of other crimes that were doing it to further Trump's interests. And he followed through with all of those pardons. When it comes to violent rhetoric, I'll make a lot of jokes. Now, conservatives supposedly make a lot of jokes. They said, I remember when Elon bought X that comedy was legal again. Apparently it's not, because I catch a lot of heat for some of my tweets, but they have no problem when it comes time to making jokes about Paul Pelosi, when he was almost beat to death by a guy at his house with a hammer, only because the cops showed up. The guy didn't get to go through with it. They have no problem making jokes or conspiracy theories about different shooters. Donald Trump didn't even acknowledge the death of the two Minnesotan lawmakers, or the one Minnesota lawmaker and her husband, and the other one that was attempted to be killed. When he was asked about this in the White House, he said, who? He didn't even remember it. This environment is not equal. So all this is said, and the most common response to me is basically, well, aren't you just making it worse? So I don't think that standing there and allowing yourself to have the most unbelievably inflammatory, hateful, disgusting, threatening remarks made at you as a side over and over and over again by one side and remaining quiet, I don't think that there is any virtue in that. I think insofar as you allow yourself to be ran over and destroyed by one side that has absolutely no limitations on how they conduct themselves, I just don't see what the virtue is in that. I've heard people online who have said things like, I was going to make this joke about this particular thing, but I know if I say this, Destiny's going to come at me and make this comment about it, so I'm not going to say anything about it. I think it's good that if you're a conservative and you read something that I say and that really, really pisses you off, really gets the snowflake twinkling or whatever, if that happens, good. I think you should feel upset. And maybe, just maybe, the next time Trump makes an unhinged tweet or truth, maybe a conservative stops and thinks, maybe it's not okay to just support these statements as trolls or memes or epic jokes. And maybe if I'm trying to hold a YouTuber I'm watching online more accountable for his speech than I am the president of the United States, maybe there's something that's deeply wrong and flawed with that system that the conservatives could step back and take a look at.
I respond. Okay. So what I'm not calling for is for you or for Democrats at large to remain quiet, right? What I think I'm clearly calling for you is to not do the same thing that you're critiquing conservatives and Republicans for doing. If you think that's bad when Trump says inflammatory rhetoric, or if a conservative calls for a Democrat to be killed, you can no longer criticize that practice when you then turn around and say, I actually want the conservatives to be being killed, and I want Trump to be the one who's getting killed.
You recognize that my position is not the same as them, though, right? That when they say it's funny and hilarious when the left gets killed and we're going to never recognize our side, that when I say, oh, okay, well, I'm going to copy the same stuff you do until you're willing to mutually accept that we stop, that these positions aren't the same because they're never willing to stop, right?
Okay, so do you think that that's what's going to happen? You think that you going out there and saying conservatives need to be killed is going to lead to the conservatives saying, oh, yeah, I really want to compromise with this person.
Well, so
I want to work together with the Democratic Party.
So I've never said that conservatives need to be killed. Okay, I've never said that.
Wait, so you said specifically that they need to be afraid of getting killed so that they turn down the temperature. But how is someone afraid of getting killed unless there's a threat to their life?
Sure. So if you saw more than just what Jesse Waters decided to show on his program on Fox, the entire conversation I'm having there is that when conservatives talk about violence in the United States, it's like a sexy, fun thing for them. And when liberals talk about it, it seems to be more of like a fearful thing, like, hey, we all need to stop. When I hear conservatives talk about violence in the United States, they seem excited for it. And I think there's no fear there. And I think they should be afraid. There was never a call for violence. And if you listen to anything I've said, like, I'm out here doing these events. Clearly, I don't want people getting shot out here because I'm probably going to be the first one to go if that actually happens. What I'm saying is that, like, you can't speak about these things. Like, there needs to be a healthy sense of fear that, like, if we continue to escalate, we're going to end up in, like, some civil war status because conservatives act fearless when it comes to their rhetoric.
Yeah, but again, the same thing I would say, which I don't think was addressed, is do you think it's an effective strategy to get one side to negotiate with you to say that you're okay with them dying and it doesn't bother you if they get killed?
I think it's more effective than allowing them to do it, like, unimpugned, yeah.
Wouldn't it be more effective to say it's bad when they do it and that's how you can win voters to then get elected?
That didn't work last time, did it?
Oh, so you think just because Biden lost one election, that means that, MAGA Republicans rule the country and that Democrats have no chance of winning unless they become authoritarian themselves?
I think Democrats will win the next set of elections, but I think the fact that Trump won says something is deeply wrong with the American public right now and is deeply wrong with our discourse. If Kamala would have won all 7 swing states, it wouldn't have been as much of a landslide as it should have been in that election. The reality is that the president makes on a daily basis unhinged tweets that would dwarf the entirety of an ordinary Democratic president's tweet history combined. I can probably find something he's tweeted today or yesterday that he said that's worse than the totality of everything said in his entire administration, for Obama, for Biden, for any of the Clintons. But Trump won his second election. So what happened there? Do you think that there's some virtue in Democrats just continuing to nod their heads and play along with Republicans and not act like all of the unhinged, insane rhetoric is coming from one side?
Yeah, again.
Okay. So what Stephen did, I had a debate with a gentleman by the name of Reason Riffs, and it was an excellent conversation, excellent debate. It was hosted by Zip Zip, of all people, who's a Destiny defender, and it was hosted by Kafka Esquire, who I think is either a lawyer or a paralegal or something. But effectively, it was done in a court setting, which I thought was really weird. And I actually found the debate to be kind of dry while I was participating in it. But I also felt that it substantially increased the quality of the rhetoric. So I wasn't allowed to strawman, argue, scream, steamroll, cry, piss, moan. I wasn't allowed to steamroll Reason Riffs. And then Reason Riffs was allowed to make the best argument possible with the strongest evidence possible. And it was a great conversation. I actually, I appreciate Reason Riffs, Kafka Esquire, and Zipset for putting that conversation together. But effectively, what he did is, because of the way that Stephen articulates tit for tat, I mistook tit for tat for eye for an eye. Okay. And eye for an eye is different. Eye for an eye means that if you poke out my eye, I poke out your eye. And that level of negative reciprocity where who are you talking to, Doobie? You're saying, are you retarded? Anyways, I hope you're asking somebody else, Doobie, because I don't think I'm retarded for anything that I've just said in the past minute. So, anyways, the point is that like eye for an eye is Old Testament morality, and arguably eye for an eye was better compared to pagan morality, because pagan morality was you rape my daughter, therefore I murder everyone in your town and we rape everybody inside the village. Right? That was the pagan morality prior to eye for an eye. Eye for an eye means negative reciprocity. Okay. You're talking to, okay, anyways, I'm going to ignore you guys for a minute. So anyways, so I was taking tit for tat for an eye, but what Reason Riff said is that if your opponent does something illegal, you do not have to do something illegal in order to do tit for tat. As an example, let's say that conservatives had one of their pundits murdered. Okay. Charlie Kirk as an example. He's murdered. He's gone. He can no longer do what he wants to do. And the conservatives wanted revenge. Well, in an eye for an eye scenario, you would need to murder a liberal or progressive commentator. But if you were engaging in tit for tat and you cared about legality, then what you could actually do is you could just screw over a liberal commentator badly. Let's say that Destiny and Charlie Kirk were equivalent to each other in reach. I know that they're not, but let's say that they were. Then if Destiny was equivalent in reach, then you could just research his sex drama, release it, have a bunch of conservatives cover the drama, and then you could damage his career to the point that he's not as effective as a rhetorician. And then boom, what you did is you engaged in negative reciprocity, but that negative reciprocity had the same consequence, but it wasn't necessarily the same action. And so that steelman of tit for tat, because tit is definitionally different than tat, or it's actually word-wise, etymologically different than tat. It's negative reciprocity, but you don't have to do exactly what your opponent did. So not only did Reason Riffs articulate that, but what he also articulated, which I thought was brilliant, was he said that the best gamed out scenarios where tit for tat functioned was one where the good faith opponent engaged in tit for tat, but 5 to 10% of the time, they tried to engage in cooperation in order to mend the relationship so they could get back to cooperation. Okay. And so as a result, I drew this example for you real quick. I'm a never Trump guy. Donald Trump is an ephebophilic rapist until proven otherwise, I think is a decent rhetorical response to the Democrats stole the election and are a bunch of seditious traitors. Is it exactly the same? No, but is it a equally jarring, vilifying insult? Yes. George Floyd fucked around and find out. Conservatives would say that. I would say that many Democrats since George Floyd and since Ashley Babbitt have said Ashley Babbitt fucked around and found out. It's a way to callously tell your opponents that you don't give a shit about their feelings. People say, Democrats say that it's ironic that Charlie Kirk was killed by a gun despite him hating gun control. And then conservatives can say it's ironic that black criminals are majority killed by other black criminals rather than cops. And so it's a way to take a lack of empathy and shove your opponent's nose in it because you think they're wrong about some topic, right? And so 30 kids died by drowning in an incident that we're sad and angry about, that they're dead. And that's what conservatives were in reference to the Texas floods. And what Stephen did, which is negative reciprocity, was he said, oh, lol, you guys didn't give a shit about climate change. Biden tried to give you an early warning system. I'm going to make a sex joke about these dead kids and rub your faces in the fact that there's 30 drowned children, which, to be frank, was one of the most fucked up things that I think Stephen has ever said. And it did rightfully get him a healthy chunk of flack. What I think I was arguing for, and a healthy chunk of other people were arguing for, was that situation was so extreme that trying to come together and saying like, hey, this is the policy thing that I think you're wrong on, but realistically, this is fucked up. We're both Americans. We can both agree that this is fucked up. And so as a result, yeah, that's pretty bad. And you have my sympathy and my empathy. And, you know, I don't like you, but I love you as my fellow American. We should try to work together to solve problems. And so it was a policy joke, not a sex joke. Fucking cope and eat a barrel of dicks, CD sock them. Talking about 12-year-old drowned children jerking off the porn is absolutely a sex joke. Fuck off. You guys came up with that post hoc, it's a policy analysis joke after you already took 3 days of getting your dicks kicked in because Destiny was talking about kids jerking off. Get the fuck out of here. That's cope, CD Sock them. You have never said anything dumb in my chat before, so I'm not going to be too mean, but that is unbridled cope. Get the fuck out of here. Not don't literally get the fuck out of here. I'm saying get the fuck out of here with that sentiment. He did say anything about them flicking the bean. That was them. Oh, you want to pull up the tweet? I'll pull up the tweet. You want to pull up the tweet? Because I could just show that you're either misremembering or lying. We can do that if you want. I can pull up the tweet. Oh, I already remember the tweet. I heard that God killed those children because those children were using NordVPN in order to look at Pornhub, hashtag promo code Destiny for NordVPN. That's absolutely a joke about adolescent children jerking off and getting killed by God in a flood. So you're lying. You're either lying or you're wrong. So either you're wrong or you have autism. So yeah, go fuck yourself. Go. I love you. Parasocially, but go fuck yourself. All right. Anyways, the point is, I'm gonna put a nice little bow on it before we move on. The point is that tit for tat is a gamed out strategy that is good when you have a non-cooperative partner. However, 5 to 10% of the time, you should try to cooperate because game theory wise, that's the best way to do it. And also, just because your opponent does something bad does not mean you have to do an equal and opposite bad thing. You can actually come up for creative solutions to impose negative consequences on your opponent without the moves being identical. That's my summary. Back to it.
And I don't think that Democrats just need to go along with things. I think that criticizing one side, saying that they're engaging in some authoritarian practices or that they have very inflammatory rhetoric is an effective tactic, especially when you're not doing the same thing. You lose your ability to criticize one side if you advocate for your political side of the aisle to do the very same thing to conservatives.
Chico says, I'm not donating until I get XL. Well, it's going to be a cold day in hell when you donate again.
If my position isn't the same, how do you lose the ability to advocate for it? If somebody comes into a room screaming and I say, okay, well, I'm going to scream at the guys, I guess, until you stop, our positions aren't the same. That person is just screaming for no reason. My position is responsive to their position. I don't like that's how civility works. It's responsive to the other person's civility.
But what you're arguing is what, for instance, like Trump and conservatives are doing is a threat to democracy, right?
Yes.
And then you're saying, therefore, Democrats ought to do something which is also a threat to democracy.
It's better to have
lose the ability to criticize the first thing.
That's like saying that like if the North goes to war against the South, they lose the ability to criticize the South for seceding from the Union. I disagree with that. If one side is going to conduct themselves in a violent manner, then the other side should be able to conduct themselves similarly.
So just to be clear, you think if Democrats get into office, they should do a January 6th style insurrection because conservatives already did it, right? So why not just let fire go?
Yeah, dude. And here's the other thing. You guys are saying that he's not making a sex joke about adolescence. There was like a random conservative guy who was talking about his daughter having his prom date come over, and she was like 12 or 13. It was like her 12-year-old boyfriend just came over to take her out on a date. And then Destiny, for like no reason, was like, did he smash? It's like wholly unnecessary. Why are you sexualizing adolescent children? What point are you making? And CD Democrat says he didn't say anything about them flicking their bean. That was you. No, it was him. It was him. Don't gaslight me. Don't piss on my leg and tell me it's raining. Don't do that. Gross.
Oh, right.
If we do it, hopefully we don't fail like they did.
Okay.
I think that there need to be severe repercussions for the current administration up to and including anything that related to the Department of Justice, related to investigations, related to what maybe creative interpretations of the law like the conservatives have taken upon themselves to do. Yeah, because right now the pattern that we've set in the United States is that if you're a conservative, you can do basically whatever you want. And at the end of the day, the Democrats are going to show up to not only clean up your mess, but pretend you didn't do it and then try to play along with you.
So then what bothers me about that is Democrats really can't claim to be the party of democracy when you again make statements like this that it'd be fine and actually preferable for us to create an insurrection that would overthrow the democracy to instate forever democratic rule, right? So would you agree that you can no longer criticize Trump or conservatives for being a threat to democracy?
No, because
and this is where it goes too far. I'm sorry. Steven's saying that the temperature is way too hot. So, considering the crazy shit conservatives are doing, they need to be concerned about violence. That way, they turn down the temperature of the rhetoric. Is not the same as trying to overthrow the Republic through the fake elector scheme in January 6, 2021, and then supporting the candidate that tried to overthrow the Republic in 2021 after he's already lost. So, sorry, no, this is jumping the shark for me from a conservative argumentation standpoint.
My position is not the same as theirs. I'm willing to play democracy as long as they're willing to play democracy, but I'm not going to play
CD Socdem says, saying that about masturbation and not about a policy banning porn and a critique of religious dogma. CD Socdem, you are coping hard, brother. Is Stephen talking about adolescents using pornography or not? Yes. Are those kids dead? Yes. Have those kids died in the past 48 hours compared to when the tweet was sent? Yes. Should any adult man over the age of 19, and I would even say 18, like if you're an adult, you're an adult. Should anybody be talking about adolescent children gooning in some effort to make an edgy joke about dead people during a recent national tragedy? No. And if you think that, you're just wildly immature. Sorry. Like I'm a pretty immature person. That joke is abhorrent. It's gross. It's repulsive. The only funny part about it, and I admitted this, that it's funny. The only funny part about it is taking a major brand like NordVPN and involving them in your fucked up joke. That's the one part of the joke that I actually find funny. Everything else I think is absolutely a horror show.
Democracy while they play.
You won't defend democracy when another side is attacking it.
One side can't defend civility. It has to be two sides.
So that's just not true. I mean, the way that our system works right now, I guess you are not a fan of this, but when you have a democracy in place, you can win elections, and then you can get rid of all the bad policies and the things that you don't like from the other side. And what I think is that your rhetoric is making it less likely that Democrats are going to win elections. Because if you say the ideal Democratic Party is one which calls for violence against conservatives, or which says it's fine to disobey democratic norms so long as the other side is doing it, then voters don't see a distinction between you and Donald.
Hold on. This is where I feel like my chat is filled with children. You know when you're fighting in the back seat of your car with your brothers or sisters? Probably not, because you're probably all single children with autism. But you remember, hypothetically, let's pretend that you have parents that love you. And hypothetically, let's pretend that you had brothers and sisters that loved you and you had a loving rivalry. And you were fighting over a toy, and then somebody poked somebody in the ear, and then somebody spit on somebody, and then somebody stole somebody's candy, and then somebody this, and then somebody did that. You could go back through the entire line of argumentation and talk about who began the negative behavioral cycle worse. You could do that. Or if you were mature adults, you could say, okay, it doesn't matter who started it. We're both going to stop. Right? If you were a mature child, that's what you would do. If you were an adult who was viewing immature children fighting that way, then that's what you would do. But no offense, I'm going to be a little bit mean. Your internet uncle, your internet dad, who replaced your real father's love and attention, he says different. And so you must defend whatever your internet dad says, even if he's wrong. Okay? You don't have to defend everything I say. You don't have to think everything I say is correct. And if you don't believe I'm correct, I don't expect you to go into other people's chats and make bad arguments on my behalf. Okay? So don't talk about adolescent kids jerking off, especially when they're dead. Don't joke about it in public in full view of people who will get pissed off at you. Don't act surprised and act like you had a 3,000 IQ policy argument or biblical argument, because you don't. You're just being an edgy piece of shit. And then don't appeal to they started it. Nobody gives a fuck. Grow up. Mature. Jesus Christ.
Donald Trump.
I want to jump in here with a question for you, Stephen. What is the end goal of the escalate to de-escalate?
The end goal is that when the other side sees, oh, well, if we do this thing, the other side's kind of responsive to it. So maybe we shouldn't do this thing because it leads to a really bad world. The issue that I have right now is the world that you're advocating for is one where Democrats just continue to, say, okay, well, we're not going to engage in that because we want to have some, I guess, moral high ground, some imagined moral high ground, while Republicans engage in the most insane rhetoric possible and don't suffer any electoral losses for it. You keep saying that, like, well, if you engage in the same rhetoric that they do, you're going to lose voters. They won the last election. I don't know what that means. That's like the weaker side saying, if you
because of an anemic economy, and dude, this is one of the things that Destiny legitimately pisses me off on. Donald Trump didn't win the election as a sober indictment of Democratic policy. He won the election because the economic recovery after COVID was anemic, and they ran Joe Biden until the very end, at which point it was evident that his brain was leaking out of his ears. And then they ran a Californian state attorney with an annoying voice and an annoying laugh with 90 days to campaign. That's why the Democrats lost. It was a uniquely terrible campaign. So saying like, oh, well, the Republicans win, therefore the rules are out the door, very stupid. Very stupid. Very much disagree. CD Democrat says, much love. Every time you disagree with me, you accuse me of gaslighting you. Stop sounding like my ex. I might have to leave you. Thank you, CD Sockdem. Thank you. I parasocially love you. The feeling is mutual. Thank you for the donation.
you do this thing that the other guy's doing, you're going to be weaker than he is, and he's already stronger than you. How?
But like you said, there's a difference between retaliation and starting a strategy to begin with. So if all the Democratic voters are voting for you because they believe in democracy and they believe in these norms, you take away the difference between you and Republicans when you start to engage in the same behavior that they are engaging with.
But there's still a difference. The difference is that the Democrats are willing to come back to the table and be adults if the Republicans are. And you say that like you're losing the voters. We already lost the voters. We lost the majority vote
by like 2 million. You coward. In a country of 330 million in which the Democrats ran a uniquely inept campaign. Believing, didn't Biden win in 2020? Excuse me, if the Democrats are so inept that they'll never win a election again because Donald Trump has changed the rule book, how did Joe Biden win in 2020? Was it because Donald Trump was incompetent and proved he was incompetent while going through the COVID crisis? And so as a result, we looked for any other person to lead us out of the COVID crisis? Yeah. And was it an anemic economic recovery along with a really, really bad campaign that lost Kamala the election by a few percentage points? Absolutely. This is incredibly stupid. I don't know why Stephen insists upon it. I disagree viciously with his perspective.
In the last election, and the first time in how long for the people that voted in the election? It doesn't seem like they care too much about it. It seems like they're more concerned with an executive that seems like it's championing the interests of the people with, chants like lock her up, than they are about people caring about democratic norms. I think that it feels like the left isn't fighting for the American public when they just allow themselves to be steamrolled over and over and over again.
Hosbar says, now imagine your brother hits you and then you hit him back and your mom says, I'm not making him stop until you stop. Yeah, Hosbar. But weirdly enough, what ends up happening is that both brothers say the same thing, right? Both brothers are saying the same thing. The right wing is saying that the left wing started this by being censorious and dogmatic with progressivism on social media and in pop culture and in maligning any conservative thought to the right of Joe Biden. And the left wing says Donald Trump is a unique threat to democracy that tried to overthrow the republic in 2021. Both of those statements could be true. I argued against both of those things. I argued against the left wing being censorious and using social media to malign every right wing argument to the right of my arguments. And I also said Donald Trump trying to overthrow the Republic of the United States was a horrific crime that should be punished and he should be precluded from office. So now we have two brothers saying that, we have mom saying you can't stop hitting your, I will not force your brother to stop hitting you until you stop hitting your brother. Stop fucking hitting each other. Your brothers. Act like it. Or me, as the centrist, will beat the fuck out of both of you.
By a right whose rhetoric is getting increasingly unhinged.
Okay, so like just to clarify, you think it would be a good thing for Democrats electorally if they were to adopt the same rhetoric that Donald Trump or conservatives are currently using, like on the mass scale?
I actually don't think it would be good, and I think it would accelerate the rush to the bottom and the destruction of the Republic of the United States. Doobie for $20 says, the truth is that Destiny wanted to make a disgusting edgelord comment about recently drowned children to grab attention for himself, and he's using his supposed political project and status as a liberal e-champion as a shield. Sorry, guys. I agree with Doobie on this one.
It would be better than just having them adopt it, yes.
Okay, so you think it's better, though, than what the Democratic Party is doing currently, which is criticizing Trump and the conservatives for having that type of rhetoric?
Yes, because even an electoral win, I don't think is a real win. When it's 50-50 with like the most authoritarian guy ever, with a guy who's making truths and tweets about having his political opponents hanged, and then people are like, well, sometimes YouTubers are being kind of mean. Like, this world is not equivalent to me. It's not rational. It's not sane. Like a bare win over a guy who's joking about running for a third term, and he's only joking about it because he's probably never going to survive this term because he's so sick all the time. I don't think that's a huge political.
G-Free, I'm just going to say this. Valor Media Network, my comment was because this Hosbar guy is debate my dad, Andrew Wilson. The left started all political division and violence in literally response to your pay pig. Okay. I'll just give you a single warning, G-Free, because I've only seen you a couple of times in chat. Jen Winkler, Justin, Patriarch, Sapient Green, Grassroots, and don't ever refer to Grassroots as a pay pig. Tico Suave, Anonymous Chatter, Grassroots Hegemon again, Hosbar, Corbin, Grassroots again, Hosbar again, CD Sockdem, Doobie, Christian Valeris, and Doobie. Okay. Hosbar has donated a total of $15 over 5 hours of content. People have donated substantially more than him, and that's not an insult to Hasbar. I don't give a shit if you give me $5, $2, or $100. I like it when you guys give me money. Don't call anyone a pay pig, because the only pay pigs that I'm aware of are my Oilers, and Oilers is an infinitely more dignified term than pay pig. Pay pig has, like, in my perception of the word, it has like a negative connotation, like a financial domination pseudo-sexual relationship. Maybe you're a liberal, maybe you're a progressive, maybe you're somebody who's repulsed by that stuff. I don't give a shit. Don't call anybody who pays me a pay pig unless you want to get banned. Okay? Appreciate you.
Political win for us.
Okay, but once again, I don't understand the criticism of Trump wanting Democrats to be hanged. If you think it's fine if a Democrat were to say that Republicans should be hanged, right?
If a guy was holding an explosive over here and I'm holding a weight that's going to drop and hit an explosive over here, if he blows me up, our positions are not the same. If he never blows his dynamite up, I'll never drop the weight and blow mine up. I just watched Terminator 2, so I remember the scene where the guy blew all the people up, right? But this is, you keep saying, Republicans keep making the same mistake saying you guys have the same position, so now you can't criticize.
Doobie for $20 says, and the second truth is you guys running cover for this clear bad behavior from him solidifies its attachments to the anti-Trump movement. It doesn't win over Republicans, moderates, anyone else. It just hurts your own side. I mean, I do think it's counterproductive behavior. So once again, I agree with Doobie. Listen, if you want to go tit for tat on, they call you a seditious traitor, so you call them pedophiles. If you want to go tit for tat for George Floyd fucked around and find out, you can say Ashley Babbitt fucked around and find out. I'm perfectly fine with that. If you want to say it's ironic that Charlie Kirk was killed despite him hating gun control, and they say it's ironic that black criminals are the ones who kill each other rather than cops statistically, but I think the Charlie Kirk thing, it's mean. It's definitely mean-spirited. It's definitely cruel, but I don't think it's outside the bounds of conversation. I think what Steven did was so uniquely abhorrent to anyone with like a normal moral calculus that, yeah, sure. I think Doobie's right to a point that he did it in order to claim attention for himself. Steven has no problems with negative publicity in order to gain people's attention. And weirdly enough, that's what it didn't bar him from going on to Piers Morgan. It made him the topic of a Piers Morgan debate. So he was rewarded for his bad behavior. So if you want to talk on a personal level, I'm sure that Steven's negative publicity marketing strategy works for him. However, I wouldn't sweep for it, and I think it's bad for society. And I would appreciate if you guys stop being autistic. Right? You can be autistic, just don't be that autistic.
Criticism anymore. My position is responsive to their position.
Sure, but do you think that once you pass that threshold, like say once Democrats have done their own January 6th and we have no democracy, you really think you can get back to the system that we had beforehand? That there's an effective way to de-escalate the system after you have engaged in escalating it?
I think that whatever comes after, even if it's a war, is preferable.
I don't think I agree that it wasn't even close. And by the way, this goes back to why I trust elites over the layperson, because I think the layperson is an idiot. The reason why the election was close was because people didn't understand how bad what Trump had done was. That's why. What they said is, oh, well, the economy's bad, and the Republicans always talk about the economy. Let's vote in a Republican and he'll cut my taxes. That was like the sum total of their level of that, like 70% of the electorate. That's all they said to themselves before they checked a box. So I'm not a Democrat. I think democracy is the worst form of governance except for all the other ones. I'm a Republican. I like the rule of law. I like a constitution. I like representative democracy. So all you're doing is you're kind of proving my point about democracy. And then also popular vote 2024 election. Allegedly, when it first started, there was like a 10 million vote gap between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump. But I think by the time that they counted up California, it was actually a lot closer, like a lot closer. Like, what is it? I think it was 2 million votes. And I think Donald Trump got 49.9% of the vote. And then Kamala Harris got 48.3% of the vote. That means that Kamala Harris lost by 1.6%, which is almost nothing. And then if you look at 2020, Joe Biden allegedly beat Donald Trump by 4.3%. So does that mean that like Joe Biden was that much better of a candidate compared to Kamala Harris? I don't think so.
Preferable to a system where the next person thinks that they can act like Donald Trump too and get away with it over and over again. Because right now, the Republicans, in their mind, they should run another candidate that's just like Trump, but worse, because they haven't even paid any electoral consequences for it.
Stephen, are you calling for...
That's bullshit. The electoral consequences were in 2024 when Donald Trump lost. Stephen, the electoral consequences were in the midterms where the red wave never materialized. The actual consequences were 1,500 people being indicted and convicted and staying behind jail. Christian Blair's for $50 says, Doobie will pearl clutch about Destiny's jokes about dead kids while he defends a hostage taking and murder of civilians up to and including children. Anything to stop a genocide, including co-signing war crimes. Boom! Hypocrisy, Doobie. Suck on it.
For a war when you say the next person it's better to have a war?
No, I'm not calling for what I'm calling for. What I would hope is that the president of the United States, I can't even believe that this is like,
sorry, did he say something spicy that I missed?
Run another candidate that's just like Trump, but worse, because they haven't even paid any electoral consequences for it.
Stephen, are you calling for a war when you say the next person it's better to have a war?
No, I'm not calling for what I'm calling for. What I would hope is that the president of the United States, I can't even believe that this is like a controversial statement. The president of the United States, if he was a moral human being, a man with integrity and honor, a leader of men, of people in the United States, should be able to say, all of us need to be less violent. That's like the most bare minimum decent statement in the world a person can make. But for some reason, the president can't make that statement, and conservatives are obsessed with criticizing the left.
Hosbar says, one brother initiated and escalated and don't stop even when you stop. So who stops first? That's the point. Why does the right stop when the left has and will capitalize on that? Because you're both saying the same thing. Hosbar, you're both saying he started it and he won't stop. So do the tit for tat strategy. Unironically, do this. I showed you this thing for a reason. Have negative reciprocity, and then 5 to 10% of the time, try to cooperate until we can cooperate again.
Anytime they say stuff that's even remotely approaching what the president of the United States is saying on a near daily basis, publicly, on social media, in 4K, like all broadcasted to the whole internet, not even said with shame, like behind closed doors.
Okay, well, again, my response to this. So your response is, well, when Democrats do it, it's just in retaliation. When conservatives do it, they started it, right?
Right. It's like talking to children in the backseat of a car. Doobie for 50 says, Christian will pearl clutch about the blockade of a genocidal ethno-state and the death of 10 civilians to maintain it while justifying the starvation, ethnic cleansing, and slaughter of all other civilians and opposing action to stop it, headassery. I don't even think that's true, Doobie. I kind of think that's a straw man. You might even say the same thing about me. I don't justify the starvation, ethnic cleansing, and slaughter of other civilians to oppose actions to stop it. Depends on what we're talking about. I don't support jihadist terrorism. I'll tell you what. Sorry, I'm getting yawny. Let's see how much more we got.
Conservatives would say the exact same thing. Someone like Donald Trump would say the reason why I'm, making inflammatory statements is because Democrats are engaging in political violence because they killed Charlie Kirk and because they want like Republicans to go to jail and they tried to indict me and all this stuff. So the escalation comes on both sides. You can make the argument from either side.
You can, like if I stand at the bottom of a building and jump because I feel like I can't fly, and another guy says he can.
I like to think of myself as a pay hog.
Can fly and he jumps off the building. There's a difference in truthfulness in these two statements. Republicans can pretend that the escalation has happened on both sides, but the record clearly demonstrates otherwise. Nobody was running around killing.
Fellow Runner says, the super chat war needs to be put in my anals.
Cops with I'm doing Joe Biden's orders bumper sticker or whatever, or like I'm here for Biden, he ordered me to be here. That's not true. All of the unhinged stuff comes from Trump, from the conservatives. The conservatives, the only reason people even know about what people on the left say is because the conservatives will find people on the far left and amplify. The average left-leaning person doesn't want kitty litter boxes in schools, but Joe Rogan is out here saying that they're all over the place.
But I agree with that. I would say that a lot of the extreme violence that we see does come from the extreme left, from people like, Hassan Piker advocate for violence, for instance. But as I said, you amplify those voices when you yourself support that violence.
Yeah, Doobie. Texas went red in the last election, so it totally helps our side to make masturbation jokes about their recently drowned children. Right. Listen, I hate to say it, DGG, but anybody outside of DGG does not try to steal Man Destiny's joke. Even the people who think it was funny, they're like, yeah, that was pretty fucked up. That was probably counterproductive.
I don't think that the violence will be coming from these milquetoast liberals, but it will probably be coming from communists, from socialists, from authoritarians, from people who don't care about democracy fundamentally. And so by making violent statements, you're amplifying the voices of the people that you don't like, which is the extreme left and the extreme right.
Thank you to both debaters.
All right, excellent. If that was the spicy one and the rest of it is kind of mid, then that's totally fine. I'm going to full screen for a little bit. I'm going to engage with chat, and then I'm going to I'm just going to hang out with you guys for a little bit before I dip out. So like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. My parasocial love you. Thank you for hanging out. I'm going to go ahead and thank everybody who donated. So we had Jen Winkler kicking us off with 5 gifted Valor Media Network memberships, $10 from Justin, Patriarch Oiling with the 10 Valor Media Network memberships. Thank you, King. $100 100 DKK from Sapien Green, which is about $15 according to him. Grassroots for 20. Grassroots with 10 gifted Valor Media Network memberships. Thank you for the Oil King. Tico Suave with the 5, Grassroots with the 5, Anonymous Chatter with the 20, Grassroots with the 20, Hosbar with the 10, Corbin with the 2, Grassroots with the 10, Grassroots with the 10, Hosbar with the 5, CD Sockdem with the 10, Doobie with the 20, Doobie with the 20, Christian Valeris with the 50, Doobie with the 50. I appreciate you guys arguing with each other via $50 super chats. It's much appreciated. Once again, like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with the chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. And I'm just going to read starting here, and I'm going to scroll down. This is you guys fighting each other, though. Fighting each other. I do say the same thing about Connor, to be honest. He does think I'm like a Zio dick sucker. I don't believe if the homeland bullshit like Connor either. Nobody is forever guaranteed land. Interesting. AKA Batusai says they can still redistrict Texas. They just have to show it's not being drawn on racial lines. Interesting. Doobie says, thinking it's a huge issue for someone to support a blockade to try and stop a genocide, but not that it's a huge deal for someone to support the genocidal ethno-state mid-genocide is evidence of this. Okay, well, we could We could fight over definitions, but I'm not interested. We've already had that fight before. Sen Patriarch says, my wife got off work early and brought me Panda Express. Bro, I hope she got you, well, I guess Sweet Fire Chicken they're not doing anymore. I hope she got you double orange chicken and chow mein, man. I used to jack up double orange chicken and chow mein. I freaking love orange chicken, bro. I freaking love orange chicken. And what was the other thing? Sweet Fire Chicken? Oh, I'm so mad they took it off the menu. I freaking love Sweet Fire Chicken. Agus Puig? Agus Puig. Agui Puig. Agus Puig. Something. 6615. Connor, would you agree with Destiny that edgy comments aside, if it was undeniably true that it was the right who started the fight and kept hitting while the left was chill all along? Would you agree with Destiny? Edgy comments aside, if it was undeniably true that it was yeah. So, but I think it's a misapplication of tit for tat. Number one, I've heard Destiny talk about tit for tat for half a dozen times, and I don't think he does a good job. I think what he describes is eye for an eye. I think he describes eye for an eye, not tit for tat. Reason Riffs, who is a DGGer, described that tit for tat doesn't mean that you have to do illegal shit if your opponent does illegal shit. You just do something that imposes a grievous consequence on your opponent, and it can be legal and it can be moral. Not just that, he also said that the best war-gained tit for tat to reestablish cooperation is cooperating 10% of the time. So if Destiny made his statement about Corey Comparatory and most people laughed, if Destiny made his statement about he wished the Donald Trump shooter had better aim and most people laughed, then the time to not be an asshole was making jokes about dead kids JOing. Okay? So that would have been the time to be reciprocal. An anonymous chatter says, I don't like democracy. I like republics. Me in the corner. He doesn't know that republics are a form of democracy. Jokes, light ribbing. Dude, I got it. I understand it. I don't like direct democracy. I also think the plebeian masses are incredibly stupid. I wish we had an elite class of technocrats who cared about policy and information and technology and futurism and the human species. And I wish that they crafted legislation. Chad with the money wins in the end. True. Send Patriarch $50 arguments for posts is hilarious. I do love it. Thank you, guys. Good job, Grill Team 6. Thank you. Almost as much as an oil at a Diddy party, or almost as much oil as a Diddy party. True. Beijing beef, you losers. Absolutely not, Machiko. Absolutely not. Yeah, Sweet Fire Chicken. I don't know if it's banned for all locations. I just do know that my local location took it off of the menu. I know because I was very upset. I was upset. Grasser says, hey, chat, if Connor closes, Ryan Mullally is on Sitch and Adams show if anyone wants to come hang. Let's do Dean Withers and that other guy on an abortion debate that Hosbar talked about, and let's do Ryan Mullally on Sitch and Adam if it gets spicy. If they all agree with each other and just jay each other off, then we'll skip it. But if it's good, then I'll come do it. Agus Puig says, my name has been beyond butchered. I'm in tears. Well, I'm sorry. Is that A or O? It looks like Agus, A-G-U-S, Puig, P-U-I-G, 6615. And then I tried to pronounce it as a single word, and it didn't work. So, yeah. Some Patriarch says, you haven't heard how Connor pronounced a.k.a. Batusai for the longest time. I used to say Batusui, and truth be told, I kind of miss those days a little bit. Zena says, Connor's new business strategy is instigating his Oilers against each other. It's not a business strategy. It's just something funny that happens. Because Grassroots wants to be the top Oiler. So he oils every day that he's here, he oils. And then also, if somebody donates bigger than him, he'll typically come back and donate more just to give that guy the middle finger. Christian Valeris got a promotion, so he started oiling like crazy. And then he'll throw an elbow in every now and then. Doobie's got stupid cash, but I piss him off, and he pisses me off to some degree. So we fight about it, and it's like, no donation, no donation, no donation, no donation. And then Doobie's like, all of a sudden, fuck you guys. And then he gives us like a giant middle finger, which is oftentimes attached to a minimum of a $50 super chat. So I think that Doobie mostly oils in order to give me a middle finger. Rob with the W says Cotter mispronounced Batusi. That's awesome. Ogus says you almost got it that time, to be honest. Agus, you got right. Then it was more like Puig or Puig. It's a name and surname in Catalan. Interesting. Agus Puig. All right. Learn something new every day. That's cool. Yeah, I would call Batusi, but that's so mean. I think he would leave. Yeah, Doobie has Israel propaganda money. Little did we know he was running AI channels to take $7,000 checks from the Mossad, and then he oils us with that money. Doobie says, I super chat to make sure you guys can see me to telling you how wrong you are. Okay, this is late stage capitalism. True. No, I have to save up for a new effing computer because this one is going to break soon. It keeps restarting every few hours. It's all good, brother. It's all good. I appreciate your oils as they come. So anyways, that sounded a little gay, but I'm going to shout out everybody again. Then we're going to get out of here. Doobie, Christian, Doobie, CD Sockdem, Hosbar, Grassroots, Corbin, Hosbar, Grassroots, Anonymous Chatter, Grassroots, Tico Suave, Grassroots with the 10 gifted, Grassroots with the 20, Sapien Green with the 100 DKK, Patriarch with the 10 gifted, Justin with the 10, and Jen Winkler with the 5 gifted. I do parasocially love you guys, and I had an excellent time today. I will see you tomorrow at 9:30 a.m. We're going to have an interesting day. I'm going to be debating Paul Young around 11 or noon, and we're going to be talking to Dan Pace in the afternoon for Valor Reacts. So I'll also have excellent Warhammer content for you guys. So I parasocially love you guys. Mwah. Have fun. Catch you in the next one.